Dedication. For my mother and father, who showed me unconditional love and taught me the values of hard work and integrity. Contents. Dedication. Chapter 1 The New Rules How to Become the Smartest Person in Any Room. Chapter 2 Be a Mirror How to Quickly Establish Rapport. Chapter 3 Don't Feel Their Pain. Label IT How to Create Trust with Tactical Empathy. Chapter 4 Beware, Yes, Master, No. How to Generate Momentum and Make It Safe to Reveal the Real Stakes. Chapter 5 Trigger the 2 words that immediately transform any negotiation. How to Gain the Permission to Persuade. Chapter 6 Bend their reality. How to Shape what is fair. Chapter 7 Create the Illusion of Control. How to Calibrate Questions to Transform Conflict into Collaboration. Chapter 8 Guarantee Execution. How to Spot the Liars and Ensure Follow-Through from everyone else. Chapter 9 Bargain Hard. How to Get Your Price. Chapter 10 Find the Black Swan. How to Create Breakthroughs by Revealing the Unknown Unknowns. Acknowledgements Appendix. Prepare a negotiation one-sheet notes index about the author's credits. Copyright about the publisher. Chapter 1 The New Rules. I was intimidated. I'd spent more than 2 decades in the FBI, including 15 years negotiating hostage situations from New York to the Philippines and the Middle East, and I was on top of my game. At any given time, there are 10,000 FBI agents in the bureau, but only one lead international kidnapping negotiator. That was me. But I'd never experienced a hostage situation so tense, so personal. We've got your son, Voss. Give us $1 million or he dies. Pause. Blink. Mindfully adds the heart rate back to normal. Sure, I'd been in these types of situations before. Tons of them. Money for lives. But not like this. Not with my son on the line. Not $1 million. And not against people with fancy degrees and a lifetime of negotiating expertise. You see, the people across the table, my negotiating counterparts, were Harvard Law School negotiating professors. I'd come up to Harvard to take a short executive negotiating course to see if I could learn something from the business world's approach. It was supposed to be quiet and calm, a little professional development for an FBI guy trying to widen his horizons. But when Robert Mnuchin, the director of the Harvard Negotiation Research Project, learned I was on campus, he invited me to his office for a coffee. Just to chat, he said. I was honored. And scared. Mnuchin is an impressive guy whom I'd followed for years. Not only is he a Harvard law professor, he's also one of the big shots of the conflict resolution field and the author of Bargaining with the Devil, When to Negotiate, When to Fight. To be honest, it felt unfair that Mnuchin wanted me, a former Kansas City beat cop, to debate negotiation with him. But then it got worse. Just after Mnuchin and I sat down, the door opened and another Harvard professor walked in. It was Gabriela Blum, a specialist in international negotiations, armed conflict, and counterterrorism, who'd spent 8 years as a negotiator for the Israeli National Security Council and the Israel Defense Forces. The tough-as-nails IDF. On cue, Mnuchin's secretary arrived and put a tape recorder on the table. Mnuchin and Blum smiled at me. I'd been tricked. We've got your son, Voss. Give us $1 million or he dies, Mnuchin said, smiling. I'm the kidnapper. What are you going to do? I experienced a flash of panic, but that was to be expected. It never changes, even after 2 decades negotiating for human lives you still feel fear. Even in a role-playing situation. I calmed myself down. Sure, I was a street cop turned FBI agent playing against real heavyweights. And I wasn't a genius. But I was in this room for a reason. Over the years I had picked up skills, tactics, and a whole approach to human interaction that had not just helped me save lives but, as I recognize now looking back, had also begun to transform my own life. My years of negotiating had infused everything from how I dealt with customer service reps to my parenting style. Come on. Get me the money or I cut your son's throat right now, Mnuchin said. Tasty. I gave him a long, slow stare. Then I smiled. How am I supposed to do that? Mnukon paused. His expression had a touch of amused pity in it, like a dog when the cat it's been chasing turns around and tries to chase it back. It was as if we were playing different games, with different rules. Mnukon regained his composure and eyed me with arched brows as if to remind me that we were still playing. So you're okay with me killing your son, Mr. Voss? I'm sorry, Robert, how do I know he's even alive? I said, using an apology and his first name, seeding more warmth into the interaction in order to complicate his gambit to bulldoze me. I really am sorry, but how can I get you any money right now, much less $1 million, if I don't even know he's alive? It was quite a sight to see such a brilliant man flustered by what must have seemed unsophisticated foolishness. On the contrary, though my move was anything but foolish. I was employing what had become one of the FBI's most potent negotiating tools, the open-ended question. Today, after some years evolving these tactics for the private sector in my consultancy, the Black Swan Group, we call this tactic calibrated questions, queries that the other side can respond to but that have no fixed answers. It buys you time. It gives your counterpart the illusion of control, they are the one with the answers and power after all, and it does all that without giving them any idea of how constrained they are by it. Mnukon, predictably, started fumbling because the frame of the conversation had shifted from how I'd respond to the threat of my son's murder to how the professor would deal with the logistical issues involved in getting the money. How he would solve my problems. To every threat and demand he made, I continued to ask how I was supposed to pay him and how was I supposed to know that my son was alive. After we'd been doing that for 3 minutes, Gabriella Blum interjected. Don't let him do that to you, she said to Mnukon. Well, you tried, he said, throwing up his hands. Blum dove in. She was tougher from her years in the Middle East. But she was still doing the bulldozer angle, and all she got were my same questions. Mnukon rejoined the session, but he got nowhere either. His face started to get red with frustration. I could tell the irritation was making it hard to think. Okay, Bob. That's all, I said, putting him out of his misery. He nodded. My son would live to see another day. Fine, he said. I suppose the FBI might have something to teach us. I had done more than just hold my own against 2 of Harvard's distinguished leaders. I had taken on the best of the best and come out on top. But was it just a fluke? For more than 3 decades, Harvard had been the world epicenter of negotiating theory and practice. All I knew about the techniques we used at the FBI was that they worked. In the 20 years I spent at the Bureau, we designed a system that had successfully resolved almost every kidnapping we applied it to. But we didn't have grand theories. Our techniques were the products of experiential learning. They were developed by agents in the field, negotiating through crisis and sharing stories of what succeeded and what failed. It was an iterative process, not an intellectual one, as we refined the tools we used day after day. And it was urgent. Our tools had to work because if they didn't, someone died. But why did they work? That was the question that drew me to Harvard, to that office with Mnukon and Blum. I lacked confidence outside my narrow world. Most of all, I needed to articulate my knowledge and learn how to combine it with theirs, and they clearly had some, so I could understand, systematize, and expand it. Yes, our techniques clearly worked with mercenaries, drug dealers, terrorists, and brutal killers. But I wondered, what about with normal humans? As I'd soon discover in the storied halls of Harvard, our techniques made great sense intellectually, and they worked everywhere. It turned out that our approach to negotiation held the keys to unlock profitable human interactions in every domain and every interaction and every relationship in life. This book is how it works. The smartest damn guy in the room. To answer my questions, a year later, in 2006, I talked my way into Harvard Law School's winter negotiation course. The best and brightest compete to get into this class, and it was filled with brilliant Harvard students getting law and business degrees and hotshot students from other top Boston universities like the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and Tufts. The Olympic trials for negotiating. And I was the only outsider. The first day of the course, all 144 of us piled into a lecture hall for an introduction, and then we split into 4 groups, each led by a negotiation instructor. After we'd had a chat with our instructor, mine was named Sheila Hinn, and she's a good buddy to this day. We were partnered off in pairs and sent into mock negotiations. Simple, one of us was selling a product, the other was the buyer, and each had clear limits on the price they could take. My counterpart was a languid redhead named Andy, the pseudonym one of those guys who wear their intellectual superiority like they wear their khakis with relaxed confidence. He and I went into an empty classroom overlooking one of those English-style squares on Harvard's campus, and we each used the tools we had. Andy would throw out an offer and give a rationally airtight explanation for why it was a good one, an inescapable logic trap, and I'd answer with some variation of, how am I supposed to do that? We did this a bunch of times until we got to a final figure. When we left, I was happy. I thought I'd done pretty well for a dumb guy. After we all regrouped in the classroom, Sheila went around the students and asked what price each group had agreed on, and then wrote the result on the board. Finally, it was my turn. "Chris, how did you do with Andy?" she asked. "How much did you get?" I'll never forget Sheila's expression when I told her what Andy had agreed to pay. Her whole face first went red, as if she couldn't breathe, and it was quite a sight to see such a brilliant man flustered by what must have seemed unsophisticated foolishness. On the contrary, though my move was anything but foolish. I was employing what had become one of the FBI's most potent negotiating tools, the open-ended question. Today, after some years evolving these tactics for the private sector in my consultancy, the Black Swan Group, we call these tactic calibrated questions, queries that the other side can respond to but that have no fixed answers. It buys you time. It gives your counterpart the illusion of control. They are the one with the answers and power after all, and it does all that without giving them any idea of how constrained they are by it. Mnuchin, predictably, started fumbling because the frame of the conversation had shifted from how I'd respond to the threat of my son's murder to how the professor would deal with the logistical issues involved in getting the money. How he would solve my problems. To every threat and demand he made, I continued to ask how I was supposed to pay him and how was I supposed to know that my son was alive. After we'd been doing that for 3 minutes, Gabriella Blum interjected. "Don't let him do that to you," she said to Mnuchin. "Well, you tried," he said, throwing up his hands. Blum dove in. She was tougher from her years in the Middle East. But she was still doing the bulldozer angle, and all she got were my same questions. Mnuchin rejoined the session, but he got nowhere either. His face started to get red with frustration. I could tell the irritation was making it hard to think. Okay, Bob. That's all," I said, putting him out of his misery. He nodded. "My son would live to see another day." "Fine," he said. "I suppose the FBI might have something to teach us." I had done more than just hold my own against 2 of Harvard's distinguished leaders. I had taken on the best of the best and come out on top. But was it just a fluke? For more than 3 decades, Harvard had been the world epicenter of negotiating theory and practice. All I knew about the techniques we used at the FBI was that they worked. In the 20 years I spent at the Bureau, we designed a system that had successfully resolved almost every kidnapping we applied it to. But we didn't have grand theories. Our techniques were the products of experiential learning. They were developed by agents in the field, negotiating through crisis and sharing stories of what succeeded and what failed. It was an iterative process, not an intellectual one, as we refined the tools we used day after day. And it was urgent. Our tools had to work, because if they didn't, someone died. But why did they work? That was the question that drew me to Harvard, to that office with Mnuchan and Blum. I lacked confidence outside my narrow world. Most of all, I needed to articulate my knowledge and learn how to combine it with theirs, and they clearly had some, so I could understand, systematize, and expand it. Yes, our techniques clearly worked with mercenaries, drug dealers, terrorists, and brutal killers. But I wondered, what about with normal humans? As I'd soon discover in the storied halls of Harvard, our techniques made great sense intellectually, and they worked everywhere. It turned out that our approach to negotiation held the keys to unlock profitable human interactions in every domain and every interaction and every relationship in life. This book is how it works. The smartest damn guy in the room. To answer my questions, a year later, in 2006, I talked my way into Harvard Law School's winter negotiation course. The best and brightest compete to get into this class, and it was filled with brilliant Harvard students getting law and business degrees and hotshot students from other top Boston universities like the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and Tufts. The Olympic trials for negotiating. And I was the only outsider. The first day of the course, all 144 of us piled into a lecture hall for an introduction, and then we split into 4 groups, each led by a negotiation instructor. After we'd had a chat with our instructor, mine was named Sheila Hinn, and she's a good buddy to this day. We were partnered off in pairs and sent into mock negotiations. Simple, one of us was selling a product, the other was the buyer, and each had clear limits on the price they could take. My counterpart was a languid redhead named Andy, the pseudonym one of those guys who wear their intellectual superiority like they wear their khakis, with relaxed confidence. He and I went into an empty classroom overlooking one of those English-style squares on Harvard's campus, and we each used the tools we had. Andy would throw out an offer and give a rationally airtight explanation for why it was a good one, an inescapable logic trap, then I'd answer with some variation of, how am I supposed to do that? We did this a bunch of times until we got to a final figure. When we left, I was happy. I thought I'd done pretty well for a dumb guy. After we all regrouped in the classroom, Sheila went around the students and asked what price each group had agreed on, and then wrote the result on the board. Finally, it was my turn. Chris, how did you do with Andy? She asked. How much did you get? I'll never forget Sheila's expression when I told her what Andy had agreed to pay. Her whole face first went red, as if she couldn't breathe, and then out popped a little strangled gasp like a baby bird's hungry cry. Finally, she started to laugh. Andy squirmed. You got literally every dime he had, she said, and in his brief, he was supposed to hold a quarter of it back in reserve for future work. Andy sank deep in his chair. The next day the same thing happened with another partner. I mean, I absolutely destroyed the guy's budget. It didn't make sense. A lucky one-off was one thing. But this was a pattern. With my old school, experiential knowledge, I was killing guys who knew every cutting-edge trick you could find in a book. The thing was, it was the cutting-edge techniques these guys were using that felt dated and old. I felt like I was Roger Federer and I had used a time machine to go back to the 1920s to play in a tennis tournament of distinguished gentlemen who wore white pantsuits and used wood rackets and had part-time training regimens. There I was with my titanium alloy racket and dedicated personal trainer and computer strategized serve and volley plays. The guys I was playing were just as smart, actually, more so, and we were basically playing the same game with the same rules. But I had skills they didn't. You're getting famous for your special style, Chris, Sheila said after I announced my second day's results. I smiled like the Cheshire Cat. Winning was fun. Chris, why don't you tell everybody your approach? Sheila said. It seems like all you do to these Harvard Law School students is say no and stare at them and they fall apart. Is it really that easy? I knew what she meant while I wasn't actually saying no. The questions I kept asking sounded like it. They seemed to insinuate that the other side was being dishonest and unfair. And that was enough to make them falter and negotiate with themselves. Answering my calibrated questions demanded deep emotional strengths and tactical psychological insights that the toolbox they'd been given did not contain. I shrugged. I'm just asking questions, Roy said. It's a passive-aggressive approach. I just ask the same 3 or 4 open-ended questions over and over and over. Over and over. They get worn out answering and give me everything I want. Andy jumped in his seat as if he'd been stung by a bee. Damn, he said. That's what happened. I had no idea. By the time I'd finished my winter course at Harvard, I'd actually become friends with some of my fellow students. Even with Andy. If my time at Harvard showed me anything, it was that we at the FBI had a lot to teach the world about negotiating. In my short stay, I realized that without a deep understanding of human psychology, without the acceptance that we are all crazy, irrational, impulsive, emotionally driven animals, all the raw intelligence and mathematical logic in the world is little help in the fraught, shifting interplay of 2 people negotiating. Yes, perhaps we are the only animal that haggles. A monkey does not exchange a portion of his banana for another's nuts, but no matter how we dress up our negotiations in mathematical theories, we are always an animal, always acting and reacting first and foremost from our deeply held but mostly invisible and inchoate fears, needs, perceptions, and desires. That's not how these folks at Harvard learned it, though. Their theories and techniques all had to do with intellectual power, logic, authoritative. Acronyms like BATNA and ZOPA, rational notions of value, and a moral concept of what was fair and what was not. And built on top of this false edifice of rationality was, of course, the process. They had a script to follow, a predetermined sequence of actions, offers, and counteroffers designed in a specific order to bring about a particular outcome. It was as if they were dealing with a robot that if you did A, B, C, and D in a certain fixed order, you would get X. But in the real world, negotiation is far too unpredictable and complex for that. You may have to do a then D, and then maybe Q. If I could dominate the country's brightest students with just one of the many emotionally attuned negotiating techniques I had developed and used against terrorists and kidnappers, why not apply them to business? What was the difference between bank robbers who took hostages and CEOs who used hardball tactics to drive down the price of a billion-dollar acquisition? After all, kidnappers are just businessmen trying to get the best price. Old school negotiation. Hostage-taking, and therefore hostage negotiating, has existed since the dawn of recorded time. The Old Testament spins plenty of tales of Israelites and their enemies taking each other's citizens hostage as spoils of war. The Romans, for their part, used to force the princes of vassal states to send their sons to Rome for their education to ensure the continued loyalty of the princes. But until the Nixon administration, hostage negotiating as a process was limited to sending in troops and trying to shoot the hostages free. In law enforcement, our approach was pretty much to talk until we figured out how to take them out with a gun. Brute force. Then a series of hostage disasters forced us to change. In 1971, 39 hostages were killed when the police tried to resolve the Attica prison riots in upstate New York with guns. Then at the 1972 Olympics in Munich, 11 Israeli athletes and coaches were killed by their Palestinian captors after a botched rescue attempt by the German police. But the greatest inspiration for institutional change in American law enforcement came on an airport tarmac in Jacksonville, Florida, on October 4, 1971. The United States was experiencing an epidemic of airline hijackings at the time. There were 5 in one 3-day period in 1970. It was in that charged atmosphere that an unhinged man named George Giff Jr. hijacked a chartered plane out of Nashville, Tennessee, planning to head to the Bahamas. By the time the incident was over, Giff had murdered 2 hostages, his estranged wife and the pilot, then killed himself to boot. But this time the blame didn't fall on the hijacker, instead it fell squarely on the FBI. 2 hostages had managed to convince Giff to let them go on the tarmac in Jacksonville, where they'd stopped to refuel. But the agents had gotten impatient and shot out the engine. And that had pushed Giff to the nuclear option. In fact, the blame placed on the FBI was so strong that when the pilot's wife and Giff's daughter filed a wrongful death suit alleging FBI negligence, the courts agreed. In the landmark Downs v. United States decision of 1975, the U.S. Court of Appeals wrote that there was a better-suited alternative to protecting the hostages' well-being, and said that the FBI had turned what had been a successful waiting game, during which 2 persons safely left the plane, into a shooting match that left 3 persons dead. The court concluded that a reasonable attempt at negotiations must be made prior to a tactical intervention. The Downs hijacking case came to epitomize everything not to do in a crisis situation and inspired the development of today's theories, training, and techniques for hostage negotiations. Soon after the Giff tragedy, the New York City Police Department, NYPD, became the first police force in the country to put together a dedicated team of specialists to design a process and handle crisis negotiations. The FBI and others followed. A new era of negotiation had begun. In the landmark Downs v. United States decision of 1975, the U.S. Court of Appeals wrote that there was a better-suited alternative to protecting the hostages' well-being, and said that the FBI had turned what had been a successful waiting game, during which 2 persons safely left the plane, into a shooting match that left 3 persons dead. The court concluded that a reasonable attempt at negotiations must be made prior to a tactical intervention. The Downs hijacking case came to epitomize everything not to do in a crisis situation and inspired the development of today's theories, training, and techniques for hostage negotiations. Soon after the Giff tragedy, the New York City Police Department, NYPD, became the first police force in the country to put together a dedicated team of specialists to design a process and handle crisis negotiations. The FBI and others followed. A new era of negotiation had begun. Heart versus mind. In the early 1980s, Cambridge, Massachusetts, was the hot spot in the negotiating world as scholars from different disciplines began interacting and exploring exciting new concepts. The big leap forward came in 1979, when the Harvard Negotiation Project was founded with a mandate to improve the theory, teaching, and practice of negotiation so that people could more effectively handle everything from peace treaties to business mergers. 2 years later, Roger Fisher and William Ury, the co-founders of the project, came out with Getting to Yes, to a groundbreaking treatise on negotiation that totally changed the way practitioners thought about the field. Fisher and Ury's approach was basically to systematize problem solving so that negotiating parties could reach a mutually beneficial deal, the Getting to Yes in the title. Their core assumption was that the emotional brain, that animalistic, unreliable, and irrational beast, could be overcome through a more rational, joint problem-solving mindset. Their system was easy to follow and seductive, with 4 basic tenets. 1. Separate the person, the emotion, from the problem. 2. Don't get wrapped up in the other side's position, what they're asking for, but instead focus on their interests, why they're asking for it, so that you can find what they really want. 3. Work cooperatively to generate win-win options. And 4. Establish mutually agreed upon standards for evaluating those possible solutions. It was a brilliant, rational, and profound synthesis of the most advanced game theory and legal thinking of the day. 4 years after that book came out, everybody, including the FBI and the NYPD, focused on a problem-solving approach to bargaining interactions. It just seemed so modern and smart. Halfway across the United States, a pair of professors at the University of Chicago was looking at everything from economics to negotiation from a far different angle. They were the economist Amos Tversky and the psychologist Daniel Kahneman. Together, the two launched the field of behavioral economics, and Kahneman won a Nobel Prize by showing that man is a very irrational beast. Feeling, they discovered, is a form of thinking. As you've seen, when business schools like Harvard's began teaching negotiation in the 1980s, the process was presented as a straightforward economic analysis. It was a period when the world's top academic economists declared that we were all rational actors. And so it went in. Negotiation classes, assuming the other side was acting rationally and selfishly in trying to maximize its position, the goal was to figure out how to respond in various scenarios to maximize one's own value. This mentality baffled Kahneman, who from years in psychology knew that, in his words, it is self-evident that people are neither fully rational nor completely selfish, and that their tastes are anything but stable. Through decades of research with Tversky, Kahneman proved that humans all suffer from cognitive bias, that is, unconscious and irrational brain processes that literally distort the way we see the world. Kahneman and Tversky discovered more than 150 of them. There's the framing effect, which demonstrates that people respond differently to the same choice depending on how it is framed. People place greater value on moving from 90% to 100%, a high probability to certainty, than from 45% to 55%, even though they are both 10 percentage points. Prospect theory explains why we take unwarranted risks in the face of uncertain losses. And the most famous is loss aversion, which shows how people are statistically more likely to act to avert a loss than to achieve an equal gain. Kahneman later codified his research in the 2011 bestseller Thinking, Fast and Slow. 3-man, he wrote, has two systems of thought. System 1, our animal mind, is fast, instinctive, and emotional. System 2 is slow, deliberative, and logical. And System 1 is far more influential. In fact, it guides and steers our rational thoughts. System 1's inchoate beliefs, feelings, and impressions are the main sources of the explicit beliefs and deliberate choices of System 2. They are the spring that feeds the river. We react emotionally, System 1, to a suggestion or question. Then that System 1 reaction informs and in effect creates the System 2 answer. Now think about that. Under this model, if you know how to affect your counterpart's System 1 thinking, his inarticulate feelings, by how you frame and deliver your questions and statements, then you can guide his System 2 rationality and therefore modify his responses. That's what happened to Andy at Harvard by asking, how am I supposed to do that? I influenced his System 1 emotional mind into accepting that his offer wasn't good enough. His System 2 then rationalized the situation so that it made sense to give me a better offer. If you believed Kahneman conducting negotiations based on System 2 concepts without the tools to read, understand, and manipulate the System 1 emotional underpinning was like trying to make an omelette without first knowing how to crack an egg. The FBI gets emotional. As the new hostage negotiating team at the FBI grew and gained more experience in problem-solving skills during the 1980s and 90s, it became clear that our system was lacking a crucial ingredient. At the time, we were deep into getting to yes. And as a negotiator, consultant, and teacher with decades of experience, I still agree with many of the powerful bargaining strategies in the book. When it was published, it provided groundbreaking ideas on cooperative problem solving and originated absolutely necessary concepts like entering negotiations with a partner, the best alternative to a negotiated agreement. It was genius. But after the fatally disastrous sieges of Randy Weaver's Ruby Ridge Farm in Idaho in 1992 and David Koresh's Branch Davidian compound in Waco, Texas in 1993, there was no denying that most hostage negotiations were anything but rational problem-solving situations. I mean, have you ever tried to devise a mutually beneficial win-win solution with a guy who thinks he's the Messiah? It was becoming glaringly obvious that getting to yes didn't work with kidnappers. No matter how many agents read the book with highlighters in hand, it failed to improve how we as hostage negotiators approach deal-making. There was clearly a breakdown between the book's brilliant theory and everyday law enforcement experience. Why was it that everyone had read this best-selling business book and endorsed it as one of the greatest negotiation texts ever written, and yet so few could actually follow it successfully? Were we morons? After Ruby Ridge and Waco, a lot of people were asking that question. U.S. Deputy Attorney General Philip B. Hammond, to be specific, wanted to know why our hostage negotiation techniques were so bad. In October 1993, he issued a report titled Lessons of Waco, Proposed Changes in Federal Law Enforcement, for which summarized an expert panel's diagnosis of federal law enforcement's inability to handle complex hostage situations. As a result, in 1994, FBI Director Louis Freeh announced the formation of the Critical Incident Response Group, CIRG, a blended division that would combine the crisis negotiation, crisis management, behavioral sciences, and hostage rescue teams and reinvent crisis negotiation. The only issue was, what techniques were we going to use? Around this time, two of the most decorated negotiators in FBI history, my colleague Fred Lansley and my former boss Gary Nosner, were leading a hostage negotiation class in Oakland, California, when they asked their group of 35 experienced law enforcement officers a simple question: how many had dealt with a classic bargaining situation where problem solving was the best technique? Not one hand went up. Then they asked the complementary question: how many students had negotiated an incident in a dynamic, intense, uncertain environment where the hostage taker was in emotional crisis and had no clear demands? Every hand went up. It was clear, if emotionally driven incidents, not rational bargaining interactions, constituted the bulk of what most police negotiators had to deal with, then our negotiating skills had to laser focus on the animal, the emotional, and irrational. From that moment onward, our emphasis would have to be not on training in quid pro quo bargaining and problem solving, but on education in the psychological skills needed in crisis intervention situations. Emotions and emotional intelligence would have to be central to effective negotiation, not things to be overcome. What were needed were simple psychological tactics and strategies that worked in the field to calm people down, establish rapport, gain trust, elicit the verbalization of needs, and persuade the other guy of our empathy. We needed something easy to teach, easy to learn, and easy to execute. These were cops and agents, after all, and they weren't interested in becoming academics or therapists. What they wanted was to change the behavior of the hostage taker, whoever they were and whatever they wanted, to shift the emotional environment of the crisis just enough so that we could secure the safety of everyone involved. In the early years, the FBI experimented with both new and old therapeutic techniques developed by the counseling profession. These counseling skills were aimed at developing positive relationships with people by demonstrating an understanding of what they are going through and how they feel about it. It all starts with the universally applicable premise that people want to be understood and accepted. Listening is the cheapest, yet most effective concession we can make to get there. By listening intensely, the negotiator demonstrates empathy and shows a sincere desire to better understand what the other side is experiencing. Psychotherapy research shows that when individuals feel listened to, they tend to listen to themselves more carefully and to openly evaluate and clarify their own thoughts and feelings. In addition, they tend to become less defensive and oppositional and more willing to listen to other points of view, which gets them to the calm and logical place where they can be good. Getting to yes problem solvers. The whole concept, which you learn as the centerpiece of this book, is called tactical empathy. This is listening as a martial art, balancing the subtle behaviors of emotional intelligence and the assertive skills of influence to gain access to the mind of another person. Contrary to popular opinion, listening is not a passive activity. It is the most active thing you can do. Once we started developing our new techniques in the negotiating world, split into two currents, negotiation as learned at the country's top school continued down the established road of rational problem solving, while, ironically, we meatheads at the FBI began to train our agents in an unproven system based on psychology, counseling, and crisis intervention. While the Ivy League taught math and economics, we became experts in empathy. And how we worked. Life is negotiation. While you might be curious how FBI negotiators get some of the world's toughest bad guys to give up their hostages, you could be excused for wondering what hostage negotiation has to do with your life. Happily, very few people are ever forced to deal with Islamist terrorists who've kidnapped their loved ones. But allow me to let you in on a secret: life is negotiation. The majority of the interactions we have at work and at home are negotiations that boil down to the expression of a simple, animalistic urge: I want you to free the hostages, is a very relevant one to this book, of course. But so is I want you to accept that $1 million contract. I want to pay $20,000 for that car. I want you to give me a 10% raise. And I want you to go to sleep at 9 p.m. Negotiation serves two distinct, vital life functions: information gathering and behavior influencing, and includes almost any interaction where each party wants something from the other side. Your career, your finances, your reputation, your love life, even the fate of your kids, at some point all of these hinge on your ability to negotiate. Negotiation as you learn it here is nothing more than communication with results. Getting what you want out of life is all about getting what you want from and with other people. Conflict between two parties is inevitable in all relationships. So it's useful, crucial, even to know how to engage in that conflict to get what you want without inflicting damage. In this book, I draw on my more than 2-decade career in the Federal Bureau of Investigation to distill the principles and practices I deployed in the field into an exciting new approach designed to help you disarm, redirect, and dismantle your counterpart in virtually any negotiation. And to do so in a relationship-affirming way. Yes, you'll learn how we negotiated the safe release of countless hostages. But you'll also learn how to use a deep understanding of human psychology to negotiate a lower car price, a bigger raise, and a child's bedtime. This book will teach you to reclaim control of the conversations that inform your life and career. The first step to achieving a mastery of daily negotiation is to get over your aversion to negotiating. You don't need to like it, you just need to understand that's how the world works. Negotiating does not mean browbeating or grinding someone down. It simply means playing the emotional game that human society is set up for. In this world, you get what you ask for, you just have to ask correctly. So claim your prerogative to ask for what you think is right. What this book is really about, then, is getting you to accept negotiation and in doing so learn how to get what you want in a psychologically aware way. You learn to use your emotions, instincts, and insights in any encounter to connect better with others, influence them, and achieve more. Effective negotiation is applied people smarts, a psychological edge in every domain of life: how to size someone up, how to influence their sizing up of you, and how to use that knowledge to get what you want. But beware, this is not another pop psych book. It's a deep and thoughtful, and most of all, practical, take on leading psychological theory that distills lessons from a 24-year career in the FBI and 10 years teaching and consulting in the best business schools and corporations in the world. And it works for one simple reason: it was designed in and for the real world. It was not born in a classroom or a training hall, but built from years of experience that improved it until it reached near perfection. Remember, a hostage negotiator plays a unique role: he has to win. Can he say to a bank robber, "Okay, you've taken 4 hostages. Let's split the difference, give me 2, and we'll call it a day"? No. A successful hostage negotiator has to get everything he asks for, without giving anything back of substance, and do so in a way that leaves the adversaries feeling as if they have a great relationship. His work is emotional intelligence on steroids. Those are the tools you learn here. The book. Like a contractor building a house, this book is constructed from the ground up. First comes the big slabs of foundation, then the necessary load-bearing walls, the elegant but impermeable roof, and the lovely interior decorations. Each chapter expands on the previous one. First you learn the refined Techniques of this approach to active listening, and then you'll move on to specific tools, turns of phrase, the ins and outs of the final act, haggling, and finally, how to discover the rarity that can help you achieve true negotiating greatness, the black swan. In Chapter 2, you learn how to avoid the assumptions that blind neophyte negotiators and replace them with active listening techniques like mirroring, silences, and the late-night FM DJ voice. You'll discover how to slow things down and make your counterpart feel safe enough to reveal themselves, to discern between wants, aspirations, and needs, the bare minimum for a deal, and to laser focus on what the other party has to say. Chapter 3 will delve into tactical empathy. You'll learn how to recognize your counterpart's perspective and then gain trust and understanding through labeling, that is, by repeating that perspective back to them. You'll also learn how to diffuse negative dynamics by bringing them into the open. Finally, I'll explain how to disarm your counterparts' complaints about you by speaking them aloud in an accusation audit. Next, in Chapter 4, I'll examine ways to make your counterpart feel understood and positively affirmed in a negotiation in order to create an atmosphere of unconditional positive regard. Here, you learn why you should strive for "that's right" instead of "yes" at every stage of a negotiation, and how to identify, rearticulate, and emotionally affirm your counterpart's worldview with summaries and paraphrasing. Chapter 5 teaches the flip side of getting to yes. You learn why it's vitally important to get to a no, because a no starts the negotiation. You'll also discover how to step out of your ego and negotiate in your counterpart's world, the only way to achieve an agreement the other side will implement. Finally, you'll see how to engage your counterpart by acknowledging their right to choose, and you'll learn an email technique that ensures that you'll never be ignored again. In Chapter 6, you'll discover the art of bending reality. That is, I'll explain a variety of tools for framing a negotiation in such a way that your counterpart will unconsciously accept the limits you place on the discussion. You'll learn how to navigate deadlines to create urgency, employ the idea of fairness to nudge your counterpart, and anchor their emotions so that not accepting your offer feels like a loss. After this, Chapter 7 is dedicated to that incredibly powerful tool I used at Harvard, calibrated questions, the queries that begin with how or what. By eliminating yes and no answers, they force your counterpart to apply their mental energy to solving your problems. In Chapter 8, I demonstrate how to employ these calibrated questions to guard against failures in the implementation phase. Yes, as I always say, is nothing without how. You'll also discover the importance of nonverbal communication, how to use how questions to gently say no, how to get your counterparts to bid against themselves, and how to influence the deal killers when they are not at the table. At a certain point, every negotiation gets down to the brass tacks, that is, to old-school haggling. Chapter 9 offers a step-by-step process for effective bargaining, from how to prepare to how to dodge an aggressive counterpart and how to go on the offensive. You'll learn the Ackerman system, the most effective process the FBI has for setting and making offers. Finally, Chapter 10 explains how to find and use those most rare of negotiation animals, the black swan. In every negotiation there are between 3 and 5 pieces of information that, were they to be uncovered, would change everything. The concept is an absolute game changer, so much so, I've named my company the Black Swan Group. In this chapter, you'll learn how to recognize the markers that show the black swan's hidden nest, as well as simple tools for employing black swans to gain leverage over your counterpart and achieve truly amazing deals. Each chapter will start with a fast-paced story of a hostage negotiation, which will then be dissected with an eye to explaining what worked and what didn't. After I explain the theory and the tools, you'll read real-life case studies from me and others who've used these tools to prevail while negotiating a salary, purchasing a car, or working out nettlesome problems at home. When you finish this book, I will have succeeded if you've applied this. Crucial techniques to improve your career and life. I'm sure you will. Just remember, to successfully negotiate, it is critical to prepare. Which is why in the appendix you'll find an invaluable tool I use with all my students and clients called the Negotiation One Sheet, a concise primer of nearly all our tactics and strategies for you to think through and customize for whatever kind of deal you're looking to close. Most important to me is that you understand how urgent, essential, and even beautiful negotiation can be. When we embrace negotiating's transformative possibilities, we learn how to get what we want and how to move others to a better place. Negotiation is the heart of collaboration. It is what makes conflict potentially meaningful and productive for all parties. It can change your life as it has changed mine. I've always thought of myself as just a regular guy. Hardworking and willing to learn, yes, but not particularly talented. And I've always felt that life holds amazing possibilities. In my much younger days, I just didn't know how to unlock those possibilities. But with the skills I've learned, I've found myself doing extraordinary things and watching the people I've taught achieve truly life-changing results. When I use what I've learned over the last 30 years, I know I actually have the power to change the course of where my life is going and to help others do that as well. 30 years ago, while I felt like that could be done, I didn't know how. Now I do. Here's how. Chapter 2. Be a Mirror. September 30th, 1993. A brisk autumn morning, around 8:30. Two masked bank robbers trigger an alarm as they storm into the Chase Manhattan Bank at 7th Avenue and Carroll Street in Brooklyn. There are only two female tellers and a male security guard inside. The robbers crack the unarmed 60-year-old security guard across the skull with a .357 to drag him to the men's room and lock him inside. One of the tellers gets the same pistol whipping treatment. Then one of the robbers turns to the other teller, puts the barrel in her mouth and pulls the trigger. Click goes the empty chamber. Next one is real, says the robber. Now open the vault. A bank robbery with hostages. Happens all the time in the movies, but it had been almost 20 years since there had been one of these standoffs in New York, the city with more hostage negotiation jobs than any other jurisdiction in the country. And this happened to be my very first fit to the fire, in-your-face hostage job. I had been training for about a year and a half in hostage negotiations, but I hadn't had a chance to use my new skills. For me, 1993 had already been a very busy and incredible ride. Working on the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force, I had been the cold case agent in an investigation that thwarted a plot to set off bombs in the Holland and Lincoln Tunnels, the United Nations, and 26 Federal Plaza, the home of the FBI in New York City. We broke it up just as terrorists were mixing bombs in a safe house. The plotters were associated with an Egyptian cell that had ties to the blind sheikh who later would be found guilty of masterminding the plot that we uncovered. You might think a bank robbery would be small potatoes after we busted up a terrorist plot, but by then I had already come to realize that negotiation would be my lifelong passion. I was eager to put my new skills to the test. And besides, there was nothing small about this situation. When we got the call, my colleague Charlie Baudouin and I raced to the scene, bailed out of his black Crown Victoria, and made our way to the command post. The whole cavalry showed up for this one: NYPD, FBI, SWAT, all the muscle and savvy of law enforcement up against the knee-jerk desperation of a couple of bank robbers seemingly in over their heads. New York police, behind a wall of blue and white trucks and patrol cars, had set up across the street inside another bank. SWAT team members, peering through rifle scopes from the roofs of nearby brownstone buildings, had their weapons trained on the bank's front and rear doors. Assumptions blind, a hypothesis guide. Good negotiators, going in, know they have to be ready for possible surprises. Great negotiators aim to use their skills to reveal the surprises they are certain exist. Experience will have taught them that they are best served by holding multiple hypotheses about the situation, about the counterpart's wants, about a whole array of variables, in their mind at the same time. Present and alert in the moment, they use all the new information that comes their way to test and winnow true hypotheses from false ones. In negotiation, each new psychological insight or additional piece of information revealed heralds a step forward and allows one to discard one hypothesis in favor of another. You should engage the process with a mindset of discovery. Your goal at the outset is to extract and observe as much information as possible. Which, by the way, is one of the reasons that really smart people often have trouble being negotiators. They are so smart they think they don't have anything to discover. Too often people find it easier just to stick with what they believe. Using what they've heard or their own biases, they often make assumptions about others even before meeting them. They even ignore their own perceptions to make them conform to foregone conclusions. These assumptions mark up our perceptual windows onto the world, showing us an unchanging, often flawed version of the situation. Great negotiators are able to question the assumptions that the rest of the involved players accept on faith or in arrogance, and thus remain more emotionally open to all possibilities and more intellectually agile to a fluid situation. Unfortunately, back in 1993, I was far from great. Everyone thought the crisis would be over quickly. The bank robbers had little choice but to surrender, or so we thought. We actually started the day with intelligence that the bank robbers wanted to surrender. Little did we know that was a ruse their ringleader planted to buy time. And throughout the day, he constantly referred to the influence the other 4 bank robbers exerted on him. I hadn't yet learned to be aware of a counterpart's overuse of personal pronouns, we/they or me/I. The less important he makes himself, the more important he probably is, and vice versa. We would later find out there was only one other bank robber, and he had been tricked into the robbery. Actually, 3 robbers, if you counted the getaway driver, who got away before we even entered the scene. The lead hostage taker was running his own counterintelligence operation, feeding us all kinds of misinformation. He wanted us to think he had a bunch of co-conspirators with him from a number of different countries. He also wanted us to think that his partners were much more volatile and dangerous than he was. Looking back, of course, his game plan was clear. He wanted to confuse us as much as he could until he could figure a way out. He would constantly tell us that he wasn't in charge and that every decision was the responsibility of the other guys. He would indicate that he was scared, or at least a little tentative, when we asked him to pass along certain information. And yet he always spoke with a voice of complete calm and absolute confidence. It was a reminder to my colleagues and me that until you know what you're dealing with, you don't know what you're dealing with. Though the call had come in about 8:30 a.m. by the time we arrived across the street from the bank and made contact, it was probably about 10:30 a.m. The word when we came on the scene was that this was going to be cookie cutter, by the book, short and sweet. Our commanders thought we'd be in and out of there in 10 minutes because the bad guys supposedly wanted to give themselves up. This would later become a problem when negotiations stalled and command became embarrassed because they'd made the mistake of sharing this early optimism with the press based on all the early misinformation. We arrived on the scene to take a surrender, but the situation went sideways almost immediately. Everything we assumed we knew was wrong. Come the schizophrenic. Our negotiation operation center, NOC, was set up in an office in a bank immediately across a narrow street from the Chase branch. We were way too close to the hostage site, so right away we were at a disadvantage. We were less than 30 yards from the crisis point, where ideally you want to have a little more of a buffer than that. You want to put some distance between you and whatever worst-case scenario might be waiting at the other end of the deal. When my partner and arrived, I was immediately assigned to coach the police department negotiator on the phone. His name was Joe, and he was doing fine, but in these types of situations, nobody worked alone. We always worked in teams. The thinking behind this policy was that all these extra sets of ears would pick up extra information. In some standoffs, we had as many as 5 people on the line, analyzing the information as it came in, offering behind-the-scenes input and guidance to our man on the phone, and that's how we were set up here. We had Joe taking the lead on the phone, and another 3 or 4 of us were listening in, passing notes back and forth, trying to make sense of a confusing situation. One of us was trying to gauge the mood of the bad guy taking the lead on the other end, and another was listening in for clues or tells that might give us a better read on what we were facing, and so on. Students of mine balk at this notion, asking, seriously, do you really need a whole team to hear someone out? The fact that the FBI has come to that conclusion, I tell them, should be a wake-up call. It's really not that easy to listen well. We are easily distracted. We engage in selective listening, hearing only what we want to hear, our minds acting on a cognitive bias for consistency rather than truth. And that's just the start. Most people approach a negotiation so preoccupied by the arguments that support their position that they are unable to listen attentively. In one of the most cited research papers in psychology, George A. Miller persuasively put forth the idea that we can process only about 7 pieces of information in our conscious mind at any given moment. In other words, we are easily overwhelmed. For those people who view negotiation as a battle of arguments, it's the voices in their own head that are overwhelming them. When they are not talking, they are thinking about their arguments, and when they are talking, they are making their arguments. Often those on both sides of the table are doing the same thing, so you have what I call a state of schizophrenia, everyone just listening to the voice in their head and not well because they are doing 7 or 8 other things at the same time. It may look like there are only 2 people in a conversation, but really it's more like 4 people all talking at once. There's one powerful way to quiet the voice in your head and the voice in their head at the same time. Treat 2 schizophrenics with just one pill. Instead of prioritizing your argument, in fact, instead of doing any thinking at all in the early goings about what you're going to say, make your sole and all-encompassing focus the other person and what they have to say. In that mode of true active listening, aided by the tactics you'll learn in the following chapters, you'll disarm your counterpart. You'll make them feel safe. The voice in their head will begin to quiet down. The goal is to identify what your counterparts actually need monetarily, emotionally, or otherwise, and get them feeling safe enough to talk some more about what they want. The latter will help you discover the former. Wants are easy to talk about, representing the aspiration of getting our way and sustaining any illusion of control we have as we begin to negotiate. Needs imply survival, the very minimum required to make us act, and so make us vulnerable. But neither wants nor needs are where we start it. Begins with listening, making it about the other people, validating their emotions, and creating enough trust and safety for a real conversation to begin. We were far from that goal with the lead hostage taker on the call. He kept putting up these weird smoke screens. He wouldn't give up his name, he tried to disguise his voice, he was always telling Joe he was being put on speaker so everyone around him in the bank could hear, and then he would abruptly announce that he was putting Joe on hold and hung up the phone. He was constantly asking about a van, saying he and his partners wanted us to arrange one for them so they could drive themselves and the hostages to the local precinct to surrender. That was where the surrender nonsense had come from, but of course this wasn't a surrender plan so much as it was an escape plan. In the back of his mind, this guy thought he could somehow leave the bank without being taken into custody, and now that his getaway driver had fled the scene, he needed access to a vehicle. After it was all over, a couple of other details came clear. We weren't the only ones who had been lied to. Apparently, this lead bank robber hadn't told his partners they were going to rob a bank that morning. It turned out he was a cash courier who serviced the bank, and his partners were under the impression that they were going to burglarize the ATM. They didn't sign up for taking hostages, so we learned that these guys' co-conspirators were also hostages, in a way. They were caught up in a bad situation they didn't see coming, and, in the end, it was this disconnect among the hostage takers that helped us to drive a wedge between them and put an end to the stalemate. Slow it down. The leader wanted to make us think he and his partners were taking good care of his hostages, but in reality the security guard was out of the picture and the second bank teller had run to the bank basement to hide. Whenever Joe said he wanted to talk to the hostages, the hostage taker would stall and make it seem like there was this frenzy of activity going on inside the bank, going to ridiculous lengths to tell us how much time and energy he and his cohorts were spending on taking good care of the hostages. Very often, the leader would use this as a reason to put Joe on hold or to end a call. He'd say the girls need to go to the bathroom, or the girls want to call their families. Or the girls want to get something to eat. Joe was doing a good job keeping this guy talking, but he was slightly limited by the negotiating approach that police departments were using at the time. The approach was half MSU, making shit up, and half a sort of sales approach, basically trying to persuade, coerce, or manipulate in any way possible. The problem was we were in too much of a hurry, driving too hard toward a quick solution, trying to be a problem solver and not a people mover. Going too fast is one of the mistakes all negotiators are prone to making. If we are too much in a hurry, people can feel as if they are not being heard, and we risk undermining the rapport and trust we've built. There's plenty of research that now validates the passage of time as one of the most important tools for a negotiator. When you slow the process down, you also calm it down. After all, if someone is talking, they are not shooting. We caught a break when the robbers started to make noise about food. Joe was going back and forth with them for a while on what they were going to have and how we were going to get it to them. It became a negotiation in and of itself. We got it all set up, prepared to send the food in on a kind of robot device because that's what this guy was comfortable with, but then he did an about face, said to forget about it. Said they'd found some food inside. So it was just one brick wall after another, one smoke screen after another. It would feel to us like we were making a little progress, then this guy would take an abrupt turn, or hang up on us, or change his mind. Meanwhile, our investigators used the time to run the registration of every one of the dozens of vehicles found nearby on the street, and managed to speak to the owners of every one of them except one, a car belonging to someone named Chris Watts. This became our one and only lead at the time, and as our endless back and forth continued on the phone, we sent a group of investigators to the address on Chris Watts's registration, where they found someone who knew Chris Watts and agreed to come down to the scene of the standoff to possibly identify him. We still didn't have a visual on the inside, so our eyewitness had to be more of an ear witness, and he was able to identify Chris Watts by his voice. We now knew more about our adversary than he thought we knew, which put us at a momentary advantage. We were putting together all the puzzle pieces, but it didn't get us any closer to our end game, which was to determine for sure who was inside the building, to ensure the health and well-being of the hostages, and to get them all out safely, the good guys and the bad guys. The voice. After 5 hours, we were stuck, so the lieutenant in charge asked me to take over. Joe was out, I was in. Basically, it was the only strategic play at our disposal that didn't involve an escalation in force. The man we now knew as Chris Watts had been in the habit of ending his calls abruptly, so my job was to find a way to keep him talking. I switched into my late-night FM DJ voice, deep, soft, slow, and reassuring. I had been instructed to confront Watts as soon as possible about his identity. I also came onto the phone with no warning, replacing Joe, against standard protocol. It was a shrewd move by the NYPD lieutenant to shake things up, but it easily could have backfired. This soothing voice was the key to easing the confrontation. Chris Watts heard my voice on the line and cut me off immediately. It said, "Hey, what happened to Joe?" I said, "Joe's gone. This is Chris. You're talking to me now." I didn't put it like a question. I made a downward inflecting statement, Gene. A downward inflecting tone of voice. The best way to describe the late night FM DJ's voice is as the voice of calm and reason. When deliberating on a negotiating strategy or approach, people tend to focus all their energies on what to say or do, but it's how we are, our general demeanor and delivery, that is both the easiest thing to enact and the most immediately effective mode of influence. Our brains don't just process and understand the actions and words of others, but their feelings and intentions too, the social meaning of their behavior and their emotions. On a mostly unconscious level, we can understand the minds of others not through any kind of thinking but through quite literally grasping what the other is feeling. Think of it as a kind of involuntary neurological telepathy, each of us in every given moment signaling to the world around us whether we are ready to play or fight, laugh or cry. When we radiate warmth and acceptance, the conversations just seem to flow. When we enter a room with a level of comfort and enthusiasm, we attract people toward us. Smile at someone on the street, and as a reflex, they'll smile back. Understanding that reflex and putting it into practice is critical to the success of just about every negotiating skill there is to learn. That's why your most powerful tool in any verbal communication is your voice. You can use your voice to intentionally reach into someone's brain and flip an emotional switch. Distrusting to trusting. Nervous to calm. In an instant, the switch will flip just like that with the right delivery. There are essentially 3 voice tones available to negotiators: the late-night FM DJ voice, the positive/playful voice, and the direct or assertive voice. Forget the assertive voice for now, except in very rare circumstances. Using it is like slapping yourself in the face while you're trying to make progress. You're signaling dominance onto your counterpart, who will either aggressively or passive-aggressively push back against attempts to be controlled. Most of the time, you should be using the positive/playful voice. It's the voice of an easygoing, good-natured person. Your attitude is light and encouraging. The key here is to relax and smile while you're talking. A smile, even while talking on the phone, has an impact tonally that the other person will pick up on. The effect these voices have are cross-cultural and never lost in translation. On a vacation to Turkey with his girlfriend, one of our instructors at the Black Swan group was befuddled, not to mention a little embarrassed, that his partner was repeatedly getting better deals in their backstreet haggling sessions at the spice markets in Istanbul. For the merchants in such markets throughout the Middle East, bargaining is an art form. Their emotional intelligence is finely honed, and they'll use hospitality and friendliness in a powerful way to draw you in and create reciprocity that ends in an exchange of money. But it works both ways, as our instructor discovered while observing his girlfriend in action. She approached each encounter as a fun game, so that no matter how aggressively she pushed, her smile and playful demeanor primed her merchant friends to settle on a successful outcome. When people are in a positive frame of mind, they think more quickly and are more likely to collaborate and problem solve instead of fight and resist. It applies to the smiler as much as to the smiley. The smile on your face and in your voice will increase your own mental agility. Playful wasn't the move with Chris Watts. The way the late-night FM DJ voice works is that when you inflect your voice in a downward way, you put it out there that you've got it covered. Talking slowly and clearly, you convey one idea: I'm in control. When you inflect in an upward way, you invite a response. Why? Because you've brought in a measure of uncertainty. You've made a statement sound like a question. You've left the door open for the other guy to take the lead, so I was careful here to be quiet, self-assured. It's the same voice I might use in a contract negotiation when an item isn't up for discussion. If I see a work for hire clause, for example, I might say, we don't do work for hire. Just like that, plain, simple, and friendly. I don't offer up an alternative because it would beg further discussion, so I just make a straightforward declaration. That's how I played it here. I said, Joe's gone. You're talking to me now. Done deal. You can be very direct and to the point as long as you create safety by a tone of voice that says, I'm okay, you're okay, let's figure things out. The tide was turning. Chris Watts was rattled, but he had a few moves left in him. One of the bad guys went down to the basement and collected one of the female bank tellers. She'd disappeared into the bowels of the bank at some point, but Chris Watts and his accomplice hadn't chased after her because they knew she wasn't going anywhere. Now one of the bank robbers dragged her back upstairs and put her on the phone. She said, I'm okay. That's all. I said, who is this? She said, I'm okay. I wanted to keep her talking, so I asked her name, but then, just like that, she was gone. This was a brilliant move on Chris Watts' part. It was a threat, teasing us with a woman's voice, but subtly and indirectly. It was a way for the bad guy to let us know he was calling the shots on his end of the phone without directly escalating the situation. He'd given us a proof of life, confirming that he did indeed have hostages with him who were in decent enough shape. to talk on the phone, but stopped short of allowing us to gather any useful information. He'd managed to take back a measure of control. Mirroring. Chris Watts came back on the phone trying to act like nothing had happened. He was a little rattled, that's for sure, but now he was talking. We've identified every car on the street and talked to all the owners. Except one, I said to Watts. We've got a van out here, a blue and gray van. We've been able to get a handle on the owners of all of the vehicles except this one in particular. Do you know anything about it? The other vehicle's not out there because you guys chased my driver away, he blurted. We chased your driver away? I mirrored. Well, when he seen the police he cut. We don't know anything about this guy, is he the one who was driving the van? I asked. The mirroring continued between me and Watts, then he made a series of damaging admissions. He started vomiting information, as we now refer to it in my consulting business. He talked about an accomplice we had no knowledge of at the time. That exchange helped us nail the driver of the getaway car. Mirroring, also called isopraxism, is essentially imitation. It's another neurobehavior humans and other animals display in which we copy each other to comfort each other. It can be done with speech patterns, body language, vocabulary, tempo, and tone of voice. It's generally an unconscious behavior. We are rarely aware of it when it's happening, but it's a sign that people are bonding, in sync, and establishing the kind of rapport that leads to trust. It's a phenomenon, and now technique, that follows a very basic but profound biological principle. We fear what's different and are drawn to what's similar. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Mirroring, then, when practiced consciously, is the art of insinuating similarity. Trust me, the mirror signals to another's unconscious, you and I, we are alike. Once you're attuned to the dynamic, you'll see it everywhere, couples walking on the street with their steps in perfect synchrony, friends in conversation at a park, both nodding their heads and crossing the legs at about the same time. These people are, in a word, connected. While mirroring is most often associated with forms of nonverbal communication, especially body language, as negotiators, a mirror focuses on the words and nothing else. Not the body language. Not the accent. Not the tone or delivery. Just the words. It's almost laughably simple. For the FBI, a mirror is when you repeat the last 3 words, or the critical 1 to 3 words, of what someone has just said. Of the entirety of the FBI's hostage negotiation skill set, mirroring is the closest one gets to a Jedi mind trick. Simple and yet uncannily effective. By repeating back what people say, you trigger this mirroring instinct and your counterpart will inevitably elaborate on what was just said and sustain the process of connecting. Psychologist Richard Wiseman created a study using waiters to identify what was the more effective method of creating a connection with strangers, mirroring or positive reinforcement. One group of waiters, using positive reinforcement, lavished praise and encouragement on patrons using words such as great, no problem, and sure in response to each order. The other group of waiters mirrored their customers simply by repeating their orders back to them. The results were stunning. The average tip of the waiters who mirrored was 70% more than of those who used positive reinforcement. I decided it was time to hit him with his name to let him know we were on to him. I said, there's a vehicle out here and it's registered to a Chris Watts. He said, okay. Not letting anything on. I said, is he there? Is this you? Are you Chris Watts? It was a stupid question on my part. A mistake. For a mirror to be effective, you've got to let it sit there and do its work. It needs a bit of silence. I stepped all over my mirror. As soon as I said it, I wanted to take it back. Are you Chris Watts? What the hell could this guy say to that? Of course, he replied, no. I'd made a boneheaded move and given Chris Watts a way to dodge this confrontation, but he was nevertheless rattled. Up until this moment, he'd thought he was anonymous. Whatever fantasy he had running through his head, there was a way out for him, a do-over button. Now he knew different. I composed myself, slowed it down a little, and this time shut my mouth after. The mirror, I said, no. You said, okay. Now I had him, I thought. His voice went way up. He ended up blurting a few things out, vomiting more information, and became so flustered he stopped talking to me. Suddenly his accomplice, who we later learned was Bobby Goodwin, came onto the phone. We hadn't heard from this second hostage taker until now. We'd known all along that Chris Watts wasn't acting alone, but we hadn't gotten a good read on how many people he had working with him on this, and now here was his unwitting accomplice, thinking our original police department negotiator was still handling our end. We knew this because he kept calling me Joe, which told us he'd been in the loop early on and somewhat less involved as the stalemate dragged on. At the very least, the disconnect told me these guys weren't exactly on the same page, but I didn't jump to correct him. Another thing, it sounded like this second guy was speaking through a towel or a sweatshirt, like he was biting on some kind of fabric, even going to all these lengths to mask his voice, which meant he was clearly scared. He was nervous, jumpy as hell, anxious over how this standoff was going down. I tried to set him at ease, still with the downward inflecting DJ voice. I said, nobody's going anywhere. I said, nobody's gonna get hurt. After about a minute and a half, the jumpiness seemed to disappear. The muffled voice, too. His voice came through much more clearly as he said, I trust you, Joe. The more I kept this second guy on the phone, the more it became clear he was someplace he did not want to be. Bobby wanted out, and of course, he wanted out without getting hurt. He was already in deep, but he didn't want it to get any deeper. He didn't start out that day planning to rob a bank, but it took hearing my calm voice on the other end of the phone for him to start to see a way out. The 7th largest standing army in the world was at the ready outside the bank doors. That's the size and scope of the NYPD, in full force, and their guns were fixed on him and his partner. Obviously, Bobby was desperate to step out those doors unharmed. I didn't know where Bobby was inside the bank. To this day, I don't know if he managed to step away from his partner, or if he was talking to me in plain sight of Chris Watts. I only know that I had his full attention, and that he was looking for a way to end the standoff, or at least to end his role in it. I learned later that in between phone calls, Chris Watts was busy squirreling cash inside the bank walls. He was also burning piles of cash in full view of the 2 female hostages. On the face of it, this was bizarre behavior, but to a guy like Chris Watts there was a certain logic to it. Apparently, he'd gotten it in his head that he could burn, say, $50,000, and if $300,000 was reported missing, bank officials wouldn't think to go looking for the other $250,000. It was an interesting deception, not exactly clever, but interesting. It showed a weird attention to detail. In his own mind at least, if Chris Watts managed to escape this box he'd made for himself, he could lie low for a while and come back at some future date for the money he'd stashed away, money that would no longer be on the bank's ledgers. What I liked about this second guy, Bobby, was that he didn't try to play any games with me on the phone. He was a straight shooter, so I was able to respond as a straight shooter in kind. The same way I'd get back whatever I put out, he was getting back whatever he was putting out, so I was with him on this. Experience told me all I had to do was keep him talking and he'd come around. We'd find a way to get him out of that bank, with or without Chris Watts. Someone on my team handed me a note to ask him if he wants to come out. I said, do you want to come out first? I paused, remaining silent. I don't know how I'd do it, Bobby said finally. What's stopping you from doing it right now? I asked. How do I do that? He asked again. Tell you what. Meet me out front right now. This was a breakthrough moment for us, but we still had to get Bobby out of there and find a way to let him know that I'd be waiting for him on the other side of the door. I'd given him my word that I would be the one to take his surrender and that he wouldn't get hurt, and now we had to make that happen, and very often it's this implementation phase that can be the most difficult. Our team scrambled to put a plan in place to bring this about. I started putting on bulletproof gear. We surveyed the scene, figuring I could position myself behind one of the big trucks we'd parked out in front of the bank to give me a measure of cover just in case. Then we ran into one of those maddening situations where one hand didn't know what the other was doing. It turned out the bank door had been barricaded from the outside early on in the standoff, the precaution to ensure that none of the bank robbers could flee the scene. We all knew this, of course, on some level, but when the time came for Bobby to give himself up and walk out the door, it's like our brains went into sleep mode. No one on the SWAT team thought to remind anyone on the negotiating team of this one significant detail, so for a couple long beats Bobby couldn't get out, and I got a sick feeling in my stomach that whatever progress we'd just made with this guy would be for nothing. So there we were, scrambling to recover. Soon, two SWAT guys moved forward toward the entrance with ballistic shields, guns drawn to take the locks and the barricade off the door, and at this point they still didn't know what they were facing on the other side. It was a super tense moment. There could have been a dozen guns on these two SWAT guys, but there was nothing for them to do but make their slow approach. Those guys were rock solid. They unlocked the door, backed away, and finally we were good to go. Bobby came out, his hands in the air. I'd walked him through a specific set of instructions on what to do when he came out the door or what to expect. A couple of SWAT guys patted him down. Bobby turned and looked and said, "Where's Chris? Take me to Chris." Finally, they brought him around to me, and we were able to debrief him inside our makeshift command post. This was the first we learned that there was only one other hostage taker inside, and this naturally set the commander off. I didn't learn this until later, but I could see why he would have been angry and embarrassed at this latest turn. All along, he'd been telling the media there were a bunch of bad guys inside, an international assemblage of bad guys, remember. But now that it turned out it was essentially a two-man operation, and one of the bad guys had wanted no part of it, the commander looked like he didn't have a handle on the situation. But like I said, we didn't know about the commander's reaction just yet. All we knew was that we'd just gotten all this new intel, which told us we were closer to achieving our desired outcome than we had just thought. This was a positive development, something to celebrate. With what we now knew, it was going to be a whole lot easier to negotiate our way through the rest of it, and yet this commander was angry. He didn't like that he'd been played, so he turned to one of the guys from NYPD's technical assistance response unit, Toru, and commanded them to get a camera inside the bank, mic, something. Now that I was huddled with Bobby, the commander swapped me out in favor of another primary negotiator on the phone. The new negotiator played it the same way I had a couple of hours earlier, said, "This is Dominic. You're talking to me now." Dominic Messino was a great hostage negotiator, in my view, one of the world's great closers, which was the term often used for the guy brought in to bang out the last details and secure the deal. He didn't get rattled, and he was good at what he did. Matter of fact. Street smart. Dominic plowed ahead. And then, an amazing thing happened, a nearly disastrous amazing thing. As Chris Watts was talking to Dominic, he had an electric tool of some kind burrowing its way through the wall behind him. It was one of our Taru guys trying to get a bag planted inside in precisely the wrong spot at precisely the wrong time. Chris Watts was already rattled. Enough as it was, his partner giving himself up like that and leaving him to play out the siege on his own. And now, to hear our guys drilling through the wall, which just about set him off. He responded like a pit bull backed into a corner. He called Dominic a liar. Dominic was unflappable. He kept his cool as Chris Watts raged on the other end of the phone, and eventually Dominic's cool, calm demeanor brought the guy from a boil to a simmer. In retrospect, it was a fool move to try to get a bag inside the bank at this late stage, born out of frustration and panic. We'd gotten one of the hostage takers out of the bank, but now we'd given back a measure of control. Startling the one remaining hostage taker, who may or may not have been a loose cannon, was absolutely not a good idea. As Dominic went to work smoothing over the situation, Chris Watts switched things up on us. He said, "What if I let a hostage go?" Escape plan. In the back of his mind, this guy thought he could somehow leave the bank without being taken into custody, and now that his getaway driver had fled the scene, he needed access to a vehicle. After it was all over, a couple of other details came clear. We weren't the only ones who had been lied to. Apparently, this lead bank robber hadn't told his partners they were going to rob a bank that morning. It turned out he was a cash courier who serviced the bank, and his partners were under the impression that they were going to burglarize the ATM. They didn't sign up for taking hostages, so we learned that these guys' co-conspirators were also hostages, in a way. They were caught up in a bad situation they didn't see coming, and, in the end, it was this disconnect among the hostage takers that helped us to drive a wedge between them and put an end to the stalemate. Slow. IT. Down. The leader wanted to make us think he and his partners were taking good care of his hostages, but in reality the security guard was out of the picture and the second bank teller had run to the bank basement to hide. Whenever Joe said he wanted to talk to the hostages, the hostage taker would stall and make it seem like there was this frenzy of activity going on inside the bank, going to ridiculous lengths to tell us how much time and energy he and his cohorts were spending on taking good care of the hostages. Very often, the leader would use this as a reason to put Joe on hold or to end a call. He'd say the girls need to go to the bathroom. Or the girls want to call their families. Or the girls want to get something to eat. Joe was doing a good job keeping this guy talking, but he was slightly limited by the negotiating approach that police departments were using at the time. The approach was half MSU, making shit up, and half a sort of sales approach, basically trying to persuade, coerce, or manipulate in any way possible. The problem was we were in too much of a hurry, driving too hard toward a quick solution, trying to be a problem solver and not a people mover. Going too fast is one of the mistakes all negotiators are prone to making. If we are too much in a hurry, people can feel as if they are not being heard and we risk undermining the rapport and trust we've built. There's plenty of research that now validates the passage of time as one of the most important tools for a negotiator. When you slow the process down, you also calm it down. After all, if someone is talking, they're not shooting. We caught a break when the robbers started to make noise about food. Joe was going back and forth with them for a while on what they were going to have and how we were going to get it to them. It became a negotiation in and of itself. We got it all set up, prepared to send the food in on a kind of robot device because that's what this guy was comfortable with, but then he did an about face, said to forget about it. Said they'd found some food inside. So it was just one brick wall after another, one smoke screen after another. It would feel to us like we were making a little progress, then this guy would take an abrupt turn, or hang up on us, or change his mind. Meanwhile, our investigators used the time to run the registration of every one of the dozens of vehicles found nearby on the street, and managed to speak to the owners of every one of them except one, a car belonging to someone named Chris Watts. This became our one and only lead at the time, and as our endless back and forth continued on the phone, we sent a group of investigators to the address on Chris Watts' registration, where they found someone who knew Chris Watts and agreed to come down to the scene of the standoff to possibly identify him. We still didn't have a visual on the inside, so our eyewitness had to be more of an ear witness, and he was able to identify Chris Watts by his voice. We now knew more about our adversary than he thought we knew, which put us at a momentary advantage. We were putting together all the puzzle pieces, but it didn't get us any closer to our end game, which was to determine for sure who was inside the building, to ensure the health and well-being of the hostages, and to get them all out safely, the good guys and the bad guys. The voice. After 5 hours, we were stuck, so the lieutenant in charge asked me to take over. Joe was out, I was in. Basically, it was the only strategic play at our disposal that didn't involve an escalation in force. The man we now knew as Chris Watts had been in the habit of ending his calls abruptly, so my job was to find a way to keep him talking. I switched into my late-night FM DJ voice, deep, soft, slow, and reassuring. I had been instructed to confront Watts as soon as possible about his identity. I also came onto the phone with no warning, replacing Joe, against standard protocol. It was a shrewd move by the NYPD lieutenant to shake things up, but it easily could have backfired. This soothing voice was the key to easing the confrontation. Chris Watts had my voice on the line and cut me off immediately. It said, "Hey, what happened to Joe?" I said, "Joe's gone. This is Chris. You're talking to me now." I didn't put it like a question. I made a downward inflecting statement, Gene. A downward inflecting tone of voice. The best way to describe the late night FM DJ's voice is as the voice of calm and reason. When deliberating on a negotiating strategy or approach, people tend to focus all their energies on what to say or do, but it's how we are, our general demeanor and delivery, that is both the easiest thing to enact and the most immediately effective mode of influence. Our brains don't just process and understand the actions and words of others, but their feelings and intentions too, the social meaning of their behavior and their emotions. On a mostly unconscious level, we can understand the minds of others not through any kind of thinking but through quite literally grasping what the other is feeling. Think of it as a kind of involuntary neurological telepathy, each of us in every given moment signaling to the world around us whether we are ready to play or fight, laugh or cry. When we radiate warmth and acceptance, the conversations just seem to flow. When we enter a room with a level of comfort and enthusiasm, we attract people toward us. Smile at someone on the street, and as a reflex, they'll smile back. Understanding that reflex and putting it into practice is critical to the success of just about every negotiating skill there is to learn. That's why your most powerful tool in any verbal communication is your voice. You can use your voice to intentionally reach into someone's brain and flip an emotional switch. Distrusting to trusting. Nervous to calm. In an instant, the switch will flip just like that with the right delivery. There are essentially 3 voice tones available to negotiators: the late-night FM DJ voice, the positive/playful voice, and the direct or assertive voice. Forget the assertive voice for now, except in very rare circumstances. Using it is like slapping yourself in the face while you're trying to make progress. You're signaling dominance onto your counterpart, who will either aggressively or passive-aggressively push back against attempts to be controlled. Most of the time, you should be using the positive/playful voice. It's the voice of an easygoing, good-natured person. Your attitude is light and encouraging. The key here is to relax and smile while you're talking. A smile, even while talking on the phone, has an impact tonally that the other person will pick up on. The effect these voices have are cross-cultural and never lost in translation. On a vacation to Turkey with his girlfriend, one of our instructors at the Black Swan group was befuddled, not to mention a little embarrassed, that his partner was repeatedly getting better deals in their backstreet haggling sessions at the spice markets in Istanbul. For the merchants in such markets throughout the Middle East, bargaining is an art form. Their emotional intelligence is finely honed, and they'll use hospitality and friendliness in a powerful way to draw you in and create reciprocity that ends in an exchange of money. But it works both ways, as our instructor discovered while observing his girlfriend in action. She approached each encounter as a fun game, so that no matter how aggressively she pushed, her smile and playful demeanor primed her merchant friends to settle on a successful outcome. When people are in a positive frame of mind, they think more quickly and are more likely to collaborate and problem solve instead of fight and resist. It applies to the smiler as much as to the smiley. The smile on your face and in your voice will increase your own mental agility. Playful wasn't the move with Chris Watts. The way the late-night FM DJ voice works is that when you inflect your voice in a downward way, you put it out there that you've got it covered. Talking slowly and clearly, you convey one idea: I'm in control. When you inflect in an upward way, you invite a response. Why? Because you've brought in a measure of uncertainty. You've made a statement sound like a question. You've left the door open for the other guy to take the lead, so I was careful here to be quiet, self-assured. It's the same voice I might use in a contract negotiation when an item isn't up for discussion. If I see a work for hire clause, for example, I might say, we don't do work for hire. Just like that, plain, simple, and friendly. I don't offer up an alternative because it would beg further discussion, so I just make a straightforward declaration. That's how I played it here. I said, Joe's gone. You're talking to me now. Done deal. You can be very direct and to the point as long as you create safety by a tone of voice that says I'm okay, you're okay, let's figure things out. The tide was turning. Chris Watts was rattled, but he had a few moves left in him. One of the bad guys went down to the basement and collected one of the female bank tellers. She'd disappeared into the bowels of the bank at some point, but Chris Watts and his accomplice hadn't chased after her because they knew she wasn't going anywhere. Now one of the bank robbers dragged her back upstairs and put her on the phone. She said, I'm okay. That's all. I said, who is this? She said, I'm okay. I wanted to keep her talking, so I asked her name, but then, just like that, she was gone. This was a brilliant move on Chris Watts' part. It was a threat, teasing us with a woman's voice, but subtly and indirectly. It was a way for the bad guy to let us know he was calling the shots on his end of the phone without directly escalating the situation. He'd given us a proof of life, confirming that he did indeed have hostages with him who were in decent enough shape to talk on the phone, but stopped short of allowing us to gather any useful information. He'd managed to take back a measure of control. Mirroring. Chris Watts came back on the phone trying to act like nothing had happened. He was a little rattled, that's for sure, but now he was talking. We've identified every car on the street and talked to all the owners. Except one, I said to Watts. We've got a van out here, a blue and grey van. We've been able to get a handle on the owners of all of the vehicles except this one in particular. Do you know anything about it? The other vehicle's not out there because you guys chased my driver away, he blurted. We chased your driver away? I mirrored. Well, when he seen the police he cut. We don't know anything about this guy, is he the one who was driving the van? I asked. The mirroring continued between me and Watts, then he made a series of damaging admissions. He started vomiting information, as we now refer to it in my consulting business. He talked about an accomplice we had no knowledge of at the time. That exchange helped us nail the driver of the getaway car. Mirroring, also called isopraxism, is essentially imitation. It's another neurobehavior humans and other animals display in which we copy each other to comfort each other. It can be done with speech patterns, body language, vocabulary, tempo, and tone of voice. It's generally an unconscious behavior. We are rarely aware of it when it's happening, but it's a sign that people are bonding, in sync, and establishing the kind of rapport that leads to trust. It's a phenomenon, and now technique, that follows a very basic but profound biological principle: we fear what's different and are drawn to what's similar. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Mirroring, then, when practiced consciously, is the art of insinuating similarity. Trust me, the mirror signals to another's unconscious, you and I, we are alike. Once you're attuned to the dynamic, you'll see it everywhere: couples walking on the street with their steps in perfect synchrony, friends in Conversation at a park, both nodding their heads and crossing the legs at about the same time. These people are, in a word, connected. While mirroring is most often associated with forms of nonverbal communication, especially body language, as negotiators, a mirror focuses on the words and nothing else. Not the body language. Not the accent. Not the tone or delivery. Just the words. It's almost laughably simple for the FBI. A mirror is when you repeat the last 3 words, or the critical 1 to 3 words, of what someone has just said. Of the entirety of the FBI's hostage negotiation skill set, mirroring is the closest one gets to a Jedi mind trick. Simple and yet uncannily effective. By repeating back what people say, you trigger this mirroring instinct and your counterpart will inevitably elaborate on what was just said and sustain the process of connecting. Psychologist Richard Wiseman created a study using waiters to identify what was the more effective method of creating a connection with strangers, mirroring or positive reinforcement. One group of waiters, using positive reinforcement, lavished praise and encouragement on patrons using words such as great, no problem, and sure in response to each order. The other group of waiters mirrored their customers simply by repeating their orders back to them. The results were stunning. The average tip of the waiters who mirrored was 70% more than of those who used positive reinforcement. I decided it was time to hit him with his name to let him know we were on to him. I said, "There's a vehicle out here and it's registered to a Chris Watts." He said, "Okay." Not letting anything on. I said, "Is he there? Is this you? Are you Chris Watts?" It was a stupid question on my part. A mistake. For a mirror to be effective, you've got to let it sit there and do its work. It needs a bit of silence. I stepped all over my mirror. As soon as I said it, I wanted to take it back. "Are you Chris Watts?" What the hell could this guy say to that? Of course, he replied, "No." I'd made a boneheaded move and given Chris Watts a way to dodge this confrontation, but he was nevertheless rattled. Up until this moment, he'd thought he was anonymous. Whatever fantasy he had running through his head, there was a way out for him, a do-over button. Now he knew different. I composed myself, slowed it down a little, and this time shut my mouth after. "The mirror," I said, "No. You said okay." Now I had him, I thought. His voice went way up. He ended up blurting a few things out, vomiting more information, and became so flustered he stopped talking to me. Suddenly his accomplice, who we later learned was Bobby Goodwin, came onto the phone. We hadn't heard from this second hostage taker until now. We'd known all along that Chris Watts wasn't acting alone, but we hadn't gotten a good read on how many people he had working with him on this, and now here was his unwitting accomplice, thinking our original police department negotiator was still handling our end. We knew this because he kept calling me Joe, which told us he'd been in the loop early on and somewhat less involved as the stalemate dragged on. At the very least, the disconnect told me these guys weren't exactly on the same page, but I didn't jump to correct him. Another thing, it sounded like this second guy was speaking through a towel or a sweatshirt, like he was biting on some kind of fabric, even going to all these lengths to mask his voice, which meant he was clearly scared. He was nervous, jumpy as hell, anxious over how this standoff was going down. I tried to set him at ease, still with a downward inflecting DJ voice. I said, "Nobody's going anywhere. I said, nobody's gonna get hurt." After about a minute and a half, the jumpiness seemed to disappear. The muffled voice, too. His voice came through much more clearly as he said, "I trust you, Joe." The more I kept this second guy on the phone, the more it became clear he was someplace he did not want to be. Bobby wanted out, and of course, he wanted out without getting hurt. He was already in deep, but he didn't want it to get any deeper. He didn't start out that day planning to rob a bank, but it took hearing my calm voice on the other end of the phone for him to start to see a way out. The seventh largest standing army in the world was at the ready outside the bank doors. That's the size and scope of the NYPD, in full force, and their guns were fixed on him and his partner. Obviously, Bobby was desperate to step out those doors unharmed. I didn't know where Bobby was inside the bank. To this day, I don't know if he managed to step away from his partner or if he was talking to me in plain sight of Chris Watts. I only know that I had his full attention and that he was looking for a way to end the standoff, or at least to end his role in it. I learned later that in between phone calls, Chris Watts was busy squirreling cash inside the bank walls. He was also burning piles of cash in full view of the two female hostages. On the face of it, this was bizarre behavior, but to a guy like Chris Watts there was a certain logic to it. Apparently, he'd gotten it in his head that he could burn, say, $50,000, and if $300,000 was reported missing, bank officials wouldn't think to go looking for the other $250,000. It was an interesting deception, not exactly clever, but interesting. It showed a weird attention to detail. In his own mind at least, if Chris Watts managed to escape this box he'd made for himself, he could lie low for a while and come back at some future date for the money he'd stashed away, money that would no longer be on the bank's ledgers. What I liked about this second guy, Bobby, was that he didn't try to play any games with me on the phone. He was a straight shooter, so I was able to respond as a straight shooter in kind. The same way I'd get back whatever I put out, he was getting back whatever he was putting out, so I was with him on this. Experience told me all I had to do was keep him talking and he'd come around. We'd find a way to get him out of that bank, with or without Chris Watts. Someone on my team handed me a note to ask him if he wants to come out. I said, "Do you want to come out first?" I paused, remaining silent. "I don't know how I'd do it," Bobby said finally. "What's stopping you from doing it right now?" I asked. "How do I do that?" he asked again. "Tell you what. Meet me out front right now." This was a breakthrough moment for us, but we still had to get Bobby out of there and find a way to let him know that I'd be waiting for him on the other side of the door. I'd given him my word that I would be the one to take his surrender and that he wouldn't get hurt, and now we had to make that happen, and very often it's this implementation phase that can be the most difficult. Our team scrambled to put a plan in place to bring this about. I started putting on bulletproof gear. We surveyed the scene, figuring I could position myself behind one of the big trucks we'd parked out in front of the bank to give me a measure of cover just in case. Then we ran into one of those maddening situations where one hand didn't know what the other was doing. It turned out the bank door had been barricaded from the outside early on in the standoff, the precaution to ensure that none of the bank robbers could flee the scene. We all knew this, of course, on some level, but when the time came for Bobby to give himself up and walk out the door, it's like our brains went into sleep mode. No one on the SWAT team thought to remind anyone on the negotiating team of this one significant detail, so for a couple long beats Bobby couldn't get out, and I got a sick feeling in my stomach that whatever progress we'd just made with this guy would be for nothing. So there we were, scrambling to recover. Soon, two SWAT guys moved forward toward the entrance with ballistic shields, guns drawn to take the locks and the barricade off the door, and at this point they still didn't know what they were facing on the other side. It was a super tense moment. There could have been a dozen guns on these two SWAT guys, but there was nothing for them to do but make their slow approach. Those guys were rock solid. They unlocked the door, backed away, and finally we were good to go. Bobby came out, his hands in the air. I'd walked him through a specific set of instructions on what to do when he came out the door or what to expect. A couple of SWAT guys patted him down. Bobby turned and looked and said, "Where's Chris? Take me to Chris." Finally, they brought him around to me, and we were able to debrief him inside our makeshift command post. This was the first we learned that there was only one other hostage taker inside, and this naturally set the commander off. I didn't learn this until later, but I could see why he would have been angry and embarrassed at this latest turn. All along, he'd been telling the media there were a bunch of bad guys inside, an international assemblage of bad guys, remember. But now that it turned out it was essentially a two-man operation, and one of the bad guys had wanted no part of it. The commander looked like he didn't have a handle on the situation. But like I said, we didn't know about the commander's reaction just yet. All we knew was that we'd just gotten all this new intel, which told us we were closer to achieving our desired outcome than we had just thought. This was a positive development, something to celebrate. With what we now knew, it was going to be a whole lot easier to negotiate our way through the rest of it, and yet this commander was angry. He didn't like that he'd been played, so he turned to one of the guys from NYPD's technical assistance response unit, Toru, and commanded them to get a camera inside the bank, mic, something. Now that I was huddled with Bobby, the commander swapped me out in favor of another primary negotiator on the phone. The new negotiator played it the same way I had a couple of hours earlier, said, "This is Dominic. You're talking to me now." Dominic Messino was a great hostage negotiator, in my view, one of the world's great closers, which was the term often used for the guy brought in to bang out the last details and secure the deal. He didn't get rattled, and he was good at what he did. Matter of fact. Street smart. Dominic plowed ahead. And then, an amazing thing happened, a nearly disastrous amazing thing. As Chris Watts was talking to Dominic, he had an electric tool of some kind burrowing its way through the wall behind him. It was one of our Taru guys trying to get a bug planted inside in precisely the wrong spot at precisely the wrong time. Chris Watts was already rattled enough as it was, his partner giving himself up like that and leaving him to play out the siege on his own. And now, to hear our guys drilling through the wall, which just about set him off. He responded like a pit bull backed into a corner. He called Dominic a liar. Dominic was unflappable. He kept his cool as Chris Watts raged on the other end of the phone, and eventually Dominic's cool, calm demeanor brought the guy from a boil to a simmer. In retrospect, it was a fool move to try to get a bag inside the bank at this late stage, born out of frustration and panic. We'd gotten one of the hostage takers out of the bank, but now we'd given back a measure of control. Startling the one remaining hostage taker, who may or may not have been a loose cannon, was absolutely not a good idea. As Dominic went to work smoothing over the situation, Chris Watts switched things up on us. He said, "What if I let a hostage go?" This came as if from nowhere. Dominic hadn't even thought to ask, but Chris Watts just offered up one of the tellers like it was no big deal, and to him, at this late stage in the standoff, I guess it wasn't. From his view, such a conciliatory move might buy him enough time to figure out a way to escape. Dominic remained calm but seized on the opportunity. He said he wanted to talk to the hostage first to make sure everything went okay, so Chris Watts tapped one of the women and put her on the phone. The woman had been paying attention and knew there had been some sort of snafu when Bobby wanted to give himself up, so even though she was still completely terrified, she had the presence of mind to ask about the door. I remember thinking this showed a lot of brass, to be terrified, held against your will, roughed up a bit, and to still have your wits about you. She said, "Are you sure you have a key to the front door?" Dominic said, "The front door's open." And it was. Ultimately, what happened was one of the women came out, unharmed, and an hour or so later the other woman followed, also unharmed. We were working on getting the bank guard out, but we couldn't be sure from the accounts of this bank tell us what kind of shape this guy might be in. We didn't even know if he was still alive. They hadn't seen him since first thing that morning. He could have had a heart attack and died. There was just no way to know. But Chris Watts had one last trick up his sleeve. He pulled a fast one on us and out of the blue, offered to come out. Maybe he thought he could catch us off guard one last time. What was strange about his sudden appearance was that he seemed to be looking about, surveying the scene, like he still thought he'd somehow elude capture. Right up until the moment the cops put the handcuffs on him, his gaze was darting back and forth, scanning for some kind of opportunity. The bright lights were on this guy, he was basically surrounded, but somewhere in the back of his scheming, racing mind he still thought he had a chance. It was a long day, but it went down in the books as a success. Nobody was hurt. The bad guys were in custody. And I emerged from the experience humbled by how much more there was to learn, but at the same time awakened to and inspired by the elemental power of emotion, dialogue, and the FBI's evolving toolbox of applied psychological tactics to influence and persuade just about anyone in any situation. In the decades since my initiation into the world of high-stakes negotiations, I've been struck again and again by how valuable these seemingly simple approaches can be. The ability to get inside the head and eventually under the skin of your counterpart depends on these techniques and a willingness to change your approach based on new evidence along the way. As I've worked with executives and students to develop these skills, I always try to reinforce the message that being right isn't the key to a successful negotiation. Having the right mindset is how to confront and get your way without confrontation. I only half-jokingly refer to mirroring as magic or a Jedi mind trick because it gives you the ability to disagree without being disagreeable. To consider just how useful that can be, think of the average workplace. Invariably there is still someone in a position of authority who arrived at that position through aggressive assertiveness, sometimes outright intimidation, with old-school top-down command and control assumptions that the boss is always right. And let's not delude ourselves, whatever the enlightened rules of the new school, in every environment, work or otherwise, you will always have to deal with forceful type A people who prefer consent to collaboration. If you take a pit bull approach with another pit bull, you generally end up with a messy scene and lots of bruised feelings and resentment. Luckily, there's another way without all the mess. It's just 4 simple steps. One of my students experienced the effectiveness of this simple process at her workplace, where her impulsive boss was known for his drive-bys, an infuriating practice by which the boss would suddenly swing by one's office or cubicle unannounced with an urgent, poorly thought out assignment that created a lot of unnecessary work. Past attempts at any kind of debate created immediate pushback. "There's a better way" was always interpreted by this boss as the lazy way. Such a drive-by occurred toward the end of a long consulting engagement, one that had generated literally thousands of documents. The boss, still skeptical of anything digital, wanted the security of paper copies. Popping his head into her office, the boss said, "Let's make 2 copies of all the paperwork." "I'm sorry, 2 copies," she mirrored in response, remembering not only the DJ voice, but to deliver the mirror in an inquisitive tone. The intention behind most mirrors should be, "Please, help me understand." Every time you mirror someone, they will reward what they've said. They will never say it exactly the same way they said it the first time. Ask someone, "What do you mean by that?" and you're likely to incite irritation or defensiveness. A mirror, however, will get you the clarity you want while signaling respect and concern for what the other person is saying. "Yes," her boss responded, "one for us and one for the customer." "I'm sorry, so you are saying that the client is asking for a copy and we need a copy for internal use?" "Actually, I'll check with the client, they haven't asked for anything. But I definitely want a copy. That's just how I do business." "Absolutely," she responded. "Thanks for checking with the customer. Where would you like to store the in-house copy?" "There's no more space in the file room here." "It's fine. You can store it anywhere," he said, slightly perturbed now. "Anywhere," she mirrored again, with calm concern. When another person's tone of voice or body language is inconsistent with his words, a good mirror can be particularly useful. In this case, it caused her boss to take a nice, long pause, something he did not often do. My student sat silent. "As a matter of fact, you can put them in my office," he said, with more composure than he'd had the whole conversation. "I'll get the new assistant to print it for me after the project is done. For now, just create 2 digital backups." A day later her boss emailed and wrote simply, "The 2 digital backups will be fine." Not long after, I received an ecstatic email from this student. I was shocked. I love mirrors. A week of work avoided. Mirroring will make you feel awkward as heck when you first try it. That's the only hard part about it. The technique takes a little practice. Once you get the hang of it, though, it'll become a conversational Swiss Army knife valuable in just about every professional and social setting. Key lessons. The language of negotiation is primarily a language of conversation and rapport, a way of quickly establishing relationships and getting people to talk and think together. Which is why when you think of the greatest negotiators of all time, I've got a surprise for you. Think Oprah Winfrey. Her daily television show was a case study of a master practitioner at work, on a stage face-to-face with someone she has never met, in front of a crowded studio of hundreds, with millions more watching from home, and a task to persuade that person in front of her, sometimes against his or her own best interests, to talk and keep talking, ultimately sharing with the world deep, dark secrets that they had held hostage in their own minds for a lifetime. Look closely at such an interaction after reading this chapter and suddenly you'll see a refined set of powerful skills, a conscious smile to ease the tension, use of subtle verbal and non-verbal language to signal empathy. And thus security, a certain downward inflection in the voice, embrace of specific kinds of questions and avoidance of others, a whole array of previously hidden skills that will prove invaluable to you once you've learned to use them. Here are some of the key lessons from this chapter to remember. A good negotiator prepares, going in to be ready for possible surprises. A great negotiator aims to use her skills to reveal the surprises she is certain to find. Don't commit to assumptions, instead, view them as hypotheses and use the negotiation to test them rigorously. People who view negotiation as a battle of arguments become overwhelmed by the voices in their head. Negotiation is not an act of battle, it's a process of discovery. The goal is to uncover as much information as possible. To quiet the voices in your head is make your soul and all-encompassing focus the other person and what they have to say. Slow it down. Going too fast is one of the mistakes all negotiators are prone to making. If we are too much in a hurry, people can feel as if they are not being heard. You risk undermining the rapport and trust you've built. Put a smile on your face. When people are in a positive frame of mind, they think more quickly and are more likely to collaborate and problem solve instead of fight and resist. Positivity creates mental agility in both you and your counterpart. There are 3 voice tones available to negotiators. 1. The late-night FM DJ voice, used selectively to make a point. Inflect your voice downward, keeping it calm and slow. When done properly, you create an aura of authority and trustworthiness without triggering defensiveness. 2. The positive/playful voice should be your default voice. It's the voice of an easygoing, good-natured person. Your attitude is light and encouraging. The key here is to relax and smile while you're talking. 3. The direct or assertive voice, used rarely, will cause problems and create pushback. Mirrors work magic. Repeat the last 3 words, for the critical 1 to 3 words, of what someone has just said. We fear what's different and are drawn to what's similar. Mirroring is the art of insinuating similarity, which facilitates bonding. Use mirrors to encourage the other side to empathize and bond with. You keep people talking, by your side time to regroup and encourage your counterparts to reveal their strategy. Chapter 3. Don't feel their pain, label it. It was 1998 and I was standing in a narrow hallway outside an apartment on the 27th floor of a high-rise in Harlem. I was the head of the New York City FBI crisis negotiation team, and that day I was the primary negotiator. The investigative squad had reported that at least 3 heavily armed fugitives were holed up inside. Several days earlier, the fugitives had used automatic weapons in a shootout with a rival gang, so the New York City FBI SWAT team was arrayed behind me, and our snipers were on nearby rooftops with rifles trained on the apartment windows. In tense situations like this, the traditional negotiating advice is to keep a poker face. Don't get emotional. Until recently, most academics and researchers completely ignored the role of emotion in negotiation. Emotions were just an obstacle to a good outcome, they said. Separate the people from the problem was the common refrain. But think about that, how can you separate people from the problem? When their emotions are the problem. Especially when they are scared. People with guns. Emotions are one of the main things that derail communication. Once people get upset at one another, rational thinking goes out the window. That's why, instead of denying or ignoring emotions, good negotiators identify and influence them. They are able to precisely label emotions, those of others and especially their own. And once they label the emotions, they talk about them without getting wound up. For them, the emotion is a tool. Emotions aren't the obstacles, they are the means. The relationship between an emotionally intelligent negotiator and their counterpart is essentially therapeutic. It duplicates that of a psychotherapist with a patient. The psychotherapist pokes and prods to understand his patient's problems, and then turns the responses back onto the patient to get him to go deeper and change his behavior. That's exactly what good negotiators do. Getting to this level of emotional intelligence demands opening up your senses, talking less, and listening more. You can learn almost everything you need, and a lot more than other people would like you to know, simply by watching and listening, keeping your eyes peeled and your ears open and your mouth shut. Think about the therapist's couch as you read the following sections. You'll see how a soothing voice, close listening, and a calm repetition of the words of your patient can get you a lot further than a cold, rational argument. It may sound touchy-feely, but if you can perceive the emotions of others, you have a chance to turn them to your advantage. The more you know about someone, the more power you have. Tactical empathy. We had one big problem that day in Harlem, a no telephone number to call into the apartment. So for 6 straight hours, relieved periodically by 2 FBI agents who were learning crisis negotiation, I spoke through the apartment door. I used my late-night FM DJ voice. I didn't give orders in my DJ voice or ask what the fugitives wanted. Instead, I imagined myself in their place. It looks like you don't want to come out, I said repeatedly. It seems like you worry that if you open the door, we'll come in with guns blazing. It looks like you don't want to go back to jail. For 6 hours, we got no response. The FBI coaches loved my DJ voice. But was it working? And then, when we were almost completely convinced that no one was inside, a sniper on an adjacent building radioed that he saw one of the curtains in the apartment move. The front door of the apartment slowly opened. A woman emerged with her hands in front of her. Ha. I continued talking. All three fugitives came out. None of them said a word until we had them in handcuffs. Then I asked them the question that was most nagging me: why did they come out after 6 hours of radio silence? Why did they finally give in? All three gave me the same answer. We didn't want to get caught or get shot, but you calmed us down, they said. We finally believed you wouldn't go away, so we just came out. There is nothing more frustrating or disruptive to any negotiation than to get the feeling you are talking to someone who isn't listening. Playing dumb is a valid negotiating technique, and I don't understand is a legitimate response. But ignoring the other party's position only builds up frustration and makes them less likely to do what you want. The opposite of that is tactical empathy. In my negotiating course, I tell my students that empathy is the ability to recognize the perspective of a counterpart and the vocalization of that recognition. That's an academic way of saying that empathy is paying attention to another human being, asking what they are feeling, and making a commitment to understanding their world. Notice I didn't say anything about agreeing with the other person's values and beliefs or giving out hugs. That's sympathy. What I'm talking about is trying to understand a situation from another person's perspective. One step beyond that is tactical empathy. Tactical empathy is understanding the feelings and mindset of another in the moment and also hearing what is behind those feelings so you increase your influence in all the moments that follow. It's bringing our attention to both the emotional obstacles and the potential pathways to getting an agreement done. It's emotional intelligence on steroids. As a cop in Kansas City, I was curious about how a select handful of veteran cops managed to talk angry, violent people out of fights or to get them to put down their knives and guns. When I asked how they did that, I rarely got more than a shrug. They couldn't articulate what they did. But now I know the answer is tactical empathy. They were able to think from another person's point of view while they were talking with that person and quickly assess what was driving them. Most of us enter verbal combat unlikely to persuade anyone of anything. Because we only know and care about our own goals and perspective. But the best officers are tuned into the other party, their audience. They know that if they empathize, they can mold their audience by how they approach and talk to them. That's why if a corrections officer approaches an inmate expecting him to resist, he often will. But if he approaches exuding calm, the inmate will be much more likely to be peaceful. It seems like wizardry, but it's not. It's just that when the officer has his audience clearly in mind, he can become who he needs to be to handle the situation. Empathy is a classic soft communication skill, but it has a physical basis. When we closely observe a person's face, gestures, and tone of voice, our brain begins to align with theirs in a process called neural resonance, and that lets us know more fully what they think and feel. In an fMRI brain scan experiment, one researchers at Princeton University found that neural resonance disappears when people communicate poorly. The researchers could predict how well people were communicating by observing how much their brains were aligned. And they discovered that people who paid the most attention, good listeners, could actually anticipate what the speaker was about to say before he said it. If you want to increase your neural resonance skills, take a moment right now and practice. Turn your attention to someone who's talking near you or watch a person being interviewed on TV. As they talk, imagine that you are that person. Visualize yourself in the position they describe and put in as much detail as you can, as if you were actually there. But be warned, a lot of classic deal makers will think your approach is soft-headed and weak. Just ask former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. A few years ago during a speech at Georgetown University, Clinton advocated showing respect even for one's enemies. Trying to understand. And, insofar as psychologically possible, empathize with their perspective and point of view. You can predict what happened next. A gaggle of pundits and politicians pounced on her. They called her statement inane and naive, and even a sign she had embraced the Muslim Brotherhood. Some said that she had blown her chances at a presidential run. The problem with all of that hot air is that she was right. Politics aside, the empathy is not about being nice or agreeing with the other side. It's about understanding them. Empathy helps us learn the position the enemy is in, why their actions make sense to them, and what might move them. As negotiators, we use empathy because it works. Empathy is why the three fugitives came out after 6 hours of my late-night DJ voice. It's what helped me succeed at what Sun Tzu called the supreme art of war, to subdue the enemy without fighting. Labeling. Let's go back to the Harlem doorway for a minute. We didn't have a lot to go on, but if you've got three fugitives trapped in an apartment on the 27th floor of a building in Harlem, they don't have to say a word for you to know that they are worried about two things: getting killed and going to jail. So for 6 straight hours in that sweltering apartment building hallway, the two FBI negotiating students and I took turns speaking. We rotated in order to avoid verbal stumbles and other errors caused by tiredness. And we stayed relentlessly on message, all three of us saying the same thing. Now, pay close attention to exactly what we said. It looks like you don't want to come out. It seems like you worry that if you open the door, we'll come in with guns blazing. It looks like you don't want to go back to jail. We employed our tactical empathy by recognizing and then verbalizing the predictable emotions of the situation. We didn't just put ourselves in the fugitives' shoes. We spotted their feelings, turned them into words, and then very calmly and respectfully repeated their emotions back to them. In a negotiation, that's called labeling. Labeling is a way of validating someone's emotion by acknowledging it. Give someone's emotion a name and you show you identify with how that person feels. It gets you close to someone without asking about external factors you know nothing about. How's your family? Think of labeling as a shortcut to intimacy, a time-saving emotional hack. Labeling has a special advantage when your counterpart is tense. Exposing negative thoughts to daylight, it looks like you don't want to go back to jail, makes them seem less frightening. In one brain imaging study, psychology professor Matthew Lieberman of the University of California, Los Angeles, found that when people are shown photos of faces expressing strong emotion, the brain shows greater activity in the amygdala, the part that generates fear. But when they are asked to label the emotion, the activity moves to the areas that govern rational thinking. In other words, labeling an emotion, applying rational words to a fear, disrupts its raw intensity. Labeling is a simple, versatile skill that lets you reinforce a good aspect of the negotiation or diffuse a negative one. But it has very specific rules about form and delivery. That makes it less like chatting than like a formal art such as Chinese calligraphy. For most people, it's one of the most awkward negotiating tools to use. Before they try it the first time, my students almost always tell me they expect their counterpart to jump up and shout, "Don't you dare tell me how I feel." Let me let you in on a secret people never even notice. The first step to labeling is detecting the other person's emotional state. Outside that door in Harlem we couldn't even see the fugitives, but most of the time you'll have a wealth of information from the other person's words, tone, and body language. We call that Trinity: words, music, and dance. The trick to spotting feelings is to pay close attention to changes people undergo when they respond to external events. Most often, those events are your words. If you say, "How is the family?" and the corners of the other party's mouth turn down even when they say it's great, you might detect that all is not well. If their voice goes flat when a colleague is mentioned, there could be a problem between the two, and if your landlord unconsciously fidgets his feet when you mention the neighbors, it's pretty clear that he doesn't think much of them. We'll dig deeper into how to spot and use these cues in Chapter 9. Picking up on these tiny pieces of information is how psychics work. They size up their client's body language and ask him a few innocent questions. When they tell his future a few minutes later, they are really just saying what he wants to hear based on small details they've spotted. More than a few psychics would make good negotiators for that very reason. Once you've spotted an emotion you want to highlight, the next step is to label it aloud. Labels can be phrased as statements or questions. The only difference is whether you end the sentence with a downward or upward inflection. But no matter how they end, labels almost always begin with roughly the same words: it seems like, it sounds like, it looks like. Notice we said it sounds like and not I'm hearing that. That's because the word I gets people's guard up. When you say it right, it says you're more interested in yourself than the other person, and it makes you take personal responsibility for the words that follow and the offense they might cause. But when you phrase a label as a neutral statement of understanding, it encourages your counterpart to be responsive. They'll usually give a longer answer than just yes or no. And if they disagree with the label, that's okay. You can always step back and say, I didn't say that was what it was. I just said it seems like that. The last rule of labeling is silence. Once you've thrown out a label, be quiet and listen. We all have a tendency to expand on what we've said. To finish, it seems like you like the way that shirt looks, with a specific question like, where did you get it? But a label's power is that it invites the other person to reveal himself. If you'll trust me for a second, take a break now and try it out. Strike up a conversation and put a label on one of the other person's emotions. It doesn't matter if you're talking to the mailman or your 10-year-old daughter, and then go silent. Let the label do its work. Neutralize the negative, reinforce the positive. Labeling is a tactic, not a strategy, in the same way a spoon is a great tool for stirring soup, but it's not a recipe. How you use labeling will go a long way in determining your success. Deployed well, it's how we as negotiators identify and then slowly alter the inner voices of our counterparts' consciousness to something more collaborative and trusting. First, let's talk a little human psychology. In basic terms, people's emotions have two levels. The presenting behavior is the part above the surface you can see and hear. Beneath, the underlying feeling is what motivates the behavior. Imagine a grandfather who's grumbly at a family holiday dinner. The presenting behavior is that he's cranky, but the underlying emotion is a sad sense of loneliness from his family never seeing him. What good negotiators do when labeling is address those underlying emotions. Labeling negatives diffuses them, or diffuses them. In extreme cases, labeling positives reinforces them. We'll come back to the cranky grandfather in a moment. First, though, I want to talk a little bit about anger. As an emotion, anger is rarely productive in you or the person you're negotiating with. It releases stress hormones and neurochemicals that disrupt your ability to properly evaluate and respond to situations. And it blinds you to the fact that you're angry in the first place, which gives you a false sense of confidence. That's not to say that negative feelings should be ignored. That can be just as damaging. Instead, they should be teased out. Labeling is a helpful tactic in de-escalating angry confrontations because it makes the person acknowledge their feelings rather than continuing to act out. Early on in my hostage negotiation career, I learned how important it was to go directly at negative dynamics in a fearless but deferential manner. It was to fix a situation I'd created myself. I'd angered the top FBI official in Canada when I entered the country without first alerting him, so he could notify the Department of State, a procedure known as country clearance. I knew I needed to call and assuage him to straighten out the situation, or I risked being expelled. Top guys like to feel on top. They don't want to be disrespected. All the more so when the office they run isn't a sexy assignment. Bless me, Father, for I have sinned, I said when he answered the phone. There was a long pause at the other end of the line. Who is this? He said. Bless me, Father, for I have sinned, I repeated. It's Chris Voss. Again there was a long silence. Does your boss know you're here? I said he did, and crossed my fingers. At this point, the FBI official would have been completely within his rights to tell me to leave Canada immediately. But by mentioning the negative dynamic, I knew I'd diffused it as much as I could. I had a chance. All right, you've got country clearance, he finally said. I'll take care of the paperwork. Try this the next time you have to apologize for a boneheaded mistake. Go right at it. The fastest and most efficient means of establishing a quick working relationship is to acknowledge the negative and diffuse it. Whenever I was dealing with the family of a hostage, I started out by saying I knew they were scared. And when I make a mistake, it's something that happens a lot, I always acknowledge the other person's anger. I found the phrase, "Look, I'm an asshole," to be an amazingly effective way to make problems go away. That approach has never failed me. Let's go back to the cranky grandfather. He's grumpy because he never sees the family and he feels left out. So he's speaking up in his own dysfunctional way to get attention. How do you fix that? Instead of addressing his grumpy behavior, you acknowledge his sadness in a non-judgmental way. You head him off before he can really get started. "We don't see each other all that often," you could say. "It seems like you feel like we don't pay any attention to you and you only see us once a year, so why should you make time for us?" Notice how that acknowledges the situation and labels his sadness. Here you can pause briefly, letting him recognize and appreciate your attempts to understand what he's feeling, and then turn the situation around by offering a positive solution. For us, this is a real treat. We want to hear what you have to talk about. We want to value this time with you because we feel left out of your life. Research shows that the best way to deal with negativity is to observe it, without reaction and without judgment. Then consciously label each negative feeling and replace it with positive, compassionate, and solution-based thoughts. One of my Georgetown University students, a guy named TJ, who worked as an assistant controller at the Washington Redskins, put that lesson to work while he was taking my negotiations class. The economy was in the toilet at the time, and Redskins season ticket holders were leaving in droves to avoid the cost. Worse, the team had been terrible the year before, and off-field player problems were alienating the fans. The team's CFO was getting more worried and cranky by the day, and 2 weeks before the season was to start, he walked by TJ's desk and slammed down a folder full of paper. "Better yesterday than today," he said, and walked away. Inside was a list of 40 season ticket holders who hadn't paid their bills, a USB drive with a spreadsheet about each one's situation, and a script to use when calling them. TJ saw right away that the script was a disaster. It began by saying that his colleagues had been trying to call for months, and the account had been escalated to him. "I wanted to inform you," it read, "that in order to receive your tickets for the upcoming season opener against the New York Giants, you will need to pay your outstanding balance in full prior to September 10th. It was the stupidly aggressive, impersonal, tone-deaf style of communication that is the default for most business. It was all me from TJ, with no acknowledgement of the ticket holder's situation. No empathy. No connection. Just give me the money." Maybe I don't need to say it, but the script didn't work. TJ left messages. No one called back. A few weeks into the class, TJ rewrote the script. These weren't massive changes, then he didn't offer the fans any discounts. What he did was add subtle tweaks to make the call about the fans, their situation, and their love of the team. Now the team was your Washington Redskins, and the purpose of the call was to ensure that the team's most valuable fans, the delinquent customers, would be there at the season opener. The home field advantage created by you each and every Sunday at FedEx Field does not go unnoticed, TJ wrote. He then told them, "In these difficult times, we understand our fans have been hit hard and we are here to work with you," and asked the ticket holders to call back to talk through their unique situation. Though superficially simple, the changes TJ made in the script had a deep emotional resonance with the delinquent ticket holders. It mentioned their debt to the team but also acknowledged the team's debt to them, and by labeling the tough economic times and the stress they were causing, it diffused the biggest negative dynamic, their delinquency, and turned the issue into something solvable. The simple changes masked a complex understanding of empathy on TJ's side. With the new script, TJ was able to set up payment plans with all the ticket holders before the Giants game. And the CFO's next visit? Well, it was far less scarce. Clear the road before advertising the destination. Remember the amygdala, the part of the brain that generates fear in reaction to threats. Well, the faster we can interrupt the amygdala's reaction to real or imaginary threats, the faster we can clear the road of obstacles, and the quicker we can generate feelings of safety, well-being, and trust. We do that by labeling the fears. These labels are so powerful because they bathe the fears in sunlight, bleaching them of their power and showing our counterpart that we understand. Think back to that Harlem landing. I didn't say, "It seems like you want us to let you go." We could all agree on that. But that wouldn't have diffused the real fear in the apartment or shown that I empathized with the grim complexity of their situation. That's why I went right at the amygdala and said, "It seems like you don't want to go back to jail." Once they've been labeled and brought into the open, the negative reactions in your counterpart's amygdala will begin to soften. I promise it. Will shock you how suddenly his language turns from worry to optimism. Empathy is a powerful mood enhancer. The road is not always cleared so easily, so don't be demoralized if this process seems to go slowly. The Harlem high-rise negotiation took 6 hours. Many of us wear fears upon fears, like layers against the cold, so getting to safety takes time. That was the experience of another one of my students, a fundraiser for the Girl Scouts, who backed into naming her counterpart's fears almost accidentally. We are not talking about someone who sold Girl Scout cookies. My student was an experienced fundraiser who regularly got donors to pony up $1,000 to $25,000 a check. Over the years, she'd developed a very successful system to get her clients, usually wealthy women, to open their checkbook. She'd invite a potential donor to her office, serve a few Girl Scouts cookies, walk her through an album of heartwarming snapshots and handwritten letters from projects that matched the woman's profile, and then collect a check when the donor's eyes lit up. It was almost easy. One day, though, she met the immovable donor. Once the woman sat down in her office, my student began to throw out the projects her research had said would fit. But the woman shook her head at one project after another. My student found herself growing perplexed at the difficult donor who had no interest in donating. But she held her emotion in check and reached back to a lesson from my recent class on labeling. "I'm sensing some hesitation with these projects," she said in what she hoped was a level voice. As if she'd been uncorked, the woman exclaimed, "I want my gift to directly support programming for Girl Scouts and not anything else." This helped focus the conversation, but as my student put forth project after project that seemed to fulfill the donor's criteria, all she got was still rejection. Sensing the potential donor's growing frustration and wanting to end on a positive note so that they might be able to meet again, my student used another label. "It seems that you are really passionate about this gift and want to find the right project reflecting the opportunities and life-changing experiences the Girl Scouts gave you." And with that, this difficult woman signed a check without even picking a specific project. "You understand me," she said as she got up to leave. "I trust you'll find the right project." Fear of her money being misappropriated was the presenting dynamic that the first label uncovered. But the second label uncovered the underlying dynamic. Her very presence in the office was driven by very specific memories of being a little Girl Scout and how it changed her life. The obstacle here wasn't finding the right match for the woman. It wasn't that she was this highly finicky, hard-to-please donor. The real obstacle was that this woman needed to feel that she was understood, that the person handling her money knew why she was in that office and understood the memories that were driving her actions. That's why labels are so powerful and so potentially transformative to the state of any conversation. By digging beneath what seems like a mountain of quibbles, details, and logistics, the labels help to uncover and identify the primary emotion driving almost all of your counterparts' behavior, the emotion that, once acknowledged, seems to miraculously solve everything else. Do an accusation audit. On the first day of negotiating class each semester, I match the group through an introductory exercise called 60 Seconds or She Dies. I play a hostage taker and a student has to convince me to release my hostage within a minute. It's an icebreaker that shows me the level of my students, and it reveals to them how much they need to learn. Here's a little secret: the hostage never gets out. Sometimes students jump right in, but finding takers is usually hard because it means coming to the front of the class and competing with the guy who holds all the cards. If I just ask for a volunteer, my students sit on their hands and look away. You've been there. You can almost feel your back muscles tense as you think, oh please, don't call on me. So I don't ask. Instead, I say, in case you're worried about volunteering to role play with me in front of the class, I want to tell you in advance it's going to be horrible. After the laughter dies down, I then say, and those of you who do volunteer will probably get more out of this than anyone else. I always end up with more volunteers than I need. Now, look at what I did. I prefaced the conversation by labeling my audience's fears. How much worse can something be than horrible? I diffuse them and wait, letting it sink in and thereby making the unreasonable seem less forbidding. All of us have intuitively done something close to this thousands of times. You'll start a criticism of a friend by saying, well, I don't want this to sound harsh, hoping that whatever comes next will be softened. Or you'll say, I don't want to seem like an asshole, hoping your counterpart will tell you a few sentences later that you're not that bad. The small but critical mistake this commits is denying the negative. That actually gives it credence. In court, defense lawyers do this properly by mentioning everything their client is accused of and all the weaknesses of their case in the opening statement. They call this technique taking the sting out. What I want to do here is turn this into a process that, applied systematically, you can use to disarm your counterpart while negotiating everything from your son's bedtime to large business contracts. The first step of doing so is listing every terrible thing your counterpart could say about you, in what I call an accusation audit. This idea of an accusation audit is really hard for people to get their minds around. The first time I tell my students about it, they say, oh, my God, we can't do that. It seems both artificial and self-loathing. It seems like it will make things worse. But then I remind them that it's exactly what I did the first day of class when I labeled their fears of the hostage game in advance. And they all admit that none of them knew. As an example, I'm going to use the experience of one of my students, Anna, because I couldn't be more proud at how she turned what she learned in my class into $1 million. At the time, Anna was representing a major government contractor. Her firm had won a competition for a sizable government deal by partnering with a smaller company, let's call it ABC Corporation, whose CEO had a close relationship with the government client representative. Problems started right after they won the contract, though. Because ABC's relationship had been instrumental in winning the deal, ABC felt that it was owed a piece of the pie whether it fulfilled its part of the contract or not. And so, while the contract paid them for the work of 9 people, they continually cut back support. As Anna's company had to perform ABC's work, the relationship between ABC and Anna's company fragmented into vituperative emails and bitter complaining. Facing an already low profit margin, Anna's company was forced into tough negotiations to get ABC to take a cut to 5.5 people. The negotiations left a bitter aftertaste on both sides. The vituperative emails stopped, but then again all emails stopped. And no, communication is always a bad sign. A few months after those painful talks, the client demanded a major rethink on the project and Anna's firm was faced with losing serious money if it didn't get ABC to agree to further cuts. Because ABC wasn't living up to its side of the bargain, Anna's firm would have had strong contractual grounds to cut out ABC altogether. But that would have damaged Anna's firm's reputation with a very important customer and could have led to litigation from ABC. Faced with this scenario, Anna set up a meeting with ABC where she and her partners planned to inform ABC that its pay was being cut to 3 people. It was a touchy situation, as ABC was already unhappy about the first cut. Even though she was normally an aggressive and confident negotiator, worries about the negotiations ruined Anna's sleep for weeks. She needed to extract concessions while improving the relationship at the same time. No easy task, right? To prepare, the first thing Anna did was sit down with her negotiating partner, Mark, and list every negative charge that ABC could level at them. The relationship had gone sour long before, so the list was huge. But the biggest possible accusations were easy to spot. You are the typical prime contractor trying to force out the small guy. You promised us we would have all this work and you reneged on your promise. You could have told us about this issue weeks ago to help us prepare. Anna and Mark then took turns role-playing the two sides, with one playing ABC and the other disarming these accusations with anticipatory labels. You're going to think we are a big, bad prime contractor when we are done, Anna practiced saying slowly and naturally. It seems you feel this work was promised to you from the beginning, Mark said. They trained in front of an observer, honing their pacing, deciding at what point they would label each fear and planning when to include meaningful pauses. It was theater. When the day of the meeting arrived, Anna opened by acknowledging ABC's biggest gripes. We understand that we brought you on board with the shared goal of having you lead this work, she said. You may feel like we have treated you unfairly and that we changed the deal significantly since then. We acknowledge that you believe you were promised this work. This received an emphatic nod from the ABC representatives, so Anna continued by outlining the situation in a way that encouraged the ABC reps to see the firms as teammates, peppering her statements with open-ended questions that showed she was listening. What else is there you feel is important to add to this? By labeling the fears and asking for input, Anna was able to elicit an important fact about ABC's fears, namely that ABC was expecting this to be a high-profit contract because it thought Anna's firm was doing quite well from the deal. This provided an entry point for Mark, who explained that the client's new demands had turned his firm's profits into losses, meaning that he and Anna needed to cut ABC's pay further to 3 people. Angela, one of ABC's representatives, gasped. It sounds like you think we are the big, bad prime contractor trying to push out the small business, Anna said, heading off the accusation before it could be made. No, we don't think that, Angela said, conditioned by the acknowledgement to look for common ground. With the negatives labeled and the worst accusations laid bare, Anna and Mark were able to turn the conversation to the contract. Watch what they do closely, as it's brilliant. They acknowledge ABC's situation while simultaneously shifting the onus of offering a solution to the smaller company. It sounds like you have a great handle on how the government contract should work, Anna said, labeling Angela's expertise. Yes, but I know that's not how it always goes, Angela answered, proud to have her experience acknowledged. Anna then asked Angela how she would amend the contract so that everyone made some money, which pushed Angela to admit that she saw no way to do so without cutting ABC's work account. Several weeks later, the contract was tweaked to cut ABC's payout, which brought Anna's company $1 million that put the contract into the black. But it was Angela's reaction at the end of the meeting that most surprised Anna. After Anna had acknowledged that she had given Angela some bad news and that she understood how angry she must feel, Angela said, "This is not a good situation, but we appreciate the fact that you are acknowledging what happened and we don't feel like you are mistreating us. And you are not the big bad prime." Anna's reaction to how this turned out. Holy crap, this stuff actually works. She's right. As you just saw, the beauty of going right after negativity is that it brings us to a safe zone of empathy. Every one of us has an inherent human need to be understood, to connect with the person across the table. That explains why, after Anna labeled Angela's fears, Angela's first instinct was to add nuance and detail to those fears. And that detail gave Anna the power to accomplish what she wanted from the negotiation. Get a seat and an upgrade on a sold-out flight. Up to this point, we've been building each skill as if they were musical instruments. First, try the saxophone mirror, now here's the bass label, and finally, why don't you blow a note on the French horn of tactical silence? But in a real negotiation, the band all plays together. So you've got to learn how to conduct. Keeping all the instruments playing is really awkward for most people. It seems to go by in such a rush. So what I'm going to do here is play a song at slow speed so you can hear each instrument note by note. I promise you'll quickly see how the skills you have been building play off one another, rising, riffing, falling, and pausing in perfect harmony. Here is the situation. The song Refuel My student Ryan B was flying from Baltimore to Austin to sign a large computer consulting contract. For 6 months, the client representative had gone back and forth on whether he wanted the services, but a major system collapse put the representative in a tight spot with his CEO. To shift the blame, he called Ryan with his CEO on the line and very aggressively demanded to know why it was taking Ryan so long to come in the contract. If Ryan was not there by Friday morning, he said the deal was off. Ryan bought a ticket for the next morning, Thursday, but a freak lightning storm whipped up in Baltimore, closing the airport for 5 hours. It became painfully clear that Ryan wasn't going to make his original connection to Austin from Dallas. Worse, when he called American Airlines just before departing, he found that his connection had been automatically rebooked to 3 p.m. the next day, putting the contract in jeopardy. When Ryan finally got to Dallas at 8 p.m., he ran to the gate where the day's final American Airlines flight to Austin was less than 30 minutes from takeoff. His goal was to get on that flight or, at worst, get an earlier flight the next day. In front of him at the gate, a very aggressive couple was yelling at the gate agent, who was barely looking at them as she tapped on the computer in front of her. She was clearly making every effort not to scream back. After she'd said, "There's nothing I can do," 5 times, the angry couple finally gave up and left. To start, watch how Ryan turns that heated exchange to his advantage. Following on the heels of an argument is a great position for a negotiator because your counterpart is desperate for an empathetic connection. Smile, and you're already an improvement. Hi, Wendy, I'm Ryan. It seems like they were pretty upset. This labels the negative and establishes a rapport based on empathy. This in turn encourages Wendy to elaborate on her situation, words Ryan then mirrors to invite her to go further. Yeah. They missed their connection. We've had a fair amount of delays because of the weather. The weather? After Wendy explains how the delays in the Northeast had rippled through the system, Ryan again labels the negative and then mirrors her answer to encourage her to delve further. It seems like it's been a hectic day. There've been a lot of irate consumers, you know. I mean, I get it, even though I don't like to be yelled at. A lot of people are trying to get to Austin for the big game. The big game. UT is playing Ole Miss football and every flight into Austin has been booked solid. Booked solid. Now let's pause. Up to this point, Ryan has been using labels and mirrors to build a relationship with Wendy. To her it must seem like idle chatter. Though, because he hasn't asked for anything. Unlike the angry couple, Ryan is acknowledging her situation. His words ping-pong between "what's that?" and "I hear you," both of which invite her to elaborate. Now that the empathy has been built, she lets slip a piece of information he can use. Yep, all through the weekend. Though who knows how many people will make the flights. The weather's probably going to reroute a lot of people through a lot of different places. Here's where Ryan finally swoops in with an ask. But notice how he acts, not assertive or coldly logical, but with empathy and labeling that acknowledges a situation and tacitly puts them in the same boat. "Well, it seems like you've been handling the rough day pretty well," he says. "I was also affected by the weather delays and missed my connecting flight. It seems like this flight is likely booked solid, but with what you said, maybe someone affected by the weather might miss this connection. Is there any possibility a seat will be open?" Listen to that riff, a label, tactical empathy, label. And only then a request. At this point, Wendy says nothing and begins typing on her computer. Ryan, who's eager not to talk himself out of a possible deal, engages in some silence. After 30 seconds, Wendy prints a boarding pass and hands it to Ryan, explaining that there were a few seats that were supposed to be filled by people who would now arrive much later than the flight's departure. To make Ryan's success even better, she puts him in economy plus seating. All that in under 2 minutes. The next time you find yourself following an angry customer at a corner store or airplane line, take a moment and practice labels and mirrors on the service person. I promise they won't scream, don't try to control me, and burst into flames, and you might walk away with a little more than you expected. Key lessons. As you try to insert the tools of tactical empathy into your daily life, I encourage you to think of them as extensions of natural human interactions and not artificial conversational tics. In any interaction, it pleases us to feel that the other side is listening and acknowledging our situation. Whether you are negotiating a business deal or simply chatting to the person at the supermarket butcher counter, creating an empathetic relationship and encouraging your counterpart to expand on their situation is the basis of healthy human interaction. These tools, then, are nothing less than emotional best practices that help you cure the pervasive ineptitude that marks our most critical conversations in life. They will help you connect and create more meaningful and warm relationships. That they might help you extract what you want is a bonus. Human connection is the first goal. With that in mind, I encourage you to take the risk of sprinkling this in every conversation you have. I promise you that they will feel awkward and artificial at first, but keep at it. Learning to walk felt awfully strange too. As you internalize these techniques, turning the artifice of tactical empathy into a habit and then into an integral part of your personality, keep in mind these lessons from the chapter you've just read. Imagine yourself in your counterpart's situation. The beauty of empathy is that it doesn't demand that you agree with the other person's ideas. You may well find them crazy. But by acknowledging the other person's situation, you immediately convey that you are listening. And once they know that you are listening, they may tell you something that you can use. The reasons why a counterpart will not make an agreement with you are often more powerful than why they will make a deal, so focus first on clearing the barriers to agreement. Denying barriers or negative influences gives them credence. Get them into the open. Pause. After you label a barrier or mirror a statement, let it sink in. Don't worry, the other party will fill the silence. Label your counterpart's fears to diffuse their power. We all want to talk about the happy stuff, but remember, the faster you interrupt action in your counterpart's amygdala, the part of the brain that generates fear, the faster you can generate feelings of safety, well-being, and trust. List the worst things that the other party could say about you and say them before the other person can. Performing an accusation audit in advance prepares you to head off negative dynamics before they take root. And because these accusations often sound exaggerated when said aloud, speaking them will encourage the other person to claim that quite the opposite is true. Remember, you're dealing with a person who wants to be appreciated and understood. So use labels to reinforce and encourage positive perceptions and dynamics. Chapter 4. Beware yes, master no. Let me paint a scenario we've all experienced. You're at home just before dinner and the phone rings. It is no surprise the telemarketer. He wants to sell you magazine subscriptions, water filters, frozen Argentine beef. To be honest, it doesn't matter, as the script is always the same. After butchering your name and engaging in some disingenuous pleasantries, he launches into his pitch. The hard sell that comes next is a scripted flowchart designed to cut off your escape routes as it funnels you down a path with no exit. But yes. Do you enjoy a nice glass of water from time to time? Well, yes, but me too. And like me, I bet you like crisp, clean water with no chemical aftertaste, like Mother Nature made it. Well, yes, but who is this guy with a fake smile in his voice? You wonder, who thinks he can trick you into buying something you don't want? You feel your muscles tighten, your voice go defensive, and your heart rate accelerate. You feel like his prey, and you are. The last thing you want to do is say yes, even when it's the only way to answer, do you drink water? Compromise and concession, even to the truth, feels like defeat. And no, well, no, it feels like salvation, like an oasis. You're tempted to use no when it's blatantly untrue, just to hear its sweet sound. No, I do not need water, carbon filtered or otherwise. I'm a camel. Now let's think about this selling technique. It's designed to get to yes at all costs, as if no were death. And for many of us it is. We have all these negative connotations with no. We talk about the rejection of no, about the fear of hearing it. No is the ultimate negative word. But at the end of the day, yes is often a meaningless answer that hides deeper objections, and maybe is even worse. Pushing hard for yes doesn't get a negotiator any closer to a win, it just angers the other side. So if yes can be so damn uncomfortable, and no such a relief, why have we fetishized one and demonized the other? We have it backward. For good negotiators, no is pure gold. That negative provides a great opportunity for you and the other party to clarify what you really want by eliminating what you don't want. No is a safe choice that maintains the status quo, it provides a temporary oasis of control. At some point in their development, all negotiators have to come to grips with no. When you come to realize the real psychological dynamic behind it, you love the word. It's not just that you lose your fear of it, but that you come to learn what it does for you and how you can build deals out of it. Yes and maybe are often worthless. But no always alters the conversation. No restarts the negotiation. My fascination with no in all its beautiful nuance began with a conversation I had a few months before my negotiation career began. I started my career with the Bureau as a member of the FBI SWAT team in the Pittsburgh division, but after nearly 2 years I was transferred to New York, where the FBI attached me to the Joint Terrorism Task Force, JTTF. It was an amazing post. We spent our days and nights tracking suspected terrorists, investigating their cells, and assessing whether or how they might strike. We were untying knots of human anger in the midst of America's biggest city, making life and death decisions on who was dangerous and who was just blowing hot air. The work fascinated me. Ever since my first days with the Bureau, I had been obsessed with crisis response. The immediacy of the task enthralled me. The stakes were high. Lives hung in the balance. The emotional terrain was complex, changing, and often conflicting. 2. Successfully gain a hostage's safe release, the negotiator had to penetrate the hostage taker's motives, state of mind, intelligence, and emotional strengths and weaknesses. The negotiator played the role of bully, conciliator, enforcer, savior, confessor, instigator, and peacemaker, and that's just a few of the parts. I thought I was cut out for every one of them. A few weeks after I got to Manhattan, I showed up at the desk of Amy Bondaro, who ran the FBI's crisis negotiation team in New York. I didn't know beans about negotiating, so I went for the direct approach. I won't be a hostage negotiator, I said. Everyone does. Got any training? She asked. No, I said. Any credentials? Nope. I answered. Any experience? She asked. No, I answered. Do you have a degree in psychology, sociology, anything at all related to negotiation? No. Looks like you answered your own question, she said. No. Now go away. Go away? I protested. Really? Yep. As in, leave me alone. Everybody wants to be a hostage negotiator, and you have no resume, experience, or skills. So what would you say in my position? You got it. No, I paused in front of her, thinking, this is not how my negotiating career ends. I had stared down terrorists, I wasn't going to just leave. Come on, I said. There has to be something I can do. Amy shook her head and gave one of those ironic laughs that mean the person doesn't think you've got a snowball's chance in hell. I'll tell you what. Yes, if there is something you can do, volunteer at a suicide hotline. Then come talk to me. No guarantees, got it, she said. Now, seriously, go away. My conversation with Amy kicked off my awareness of the complex and hidden subtleties of conversation, the power of certain words, the seemingly unintelligible emotional truths that so often underlie intelligible exchanges. A trap into which many fall is to take what other people say literally. I started to see that while people played the game of conversation, it was in the game beneath the game where few played that all the leverage lived. In our chat, I saw how the word no, so apparently clear and direct, really wasn't so simple. Over the years, I've thought back repeatedly to that conversation, replaying how Amy so quickly turned me down again and again. But her no's were just the gateway to yes. They gave her and me the time to pivot, adjust, and re-examine, and actually created the environment for the one yes that mattered. While assigned to the JTTF, I worked with an NYPD lieutenant named Martin. He had a hard shell, and whenever asked for anything he responded with a terse negative. After I'd gotten to know him a bit, I asked him why. Chris, he said proudly, the lieutenant's job is to say no. At first, I thought that sort of automated response signaled a failure of imagination. But then I realized I did the same thing with my teenage son, and that after I'd said no to him, I often found that I was open to hearing what he had to say. That's because having protected myself, I could relax and more easily consider the possibilities. No is the start of the negotiation, not the end of it. We've been conditioned to fear the word no. But it is a statement of perception far more often than of fact. It seldom means I have considered all the facts and made a rational choice. Instead, no is often a decision, frequently temporary, to maintain the status quo. Change is scary, and no provides a little protection from that scariness. Jim Camp, in his excellent book, Start with a No, one counsels the reader to give their adversary, his word for counterpart, permission to say no from the outset of a negotiation. He calls it the right to veto. He observes that people will fight to the death to preserve their right to say no, so give them that right and the negotiating environment becomes more constructive and collaborative almost immediately. When I read Camp's book, I realized this was something we'd known as hostage negotiators for years. We'd learned that the quickest way to get a hostage taker out was to take the time to talk them out, as opposed to demanding their surrender. Demanding their surrender, telling them to come out, always ended up creating a much longer standoff and occasionally actually contributed to death. It comes down to the deep and universal human need for autonomy. People need to feel in control. When you preserve a person's autonomy by clearly giving them permission to say no to your ideas, the emotions come, the effectiveness of the decisions go up, and the other party can really look at your proposal. They are allowed to hold it in their hands, to turn it around. And it gives you time to elaborate or pivot in order to convince your counterpart that the change you're proposing is more advantageous than the status quo. Great negotiators seek no because they know that's often when the real negotiation begins. Politely saying no to your opponent. We'll go into this in more depth in Chapter 9. Calmly hearing no and just letting the other side know that they are welcome to say no has a positive impact on any negotiation. In fact, your invitation for the other side to say no has an amazing power to bring down barriers and allow for beneficial communication. This means you have to train yourself to hear no as something other than rejection and respond accordingly. When someone tells you no, you need to rethink the word in one of its alternative and much more real meanings. I am not yet ready to agree. You are making me feel uncomfortable. I do not understand. I don't think I can afford it. I want something else. I need more information, or I want to talk it over with someone else. Then, after pausing, ask solution-based questions or simply label their effect. What about this doesn't work for you? What would you need to make it work? It seems like there's something here that bothers you. People have a need to say no. So don't just hope to hear it at some point, get them to say it early. Persuade in their world. I'd like to present you with a guy named Joe, businessman, as he readies himself for a negotiation. You've met him before. He's the prepared type, with all his getting to yes strategies written out and memorized. And he's more than ready to unleash them on the guy across the table. Joe pauses to look at his expensive suit in the mirror, fantasizing about the impressive things he'll say and the fancy charts and graphs that'll back up those things and leave his counterpart, his opponent, vanquished and in defeat. He is Russell Crowe in Gladiator. He is the man. Now allow me to let you in on a secret. None of that preparation will mean a damn thing. His negotiation style is all me, ego, ego, ego. And when the people on the other side of the table pick up those signals, they are going to decide that it's best to politely, even furtively, ignore this Superman by saying yes. Have, you say. Sure, the word they'll say right off is yes, but that word is only a tool to get this blowhard to go away. They'll whistle out later claiming changing conditions, budget issues, the weather. For now, they just want to be released. Because Joe isn't convincing them of anything, he's only convincing himself. I'll let you in on a secret. There are actually 3 kinds of yes: counterfeit, confirmation, and commitment. A counterfeit yes is one in which your counterpart plans on saying no, but either feels yes is an easier escape route or just wants to disingenuously keep the conversation going to obtain more information or some other kind of edge. A confirmation yes is generally innocent, the reflexive response to a black or white question. It's sometimes used to lay a trap, but mostly it's just simple affirmation with no promise of action. And a commitment yes is the real deal. It's a true agreement that leads to action, a yes at the table that ends with a signature on the contract. The commitment yes is what you want, but the 3 types sound almost the same, so you have to learn how to recognize which one is being used. Human beings the world over are so used to being pursued for the commitment yes as a condition to find out more that they have become masters at giving the counterfeit yes. That's what the people facing Joe businessman are doing, dangling the counterfeit yes so they can hear more. Whether you call it buy-in or engagement or something else, good negotiators know that their job isn't to put on a great performance but to gently guide their counterpart to discover their goal as his own. Let me tell you, I learned that the hard way. 2 months after talking with Amy, I started answering phones for Helpline, the crisis hotline founded by Norman Vincent Peale. The basic rule was that you couldn't be with anybody on the phone for more than 20 minutes. If you did your job, it wasn't going to take you longer than that to get them to a better place. We had a thick book of organizations we referred them to for help. It was a paramedic approach. Patch them up and send them on their way. But people in crisis only accounted for about 40% of the calls we got. The majority of the calls came from frequent callers. These are highly dysfunctional people, energy vampires whom no one else would listen to anymore. We kept a list of frequent callers, and when you got one, the first thing you had to do was check to see if the person had called that day, because they were only allowed 1 call a day. They knew it too. A lot of times, they'd say, "Yes, I'm Eddie. I haven't called yet today." Go ahead and check the list. You got to talk to me. Since I was there primarily to learn a skill, I loved the frequent callers. They were a problem, and I loved trying to figure them out. I felt I had some talent at it. I felt like a superstar. When it came time for my performance review, they assigned me a shift supervisor named Jim Snyder. Jim was a hotline veteran and a sweetheart. The only problem was he always wanted to joke around. Jim understood that. Volunteer burnout was the biggest problem at a hotline, so he dedicated his time to making work fun. I became good friends with Jim. For my review, Jim waited until I got a call and went into the monitoring room where the supervisors could listen to our calls. The call was from one of my frequent clients, a cabbie with a fear of going outside and plenty of time to tell me about it. This energy vampire, his name was Darryl, launched into his shtick about how he was going to lose his house and with it his will to live if he couldn't work. Seriously, when was the last time someone tried to hurt you on the streets? I asked. Well, I mean, it's been a long time, Darryl said. Like, I can't really remember a date, Chris. Maybe a year, I guess. So it's safe to say that the outside world hasn't been too hard on you, right? Yes, Darryl said. I suppose so. We went back and forth like this for a while, as I made him admit that most of us had little to fear in the world. I was feeling good about my new skills, about listening to Darryl and then carefronting him, which was the slightly goofy name we gave to assertively, but caringly, responding to frequent callers. It was all flowing, and our rapport was great. I even got Darryl to laugh a few times. By the time I was done with him, he couldn't give me one reason not to step outside. "Thank you, Chris," Daryl said just before he hung up. "Thanks for doing such a great job." Before I went to see Jim, I leaned back in my chair and basked in that compliment. How often do you get that from a man in pain, I thought. Then I sprang up and strode toward the monitoring room, so proud I was practically buffing my nails on my shirt and patting my own back. Jim motioned me to the chair in front of him and gave me his biggest smile. I must have returned it with twice the wattage. "Well, Chris," he said, still smiling. That was one of the worst calls I ever had. I stared at him, gape-jawed. "Jim, did you hear Daryl congratulate me?" I asked. "I talked him down, man. I killed it." Jim smiled. I hated that smile right then, and nodded. "That's one of the signs, because they should be congratulating themselves when they get off the line," he said. "They don't need to be congratulating you. That tells me you did too much. If they think you did it, if you are the guy who killed it, how is he going to help himself?" I don't want to be harsh, but you are horrible. As I listened to what Jim said, I felt that acid stomach rush you get when you are forced to accept that the guy dumping on you is completely right. Daryl's response had been a kind of yes, but it had been anything but a true commitment yes. He'd made no promise to action. His yes had been designed to make me feel good enough to leave him alone. Daryl may not have known it, but his yes was as counterfeit as they came. You see, that whole call had been about me and my ego and not the caller. But the only way to get these callers to take action was to have them on the conversation, to believe that they were coming to these conclusions, to these necessary next steps, and that the voice at the other end was simply a medium for those realizations. Using all your skills to create rapport, agreement, and connection with a counterpart is useful, but ultimately that connection is useless unless the other person feels that they are equally as responsible, if not solely responsible, for creating the connection and the new ideas they have. I nodded slowly. The fight drained out of me. "One of the worst calls," I said to Jim. "That's right." I worked hard at reorienting myself from that point on. I asked so many questions and read so much about it that soon they had me teaching 2 classes for new volunteers at Helpline, the opening class on active listening and the one on carefrontation. "Got it, you say? It's not about me. We need to persuade from their perspective, not ours." "But how?" "By starting with their most basic wants. In every negotiation, in every agreement, the result comes from someone else's decision. And sadly, if we believe that we can control or manage others' decisions with compromise and logic, we are leaving millions on the table. But while we can't control others' decisions, we can influence them by inhabiting their world and seeing and hearing exactly what they want. Though the intensity may differ from person to person, you can be sure that everyone you meet is driven by 2 primal urges, the need to feel safe and secure, and the need to feel in control. If you satisfy those drives, you're in the door. As we saw with my chat with Daryl, you're not going to logically convince them that they are safe, secure, or in control. Primal needs are urgent and illogical, so arguing them into a corner is just going to push your counterpart to flee with a counterfeit yes. And being nice in the form of feigned sympathy is often equally as unsuccessful. We live in an age that celebrates niceness under various names. We are exhorted to be nice and to respect people's feelings at all times and in every situation. But nice alone in the context of negotiation can backfire. Nice, employed as a ruse, is disingenuous and manipulative. Who hasn't received the short end of the stick in dealings with a nice salesman who took you for a ride? If you rush in with plastic niceness, your bland smile is going to dredge up all that baggage. Instead of getting inside with logic or feigned smiles, then we get there by asking for no. It's the word that gives the speaker feelings of safety and control. No starts conversations and creates safe havens to get to the final yes of commitment. An early yes is often just a cheap, counterfeit dodge. About 5 months after she told me to go away, I stopped by Amy Bondaro's office and told her that I'd volunteered at Helpline. You did? She asked, smiling with surprise. I tell everybody to do that. And nobody ever does. It turned out that Amy had started her negotiating career by volunteering at the same place. She started naming people who are now mutual friends of ours. We laughed about Jim. In a sudden shift, Amy stopped speaking and stared at me. I shifted in my shoes as she gave me the pose. Then she smiled. You get the next position. At that time, there were 5 other people aiming for the same slot, people who had psychology degrees, experience, and credentials. But I was on the road to the next hostage negotiation training course at the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia, ahead of everybody else. My career as a negotiator had officially begun. No peace protection. Think back to the telemarketer at the beginning of this chapter. The obvious reply to his question, do you enjoy a nice glass of water, is yes. But all you want to do is scream or no. After a question like that, you just know the rest of the phone call is going to be painful. That, in a nutshell, distills the inherent contradictions in the values we give yes and no. Whenever we negotiate, there's no doubt we want to finish with a yes. But we mistakenly conflate the positive value of that final yes with a positive value of yes in general. And because we see no as the opposite of yes, we then assume that no is always a bad thing. Nothing could be further from the truth. Saying a no gives the speaker the feeling of safety, security, and control. You use a question that prompts a no answer, and your counterpart feels that by turning you down he has proved that he's in the driver's seat. Good negotiators welcome, even invite a solid no to start as a sign that the other party is engaged and thinking. Gun for a yes straight off the bat, though, and your counterpart gets defensive, worried, and skittish. That's why I tell my students that if you're trying to sell something, don't start with, do you have a few minutes to talk? Instead ask, is now a bad time to talk? Either you get yes, it is a bad time, followed by a good time or a request to go away, or you get no, it's not, and total focus. As an exercise, the next time you get a telemarketing call, write down the questions the seller asks. I promise you'll find that your level of discomfort correlates directly to how quickly he pushes you for yes. My colleague Marty Ivo-Zeiser was the one who first opened my eyes to why no was better than yes. Marty was the FBI's crisis negotiation coordinator in Pittsburgh at the time. She was a dynamo and a negotiating genius, which earned her huge respect both within the bureau and with the local police. But human beings are innately jealous, and her immediate supervisor was no exception to that rule. Her success diminished him, and that made her a threat. His jealousy got the better of him when the Pittsburgh Police Department's hostage negotiation team asked her to sit on the selection board for their new candidates. Picking her, and doing so over her boss, was an unprecedented move. So her boss decided to remove her from her position. For ignoring her regular duties, he said. But really it was for being a threat. When Marty sat down with her supervisor for her official dismissal, her options were few. He had every right to do as he pleased. Marty told me that she considered a variety of scenarios. She thought about going right at his jealousy and hashing it out, or explaining how the job would reflect well on the bureau. Would you like our office to be honored for its expertise? But by the time she sat down with him, she had picked one of the most strongly worded, no-oriented setup questions I have ever had. Do you want the FBI to be embarrassed? She said. No, he answered. What do you want me to do? She responded. He leaned back in his chair, one of those 1950s faux leather numbers that squeak meaningfully when the seater shifts. He stared at her over his glasses and then nodded ever so slightly. He was in control. Look, you can keep the position, he said. Just go back out there and don't let it interfere with your other duties. And a minute later Marty walked out with her job intact. When I heard Marty do that, I was like a bang. By pushing forward no, Marty nudged her supervisor into a zone where he was making the decisions. And then she furthered his feelings of safety and power with a question inviting him to define her next move. The important thing here is that Marty not only accepted that no, she searched it out and embraced it. At a recent sales conference, I asked the participants for the one word they all dread. The entire group yelled a no. To them, then to almost everyone, no means one thing, the end of discussion. But that's not what it means. No is not failure. Used strategically, it's an answer that opens the path forward. Getting to the point where you're no longer horrified by the word no is a liberating moment that every negotiator needs to reach. Because if your biggest fear is no, you can't negotiate. You're the hostage of the yes. You're handcuffed. You're done. So let's address a no. It's a reaffirmation of autonomy. It is not a use or abuse of power. It is not an act of rejection. It is not a manifestation of stubbornness. It is not the end of the negotiation. In fact, no often opens the discussion up. The sooner you say no, the sooner you're willing to see options and opportunities that you were blind to previously. Saying no often spurs people to action because they feel they've protected themselves and now see an opportunity slipping away. Since I've demystified no for myself, I found the ideas, perceptions, and baggage that people have with that two-letter word to be fascinating. To me, it's like watching a movie or a music video from the 1980s for the umpteenth time. You can identify with the experience while simultaneously being conscious of the fact that the world and you have moved on. Today, I coach my students to learn to see no for what it is. Rather than harming them or those they negotiate with, no protects and benefits all parties in an exchange. No creates safety, security, and the feeling of control. It's a requirement to implementable success. It's a pause, a nudge, and a chance for the speaker to articulate what they do want. As you can see, no has a lot of skills. No allows the real issues to be brought forth. No protects people from making and lets them correct ineffective decisions. No slows things down so that people can freely embrace their decisions and the agreements they enter into. No helps people feel safe, secure, emotionally comfortable, and in control of their decisions. No moves everyone's efforts forward. One of my grad school students, a political fundraiser named Ben Ottenhoff, drove home this lesson with a bang. For years, he'd been using a traditional yes pattern fundraising script to raise money for Republican congressional candidates. Fundraiser: hello, can I speak with Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith: yes, this is he. Fundraiser: I'm calling from the XYZ committee, and I wanted to ask you a few important questions about your views on our economy today. Do you believe that gas prices are currently too high? Mr. Smith: yes, gas prices are much too high and hurting my family. Fundraiser: do you believe that the Democrats are part of the problem when it comes to high gas prices? Mr. Smith: yes, President Obama is a bad person. Fundraiser: do you think we need change in November? Mr. Smith: yes, I do. Fundraiser: can you give me your credit card number so you can be a part of that change? In theory at least, the yes answers built up a reservoir of positivity that exploded into donations when requested at the end of the script. The problem, in reality, was that the yes pattern scripts had been giving poor rates of return for years. All the steps were yes, but the final answer was invariably no. Then Ben read Jim Camp's book Start With a No in my class and began to wonder if no could be a tool to boost donations. Ben knew that giving the potential donors a no hard feelings way to get off the call was going to be a tough sell to his grassroots fundraisers because it goes against everything they had been trained to do. But Ben's a smart guy, so instead of totally swapping scripts, he had a small group of his grassroots guys test market a no-oriented script. Fundraiser: hello, can I speak with Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith: yes, this is he. Fundraiser: I'm calling from the XYZ committee, and I wanted to ask you a few important questions about your views on our economy today. Do you feel that if things stay the way they are, America's best days are ahead of it? Smith, no, things will only get worse. Fundraiser, are you going to sit and watch President Obama take the White House in November without putting up a fight? Smith, no, I'm going to do anything I can to make sure that doesn't happen. Fundraiser, if you want to do something today to make sure that doesn't happen, you can give to XYZ committee, which is working hard to fight for you. See how clearly that swaps yes for no and offers to take a donation if Mr. Smith wants. It puts Mr. Smith in the driver's seat, he's in charge. And it works. In a truly remarkable turnaround, the no-oriented script got a 23% better rate of return. The only sad part of Ben's tale is that despite the huge improvement in results, he couldn't roll out the script to all his fundraisers. It went against fundraising orthodoxy, and long-time fundraisers like the fake comfort of that yes. Genius is often missed the first time around, right? One negotiating genius who's impossible to miss is Mark Cuban, the billionaire owner of the Dallas Mavericks. I always quote to my students one of his best lines on negotiation: every no gets me closer to a yes. But then I remind them that extracting those no's on the road to yes isn't always easy. There is a big difference between making your counterpart feel that they can say no and actually getting them to say it. Sometimes, if you're talking to somebody who is just not listening, the only way you can crack their cranium is to antagonize them into no. One great way to do this is to mislabel one of the other party's emotions or desires. You say something that you know is totally wrong, like, so it seems that you really are eager to leave your job when they clearly want to stay. That forces them to listen and makes them comfortable correcting you by saying, no, that's not it. This is it. Another way to force a no in a negotiation is to ask the other party what they don't want. Let's talk about what you would say no to you'd say. And people are comfortable saying a no here because it feels like self-protection. And once you've gotten them to say no, people are much more open to moving forward toward new options and ideas. No, or the lack thereof, also serves as a warning, the canary in the coal mine. If despite all your efforts, the other party won't say no, you're dealing with people who are indecisive or confused or who have a hidden agenda. In cases like that, you have to end the negotiation and walk away. Think of it like this: no means no go. Email magic, how never to be ignored again. There's nothing more irritating than being ignored. Being turned down is bad, but getting no response at all is the pits. It makes you feel invisible, as if you don't exist. And it's a waste of your time. We've all been through it. You send an email to someone you're trying to do business with and they ignore you. Then you send a polite follow-up and they stonewall you again. So what do? You provoke a no with this one-sentence email. Have you given up on this project? The point is that this one-sentence email encapsulates the best of no-oriented questions and plays on your counterpart's natural human aversion to loss. The no answer the email demands offers the other party the feeling of safety and the illusion of control while encouraging them to define their position and explain it to you. Just as importantly, it makes the implicit threat that you will walk away on your own terms. To stop that from happening, to cut their losses and prove their power, the other party's natural inclination is to reply immediately and disagree. No, our priorities haven't changed. We've just gotten bogged down and if you're a parent, you already use this technique instinctively. What do you do when your kids won't leave the house/park/mall? You say, fine. I'm leaving, and you begin to walk away. I'm going to guess that well over half the time they yell, no, wait, and run to catch up. No one likes to be abandoned. Now, this may seem like a rude way to address someone in business, but you have to get over that. It's not rude, and though it's direct, it's cloaked with the safety of a no. Ignoring you is what's rude. I can tell you that I've used this successfully not just in North America, but with people in two different cultures, Arabic and Chinese, famous for never saying no. Key lessons. Using this chapter's tools in daily life is difficult for many people because they go directly against one of society's biggest social dictums. That is, be nice. We've instrumentalized niceness as a way of greasing the social wheels, yet it's often a ruse. We are polite and we don't disagree to get through daily existence with the least degree of friction. But by turning niceness into a lubricant, we've leached it of meaning. A smile and a nod might signify, get me out of here, as much as it means, nice to meet you. That's death for a good negotiator who gains their power by understanding their counterpart's situation and extracting information about their counterpart's desires and needs. Extracting that information means getting the other party to feel safe and in control. And while it may sound contradictory, the way to get there is by getting the other party to disagree, to draw their own boundaries, to define their desires as a function of what they do not want. As you try to put the chapter's methods to use, I encourage you to think of them as the anti-niceness rules. Not in the sense that they are unkind, but in the sense that they are authentic. Triggering no peels away the plastic falsehood of yes and gets you to what's really at stake. Along the way, keep in mind these powerful lessons. Break the habit of attempting to get people to say yes. Being pushed for yes makes people defensive. Our love of hearing yes makes us blind to the defensiveness we ourselves feel when someone is pushing us to say it. No is not a failure. We have learned that no is the anti-yes and therefore a word to be avoided at all costs. But it really often just means wait or I'm not comfortable with that. Learn how to hear it calmly. It is not the end of the negotiation, but the beginning. Yes is the final goal of a negotiation, but don't aim for it at the start. Asking someone for yes too quickly in a conversation, do you like to drink water, Mr. Smith? Gets his guard up and paints you as an untrustworthy salesman. Saying no makes the speaker feel safe, secure, and in control, so trigger it. By saying what they don't want, your counterpart defines their space and gains the confidence and comfort to listen to you. That's why it is now a bad time to talk is always better than do you have a few minutes to talk. Sometimes the only way to get your counterpart to listen and engage with you is by forcing them into a no. That means intentionally mislabeling one of their emotions or desires or asking a ridiculous question like, it seems like you want this project to fail, that can only be answered negatively. Negotiate in their world. Persuasion is not about how bright or smooth or forceful you are. It's about the other party convincing themselves that the solution you want is their own idea. So don't beat them with logic or brute force. Ask them questions that open paths to your goals. It's not about you. If a potential business partner is ignoring you, contact them with a clear and concise, no-oriented question that suggests that you are ready to walk away. Have you given up on this project? Works wonders. Chapter 5. Trigger the two words that immediately transform any negotiation. In August 2000, the militant Islamic group Abu Sayyaf in the southern Philippines broadcast that it had captured a CIA agent. The truth was not as newsworthy or as valuable to the rebels. Abu Sayyaf had kidnapped Jeffrey Schilling, a 24-year-old American who had traveled near their base in Hollow Island. A California native, Schilling became a hostage with a $10 million price tag on his head. At the time I was a supervisory special agent, SSA, attached to the FBI's Elite Crisis Negotiation Unit, CNU. The CNU is the equivalent of the Special Forces of Negotiations. It's attached to the FBI's Hostage Rescue Team, HRT. Both are national counter-terrorist response assets. They are the best of the best. The CNU is based at the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia. The FBI Academy has come to be known by the one word Quantico. Rightly or wrongly, Quantico has developed the reputation as one of the centers, if not the center of knowledge for law enforcement. When a negotiation is going badly and the negotiators involved are directed to call and find out what Quantico has to say, the CNU is who they call. CNU developed what is a powerful staple in the high-stakes world of crisis negotiation, the Behavioral Change Stairway Model, BCSEM. The model proposes 5 stages: active listening, empathy, rapport, influence, and behavioral change that take any negotiator from listening to influencing behavior. The origins of the model can be traced back to the great American psychologist Carl Rogers, who proposed that real change can only come when a therapist accepts the client as he or she is, an approach known as unconditional positive regard. The vast majority of us, however, as Rogers explained, to come to expect that love, praise, and approval are dependent on saying and doing the things people, initially our parents, consider correct. That is, because for most of us the positive regard we experience is conditional. We develop a habit of hiding who we really are and what we really think, instead calibrating our words to gain approval but disclosing little. Which is why so few social interactions lead to actual behavior change. Consider the typical patient with severe coronary heart disease recovering from open heart surgery. The doctor tells the patient this surgery isn't a cure. The only way to truly prolong your life is to make the following behavior changes. The grateful patient responds, yes, 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 of course, doctor. This is my second chance. I will change. And do they? Study after study has shown that no, nothing changes. 2 years after their operation, more than 90% of patients haven't changed their lifestyle at all. Though the stakes of an everyday negotiation with your child, boss, or client are usually not as high as that of a hostage or health crisis negotiation, the psychological environment necessary for not just temporary in-the-moment compliance but real gut-level change is the same. If you successfully take someone up the behavioral change stairway, each stage attempting to engender more trust and more connection, there will be a breakthrough moment when unconditional positive regard is established. And you can begin exerting influence. After years of refining the BCSEM and its tactics, I can teach anyone how to get to that moment. But as cardiologists know all too well, and legions of B-school grads wind on the most famous negotiating book in the world, Getting to Yes, have ultimately discovered you more than likely haven't gotten there yet if what you're hearing is the word yes. As you'll soon learn, the sweetest 2 words in any negotiation are actually, that's right. Create a subtle epiphany. I was a natural for the shilling case. I had spent some time in the Philippines and had an extensive background in terrorism from my New York City days assigned to the Joint Terrorism Task Force, JTTF. A few days after Shilling became a hostage, my partner Chuck Regini and I flew to Manila to run the negotiations. Along with Jim Nixon, the FBI's highest official in Manila, we conferred with top Philippine military brass. They agreed to let us guide the negotiations. Then we got down to business. One of us would take charge of the negotiation strategy for the FBI and consequently for the US government. That became my role. With the support of my colleagues, my job was to come up with a strategy, get it approved, and implement it. As a result of the Shilling case, I would become the FBI's lead international kidnapping negotiator. Our principal adversary was Abu Sabaya, the rebel leader who personally negotiated for Shilling's ransom. Sabaya was a veteran of the rebel movement with a violent past. He was straight out of the movies, the terrorist sociopath killer. He had a history of rape, murder, and beheadings. He liked to record his bloody deeds on video and send them to the Philippine media. Sabaya always wore sunglasses, a bandana, a black t-shirt, and camo pants. He thought it made him a more dashing figure. If you look for any photos of Abu Sayyaf terrorists from this period, you always see one in sunglasses. That's Sabaya. Sabaya loved the media. He had the Philippine reporters on speed dial. They'd call him and ask him questions in Tagalog, his native tongue. He would answer in English because he wanted the world to hear his voice on CNN. They should make a movie about me, he would tell reporters. In my eyes, Sabaya was a cold-blooded businessman with an ego as big as Texas. A real shark. Sabaya knew he was in the commodities game. In Jeffrey Shilling, he had an item of value. How much could he get for it? He would find out, and I intended it to be a surprise he wouldn't like. As an FBI agent, I wanted to free the hostage and bring the criminal to justice. One crucial aspect of any negotiation is to figure out how your adversary arrived at his position. Sabaya threw out the $10 million ransom based on a business calculation. First, the United States was offering $5 million for information leading to the arrest of any of the remaining fugitives from the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. Sabaya reasoned that if the United States would pay $5 million to get its hands on someone it didn't like, it would pay much more for a citizen. Second, a rival faction of the Abu Sayyaf had just reportedly been paid $20 million for 6 Western European captives. Libyan strongman Muammar Gaddafi had made the payment as development aid. This absurdity had been compounded by a significant portion of the ransom being paid in counterfeit bills. It was an opportunity for Gaddafi to both embarrass Western governments and get money over the table to groups with whom he sympathized. I'm sure he laughed about that episode until the day he died. Regardless, the price had been set. Sabaya did the math and figured Schilling was worth $10 million. Problem was, Jeff Schilling came from a working-class family. His mother could come up with $10,000, perhaps. The United States wasn't about to pay $1. But we would allow a payment to be made if it could be run as a sting operation. If we could draw Sabaya into an offer-counter-offer bargaining situation. We had a bargaining system that worked every time. We could beat him down to where we wanted him, get the hostage out, and set up that sting. 4 months Sabaya refused to budge. He argued that Muslims in the Philippines had suffered 500 years of oppression since Spanish missionaries had brought Catholicism to the Philippines in the 16th century. He recited instances where atrocities had been committed against his Islamic forebears. He explained why the Abu Sayyaf wanted to establish an Islamic state in the southern Philippines. Fishing rights had been violated. You name it, he thought it up and used it. Sabaya wanted $10 million in war damages, not ransom, but war damages. He held firm in his demand and kept us out of the offer-counter-offer system we wanted to use against him. And he occasionally dropped in threats that he was torturing Jeff Schilling. Sabaya negotiated directly with Benji, the Filipino military officer. They talked in Tagalog. We reviewed transcripts translated to English and used them to advise Benji. I rotated in and out of Manila and oversaw the talks. And strategy. I instructed Benji to ask what Schilling had to do with 500 years of bad blood between Muslims and Filipinos. He told Sabaya that $10 million was not possible. No matter what approach we took to reason with Sabaya over why Schilling had nothing to do with the war damages, it fell on deaf ears. Our first "that's right" breakthrough actually came when I was negotiating with Benji. He was a true Filipino patriot and hero. He was the leader of the Philippine National Police's Special Action Force and had been in his share of firefights. On many occasions, Benji and his men had been sent on rescue missions to save hostages, and they had a sterling record. His men were feared for good reason. They rarely took handcuffs. Benji wanted to take a hard line with Sabaya and speak to him in direct, no-nonsense terms. We wanted to engage Sabaya in dialogue to discover what made the adversary tick. We actually wanted to establish rapport with an adversary. To Benji that was distasteful. Benji told us he needed a break. We had been working him nearly 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for several weeks. He wanted to spend some time with his family in the mountains north of Manila. We agreed, but only on the condition that we could accompany him and spend several hours both on Saturday and Sunday working on negotiation strategy. That Saturday night we sat in the library of the American ambassador's summer residence working on the strategy. As I was explaining to Benji the value of establishing a rapport-based working relationship, even with an adversary as dangerous as Sabaya, I could see a snarl coming over his face. I realized I needed to negotiate with Benji. You hate Sabaya, don't you? I said, leading with a label. Benji unloaded on me. I tell you I do, he said. He has murdered and raped. He has come up on our radio when we were labbing motors on his position and said, "These motors are music to my ears." I heard his voice come on our radio one day and celebrate that he was standing over the body of one of my men. This outburst was Benji's equivalent of a "that's right." As he acknowledged his rage, I watched him get control of his anger and calm down. Though he had been very good up to that point, from that moment forward Benji became a superstar. He blossomed into a truly talented negotiator. This negotiation between Benji and me was no different than any other negotiation between colleagues who disagree on a strategy. Before you convince them to see what you're trying to accomplish, you have to say the things to them that will get them to say, "That's right." The "that's right" breakthrough usually doesn't come at the beginning of a negotiation. It's invisible to the counterpart when it occurs, and they embrace what you've said. To them, it's a subtle epiphany. Trigger a "that's right" with a summary. After 4 months of negotiations, Sabaya still refused to budge. I decided it was time to hit the reset switch. Benji had gotten so good at extending the conversations that you could tell that there were times that Sabaya must have paced back and forth for an hour before calling Benji, trying to figure out how to get what he wanted. He would call in and say, "Tell me yes or no. Just yes or no." We had to get Sabaya off this war damages nonsense. No matter what type of questioning, logic, or reasoning we tried with him, he wouldn't release it. Threats against Schilling came and went. We talked him down each time. I decided that in order to break through this phase we needed to reposition Sabaya with his own words in a way that would dissolve barriers. We needed to get him to say, "That's right." At the time, I didn't know for sure what kind of breakthrough it was going to give us. I just knew we needed to trust the process. I wrote a 2-page document that instructed Benji to change course. We were going to use nearly every tactic in the active listening arsenal. 1. Effective pauses. Silence is powerful. We told Benji to use it for emphasis, to encourage Sabaya to keep talking until eventually, like clearing out a swamp, the emotions were drained from the dialogue. 2. Minimal encouragers. Besides silence, we instructed using simple phrases, such as "yes, okay, aha," or "I see," to effectively convey that Benji was now paying full attention to Sabaya and all he had to say. 3. Mirroring. Rather than argue with Sabaya and try to separate Schilling from the war damages, Benji would listen and repeat back what Sabaya said. 4. Labeling. Benji should give Sabaya's feelings a name and identify with how he felt. "It all seems so tragically unfair. I can now see why you sound so angry." 5. Paraphrase. Benji should repeat what Sabaya is saying back to him in Benji's own words. This, we told him, would powerfully show him you really do understand and aren't merely parroting his concerns. 6. Summarize. A good summary is the combination of rearticulating the meaning of what is said plus the acknowledgement of the emotions underlying that meaning. Paraphrasing plus labeling equals summary. We told Benji he needed to listen and repeat that word according to Abu Sabaya. He needed to fully and completely summarize all the nonsense that Sabaya had come up with about war damages and fishing rights and 500 years of oppression. And once he did that fully and completely, the only possible response for Sabaya and anyone faced with a good summary would be, "That's right." 2 days later Sabaya phoned Benji. Sabaya spoke. Benji listened. When he spoke, he followed my script. He commiserated with the rebel group's predicament. Mirroring, encouraging, labeling, each tactic worked seamlessly and cumulatively to soften Sabaya up and begin shifting his perspective. Finally, Benji repeated in his own words Sabaya's version of history and the emotions that came with that version. Sabaya was silent for nearly a minute. Finally he spoke. "That's right," he said. We ended the call. The war damages demand just disappeared. From that point forward Sabaya never mentioned money again. He never asked for another dime for the release of Jeffrey Schilling. He ultimately became so weary of this case and holding the young Californian that he let down his guard. Schilling escaped from their camp, then Philippine commandos swooped in and rescued him. He returned safely to his family in California. 2 weeks after Jeff Schilling escaped, Sabaya called Benji. "Have you been promoted yet?" he asked. "If not, you should have been." "Why?" Benji asked. "I was going to hurt Jeffrey," Sabaya said. "I don't know what you did to keep me from doing that, but whatever it was, it worked." In June 2002, Sabaya was killed in a shootout with Philippine military units. In the heat of negotiations for a man's life, I didn't appreciate the value of those 2 words, "That's right." But when I studied the transcripts and reconstructed the trajectory of the negotiations, I realized that Sabaya had changed course when he uttered those words. Benji had used some fundamental techniques that we had developed over many years. He had reflected Sabaya's vision. He had stepped back from confrontation. He had allowed Sabaya to speak freely and exhaust his version of events. "That's right" signaled that negotiations could proceed from deadlock. It broke down a barrier that was impeding progress. It created a realization point with our adversary where he actually agreed on a point without the feeling of having given in. It was a stealth victory. When your adversaries say, "That's right," they feel they have assessed what you said and pronounced it as correct of their own free will. They embrace it. "That's right" allowed us to draw out the talks and divert Sabaya from hurting Schilling. And it gave Philippine commandos time to mount their rescue operation. In hostage negotiations, we never tried to get to a yes as an endpoint. We knew that yes is nothing without how. And when we applied hostage negotiating tactics to business, we saw how "that's right" often leads to the best outcomes. "That's right" is great, but if you're right, nothing changes. Driving toward "that's right" is a winning strategy in all negotiations. But hearing "you're right" is a disaster. Take my son, Brandon, and his development as a football player. He had been playing on the offensive and defensive lines all through high school. At 6'2" and 250 pounds, he was formidable. He loved to knock every player wearing an opposing jersey to the ground. Having played quarterback, I didn't fully appreciate the blue-collar nature of being a lineman. Linemen are like mountain goats. They put their heads down and hit things. It makes them happy. At St. Thomas More Prep School in Connecticut, Brandon's coach moved him to linebacker, and his role suddenly changed from hitting everything he saw to avoiding players who were trying to block him. He was supposed to play off blocks, dodge them, if you will, and get to the ball. But Brandon continued to confront opposing blockers head-on, which kept him from getting to the ball carrier. His coach pleaded with him to avoid blockers, but Brandon couldn't change. He loved to hit. Flattening opposing players was a source of pride. Both his coach and I kept trying to explain it to him. And every time we got the worst possible answer, "You're right." He agreed in theory, but he didn't on the conclusion. Then he would go right back to the behavior we were trying to get him to stop. He would smash blockers and take himself out of the play. Why is "you're right" the worst answer? Consider this: whenever someone is bothering you and they just won't let up and they won't listen to anything you have to say, what do you tell them to get them to shut up and go away? "You're right." It works every time. Tell people "you're right" and they get a happy smile on their face and leave you alone for at least 24 hours. But you haven't agreed to their position. You have used "you're right" to get them to quit bothering you. I was in the same situation with Brandon. He didn't hear me and embrace my request. What could I say to get through to this kid? How could I reach Brandon and help him change course? I thought back to Benji and Sabaya. I took Brandon aside before a crucial game. I had searched my mind for a way to hear the 2 critical words, "That's right." "You seem to think it's unmanly to dodge a block," I told him. "You think it's cowardly to get out of someone's way that's trying to hit you." Brandon stared at me and paused. "That's right," he said. With those words, Brandon embraced the reality of what was holding him back. Once he understood why he was trying to knock down every blocker, he changed course. He started avoiding the blocks and became an exceptionally fine linebacker. With Brandon on the field tackling and playing star linebacker St. Thomas More School won every game. Using "that's right" to make the sale. Getting to "that's right" helped one of my students in her job as a sales representative for a large pharmaceutical company. She was trying to sell a new product to a doctor who used similar medication. He was the largest user of this kind of medication in her territory. The sale was critical to her success. In her first appointments, the doctor dismissed her product. He said it was no better than the ones he was already using. He was unfriendly. He didn't even want to hear her viewpoint. When she presented the positive attributes of her product, he interrupted her and knocked them down. Making the sales pitch, she soaked up as much as possible about the doctor. She learned that he was passionate about treating his patients. Each patient was special in his eyes. Improving their sense of calm and peace was the most important outcome for him. How could she put her understanding of his needs, desires, and passions to work for her? At her next visit, the doctor asked what medications she wanted to discuss. Rather than tout the benefits of her product, she talked about him and his practice. "Doctor," she said, "the last time I was in we spoke about your patients with this condition. I remember thinking that you seemed very passionate about treating them and how you worked hard to tailor the specific treatment to each and every patient." He looked her in the eyes as if he was seeing her for the first time. "That's right," he said. "I really feel like I'm treating an epidemic that other doctors are not picking up on, which means that a lot of patients are not getting treated adequately." She told him he seemed to have a deep understanding of how to treat these patients, especially because some of them didn't respond to the usual medications. They talked about specific challenges he had confronted in treating his patients. He gave her examples. When he was finished, she summarized what he had said, especially the intricacies and problems in treatment. "You seem to tailor specific treatments and medications for each patient," she said. "That's right," he responded. This was the breakthrough she had hoped to reach. The doctor had been skeptical and cold. But when she recognized his passion for his patients, using a summary, the walls came down. He dropped his guard and she was able to gain his trust. Rather than pitch her product, she let him describe his treatment and procedures. With this, she learned how her medication would fit into his practice. She then paraphrased what he said about the challenges of his practice and reflected them back to him. Once the doctor signaled his trust and rapport, she could tout the attributes of her product and describe precisely how it would help him reach the outcomes he desired for his patients. He listened intently. "It might be perfect for treating a patient who has not benefited from the medication I have been prescribing," he told her. "Let me give yours a try." She made the sale. Using "that's right" for career success. One of my Korean students got to "that's right" in negotiating with his ex-boss for a new job. Returning to Seoul after getting his MBA, he wanted to work in his company's consumer electronics division rather than the semiconductor section where he had been stationed. He was a human resources specialist. Under the company's rules, he believed he had to remain in his previous department unless he could also get approval from his ex-boss. He had gotten 2 job offers from the consumer products division. He phoned his ex-boss from the United States. "You should reject this offer and find your spot here with the semiconductor division," the ex-boss said. My student hung up depressed. If he wanted to advance in the company, he had to obey his former superior. He rejected the 2 offers and prepared to return to the semiconductor side. Then he contacted a friend who was a senior manager in the human resources department to check on the company's regulations. He found there was no rule that he had to stay within his division, but he did need his ex-boss's blessing to switch. He phoned his ex-boss again. This time he asked questions to draw him out. "Is there any reason you want me to go to the semiconductor headquarters?" he asked. "It's the best position for you," the ex-boss said. The best position, he asked. It sounds like there's no regulation that I have to remain with the semiconductor division, he said. The ex-boss said. I don't think there is any. Then will you please tell me what made you decide that I remain in the semiconductor headquarters, he asked. The ex-boss said he needed someone to help him network at headquarters between the semiconductor and consumer products divisions. So it sounds like you could approve my new position no matter which division, as long as I was in headquarters and could help you communicate better with the top managers. That's right, he said. I must admit I need your help in headquarters. My student realized he had made a breakthrough. Not only had his ex-boss uttered those sweet words, that's right, but he had revealed his true motive. He needed an ally in headquarters. Is there any other help you need? He asked. Let me tell you everything, the ex-boss responded. It turns out his former superior would be up for a promotion to vice president in 2 years. He desperately wanted to move up into this job. He needed someone in headquarters to lobby the company CEO. I will help you in any way, my student said. But I could help with the networking and also talk you up to the CEO even if I were at headquarters with the consumer products division, right? That's right, he said. If you get an offer from the consumer products unit, I will approve it. Bingo. By asking questions that got him to that's right, my student had achieved his goal. He also got his boss to reveal two black swans, the unspoken, underlying breakthrough dynamics of a negotiation, explored in more detail in Chapter 10. His boss needed someone to help him network and communicate in headquarters. His boss would be up for a promotion and needed someone to talk him up to the CEO. My student was able to win the job he desired on the consumer electronics division. And he's been talking up his former boss. I was stunned, he wrote me in an email. In this culture, it is not really possible to know what a superior is thinking. I have many opportunities to travel the country and speak to business leaders, either in formal speaking engagements or private counseling sessions. I entertain them with war stories, then I describe some basic negotiating skills. I always impart a few techniques. Getting to that's right is a staple. After a speech in Los Angeles, one of the attendees, Emily, sent me an email. Hi Chris, I feel compelled to tell you that I just tried that that's right technique in a price negotiation with a potential new client. And I got what I wanted. I'm so excited. Before I probably would have just gone with the in-the-middle suggested price halfway between my initial offer and her initial counter. Instead, I believe I correctly assessed her motivations, presented her with the right statement to get to a that's right in her mind, and then she proposed the solution I wanted and asked if I would agree to it. So, I did, of course. Thank you, Emily. And I thought to myself, that's right. Key lessons. Sleeping in the same bed and dreaming different dreams is an old Chinese expression that describes the intimacy of partnership, whether in marriage or in business, without the communication necessary to sustain it. Such is the recipe for bad marriages and bad negotiations. With each party having its own set of objectives, its own goals and motivations, the truth is that the conversational niceties, the socially lubricating yes and your rights that get thrown out fast and furious early in any interaction, are not in any way a substitute for real understanding between you and your partner. The power of getting to that understanding, and not to some simple yes, is revelatory in the art of negotiation. The moment you've convinced someone that you truly understand her dreams and feelings, the whole world that she inhabits, mental and behavioral change becomes possible, and the foundation for a breakthrough has been laid. Use these lessons to lay that foundation. Creating unconditional positive regard opens the door to changing thoughts and behaviors. Humans have an innate urge toward socially constructive behavior. The more a person feels understood and positively affirmed in that understanding, the more likely that urge for constructive behavior will take hold. That's right is better than yes. Strive for it. Reaching that's right in a negotiation creates breakthroughs. Use a summary to trigger a that's right. The building blocks of a good summary are a label combined with paraphrasing. Identified, rearticulate, and emotionally affirm the world according to. Chapter 6. Bend their reality. One Monday morning in Haiti's capital, Port-au-Prince, a call came into the FBI office from the nephew of a prominent Haitian political figure. He spoke so fast he had to repeat his story 3 times before I understood. But finally I got the basics. Kidnappers had snatched his aunt from her car and their ransom demand was $150,000. Give us the money, the kidnappers told him, or your aunt is going to die. In the lawless, chaotic wake of the 2004 rebellion that toppled President Jean Bertrand Aristide, Haiti surpassed Colombia as the kidnap capital of the Americas. In fact, with between 8 and 10 people abducted every day in the Caribbean nation of 8 million, Haiti earned the dubious honor of having the highest kidnapping rate in the world. During this onslaught of abductions and death threats, I was the FBI's lead international kidnapping negotiator. And I had never seen anything like it. Reports of abductions, increasingly bold, daylight attacks right in port. Port-au-Prince seemed to roll into the office hourly. 14 students abducted on their school bus. An American missionary Philip Snyder shot in an ambush and seized along with a Haitian boy he was taking to Michigan for eye surgery. Prominent Haitian politicians and businessmen bundled from their homes in broad daylight. No one was spared. Most of the abductions went down the same way. Ski mask-clad kidnappers surrounded a house or a car, forced entry with a gun, and snatched a vulnerable victim, usually a woman, child, or elderly person. Early on, there was the possibility that the kidnappings were driven by politically aligned gangs seeking to destabilize Haiti's new government. This proved to be wrong. Haitian criminals are famous for employing brutal means for political ends, but when it came to kidnappings, it was almost always all business. Later on, I'll get to how we pieced together the clues to discover who the perpetrators were and what they really wanted, invaluable information when it came to negotiating with and destabilizing these gangs. But first I want to discuss the crystallizing feature of high-stakes, life and death negotiating, that is, how little of it is on the surface. When that Monday ransom call came into the politician's nephew, the guy was so petrified he could only think of doing one thing, paying the tags. His reaction makes sense when you get a call from brutal criminals who say they'll kill your aunt unless you pay them immediately. It seems impossible to find leverage in the situation. So you pay the ransom and they release your relative, right? Wrong. There's always leverage. Negotiation is never a linear formula, add X to Y to get Z. We all have irrational blind spots, hidden needs, and undeveloped notions. Once you understand that subterranean world of unspoken needs and thoughts, you'll discover a universe of variables that can be leveraged to change your counterpart's needs and expectations. From using some people's fear of deadlines and the mysterious power of odd numbers to our misunderstood relationship to fairness, there are always ways to bend our counterpart's reality so it conforms to what we ultimately want to give them, not to what they initially think they deserve. Don't compromise. Let's go back to the $150,000 ransom demand. We are always taught to look for the win-win solution, to accommodate, to be reasonable. So what's the win-win here? What's the compromise? The traditional negotiating logic that's drilled into us from an early age, the kind that exalts compromises, says, let's just split the difference and offer them $75,000. Then everyone's happy. No. Just simply no. The win-win mindset pushed by so many negotiation experts is usually ineffective and often disastrous. At best, it satisfies neither side. And if you employ it with a counterpart who has a win-lose approach, you're setting yourself up to be swindled. Of course, as we've noted previously, you need to keep the cooperative rapport building, the empathetic approach, the kind that creates a dynamic in which deals can be made. But you have to get rid of that naivete. Because compromise, splitting the difference, that can lead to terrible outcomes. Compromise is often a bad deal, and a key theme we'll hit in this chapter is that no deal is better than a bad deal. Even in a kidnapping. Yes. A bad deal in a kidnapping is where someone pays and no one comes out. To make my point on compromise, let me paint you an example. A woman wants her husband to wear black shoes with his suit. But her husband doesn't want to, he prefers brown shoes. So what do? They compromise, they meet halfway. And, you guessed it, he wears one black and one brown shoe. Is this the best outcome? No. In fact, that's the worst possible outcome. Either of the two other outcomes, black or brown, will be better than the compromise. Next time you want to compromise, remind yourself of those mismatched shoes. So why are we so infatuated with the notion of compromise if it often leads to poor results? The real problem with compromise is that it has come to be known as this great concept in relationships and politics and everything else. Compromise, we are told quite simply, is a sacred moral good. Think back to the ransom demand. Fair is no ransom, and what the nephew wants is to pay nothing. So why is he going to offer $75,000, much less $150,000, for the ransom? There is no validity in the $150,000 request. With any compromise, the nephew ends up with a bizarrely bad result. I'm here to call bullshit on compromise right now. We don't compromise because it's right, we compromise because it is easy and because it saves face. We compromise in order to say that at least we got half the pie. Distilled to its essence, we compromise to be safe. Most people in a negotiation are driven by fear or by the desire to avoid pain. Too few are driven by their actual goals. So don't settle, and here's a simple rule: to never split the difference. Creative solutions are almost always preceded by some degree of risk. Annoyance, confusion, then conflict. Accommodation and compromise produce none of that. You've got to embrace the hard stuff. That's where the great deals are. And that's what great negotiators do. Deadlines make time your ally. Time is one of the most crucial variables in any negotiation. The simple passing of time and its sharper cousin, the deadline, are the screw that pressures every deal to a conclusion. Whether your deadline is real and absolute or merely a line in the sand, it can trick you into believing that doing a deal now is more important than getting a good deal. Deadlines regularly make people say and do impulsive things that are against their best interests because we all have a natural tendency to rush as a deadline approaches. What good negotiators do is force themselves to resist this urge and take advantage of it in others. It's not so easy. Ask yourself, what is it about a deadline that causes pressure and anxiety? The answer is consequences. The perception of the loss will incur in the future. The deal is off. Our mind screams at us in some imaginary future scenario. Should no resolution be achieved by a certain point in time? When you allow the variable of time to trigger such thinking, you have taken yourself hostage, creating an environment of reactive behaviors and poor choices, where your counterpart can now kick back and let an imaginary deadline, and your reaction to it, do all the work for him. Yes, I used the word imaginary. In all the years I've been doing work in the private sector, I've made it a point to ask nearly every entrepreneur and executive I've worked with whether, over the course of their entire careers, they have ever been a witness to or a party of a negotiation in which a missed deadline had negative repercussions. Among hundreds of such clients, there's one single, solitary gentleman who gave the question serious consideration and responded affirmatively. Deadlines are often arbitrary, almost always flexible, and hardly ever trigger the consequences we think or are told they will. Deadlines are the bogeyman of negotiation, almost exclusively self-inflicted figments of our imagination, unnecessarily unsettling us for no good reason. The mantra we coach our clients on is, no deal is better than a bad deal. If that mantra can truly be internalized, and clients begin to believe they've got all the time they need to conduct the negotiation right there, patience becomes a formidable weapon. A few weeks after the Haitian kidnapping boom began, we started to notice two patterns. First, Mondays seemed to be especially busy, as if the kidnappers had a particularly strong work ethic and wanted to get a jump on the week. And second, the thugs grew increasingly eager to get paid as the weekend approached. At first, this didn't make any sense. But by listening closely to the kidnappers and debriefing the hostages we rescued, we discovered something that should have been obvious: these crimes weren't politically motivated at all. Instead, these guys were garden variety thugs who wanted to get paid by Friday so they could party through the weekend. Once we understood the pattern and knew the kidnappers' self-imposed deadline, we had two key pieces of information that totally shifted the leverage to our side. First, if we let the pressure build by stalling the negotiations until Thursday or Friday, we could cut the best deal. And second, because you didn't need anything close to $150,000 to have a good weekend in Haiti. Offering a lot less would suffice. How close we were getting to their self-imposed deadline would be indicated by how specific the threats were that they issued. "Give us the money or your aunt is going to die" is an early-stage threat, as the time isn't specified. Increasing specificity on threats in any type of negotiations indicates getting closer to real consequences at a real specified time. To gauge the level of a particular threat, we'd pay attention to how many of the four questions, what, who, when, and how, were addressed. When people issue threats, they consciously or subconsciously create ambiguities and loopholes they fully intend to exploit. As the loopholes started to close as the week progressed, and did so over and over again in similar ways with different kidnappings, the pattern emerged. With this information in hand, I came to expect the kidnappings to be orderly, 4-day events. It didn't make the abductions any more pleasant for the victim, but it certainly made them more predictable, and a whole lot cheaper for the families on the other end. It's not just with hostage negotiations that deadlines can play into your hands. Car dealers are prone to give you the best price near the end of the month when their transactions are assessed. And corporate salespeople work on a quarterly basis and are most vulnerable as the quarter comes to a close. Now, knowing how negotiators use their counterparts' deadlines to gain leverage would seem to suggest that it's best to keep your own deadlines secret. And that's the advice you'll get from most old-school negotiation experts. In his best-selling 1980 book, You Can Negotiate Anything, one negotiation expert, Herb Cohen, tells the story of his first big business deal when his company sent him to Japan to negotiate with a supplier. When he arrived, his counterparts asked him how long he was staying, then Cohen said a week. For the next 7 days, his host proceeded to entertain him with parties, tours, and outings, everything but negotiation. In fact, Cohen's counterparts didn't start serious talks until he was about to leave, and the two sides hammered out the deal's final details in the car to the airport. Cohen landed in the United States with the sinking feeling that he'd been played and that he had conceded too much under deadline pressure. Would he have told them his deadline in retrospect? No, Cohen says, because it gave them a tool he didn't have. They knew my deadline, but I didn't know theirs. That mentality is everywhere these days. Seeing a simple rule to follow and assuming that a deadline is a strategic weakness, most negotiators follow Cohen's advice and hide their drop-dead date. Allow me to let you in on a little secret. Cohen and the herd of negotiation experts who follow his lead are wrong. Deadlines cut both ways. Cohen may well have been nervous about what his boss would say if he left Japan without an agreement. But it's also true that Cohen's counterparts wouldn't have won if he'd left without a deal. That's the key to when the negotiation is over for one side, it's over for the other too. In fact, Don A. Moore, a professor at the Voss School of Business at the University of California, Berkeley, says that hiding a deadline actually puts the negotiator in the worst possible position. In his research, he's found that hiding your deadlines dramatically increases the risk of an impasse. That's because having a deadline pushes you to speed up your concessions, but the other side, thinking that it has time, will just hold out for more. Imagine if when NBA owners set a lockout deadline during contract negotiations they didn't tell the players' union. They would concede and concede as the deadline approached, inciting the union to keep negotiating past the secret deadline. In that sense, hiding a deadline means you're negotiating with yourself, and you always lose when you do so. Mo discovered that when negotiators tell their counterparts about their deadline, they get better deals. It's true. First, by revealing your cutoff, you reduce the risk of impasse. And second, when an opponent knows your deadline, he'll get to the real deal and concession making more quickly. I've got one final point to make before we move on. Deadlines are almost never ironclad. What's more important is engaging in the process and having a feel for how long that will take. You may see that you have more to accomplish than time will actually allow before the clock runs out. No such thing as fair. In the third week of my negotiations class, we play my favorite type of game, that is, the kind that shows my students how much they don't understand themselves. I know, I'm cruel. It's called the ultimatum game, and it goes like this. After the students split into pairs over proposer and an acceptor, I give each proposer $10. The proposer then has to offer the acceptor a round number of dollars. If the acceptor agrees, he or she receives what's been offered and the proposer gets the rest. If the acceptor refuses the offer, though, they both get nothing and the $10 goes back to me. Whether they win and keep the money or lose and have to give it back is irrelevant, except to my wallet. What's important is the offer they make. The truly shocking thing is that, almost without exception, whatever selection anyone makes, they find themselves in a minority. No matter whether they chose $6/$4, $5/$5, $7/$3, $8/$2, etc., they look around and are inevitably surprised to find no split was chosen far more than any other. In something as simple as merely splitting $10 of a found money, there is no consensus of what constitutes a fair or rational split. After we run this little experiment, I stand up in front of the class and make a point they don't like to hear. The reasoning each and every student used was 100% irrational and emotional. What did they say? I made a rational decision. Then I lay out how they are wrong. First, how could they all be using reason if so many have made different offers? That's the point. They didn't. They assumed the other guy would reason just like them. If you approach a negotiation thinking that the other guy thinks like you, you're wrong, I say. That's not empathy, that's projection. And then I push it even further. Why? I ask, did none of the proposers offer $1, which is the best rational offer for them and logically unrejectable for the acceptor? And if they did and they got rejected, which happens, why did the acceptor turn them down? Anyone who made any offer other than $1 made an emotional choice, I say. And for you acceptors who turned down $1, since when is getting $0 better than getting $1? Did the rules of finance suddenly change? This rocks my students' view of themselves as rational actors. But they're not. None of us are. We are all irrational, all emotional. Emotion is a necessary element to decision-making that we ignore at our own peril. Realizing that hits people hard between the eyes. In Descartes' era, emotion, reason, and the human brain too. Neuroscientist Antonio Damasio explained a groundbreaking discovery he made. Studying people who had damage in the part of the brain where emotions are generated, he found that they all had something peculiar in common. They couldn't make decisions. They could describe what they should do in logical terms, but they found it impossible to make even the simplest choice. In other words, while we may use logic to reason ourselves toward a decision, the actual decision-making is governed by emotion. The F word, why it's so powerful, when to use it, and how. The most powerful word in negotiations is fair. As human beings, we are mightily swayed by how much we feel we have been respected. People comply with agreements if they feel they've been treated fairly and lash out if they don't. A decade of brain imaging studies has shown that human neural activity, particularly in the emotion-regulating insular cortex, reflects the degree of unfairness in social interactions. Even non-human primates are hardwired to reject unfairness. In one famous study, 2 capuchin monkeys were set to perform the same task, but one was rewarded with sweet grapes while the other received cucumbers. In response to such blatant unfairness, the cucumber-fed monkey literally went bananas. In the ultimatum game, years of experience has shown me that most acceptors will invariably reject any offer that is less than half of the proposer's money. Once you get to a quarter of the proposer's money, you can forget it and the acceptors are insulted. Most people make an irrational choice to let the dollar slip through their fingers rather than to accept a derisory offer because the negative emotional value of unfairness outweighs the positive rational value of the money. This irrational reaction to unfairness extends all the way to serious economic deals. Remember Robin Williams' great work as the voice of the genie in Disney's Aladdin. Because he wanted to leave something wonderful behind for his kids, he said he did the voice for a cut rate fee of $75,000, far below his usual $8 million payday. But then something happened. The movie became a huge hit, raking in $504 million. And Williams went ballistic. Now look at this with the ultimatum game in mind. Williams wasn't angry because of the money, it was the perceived unfairness that pissed him off. He didn't complain about his contract until Aladdin became a blockbuster, and then he and his agent went loud and long about how they got ripped off. Lucky for Williams, Disney wanted to keep its star happy. After initially pointing out the obvious, that he'd happily signed the deal, Disney made the dramatic gesture of sending the star a Picasso painting worth a reported $1 million. The nation of Iran was not so lucky. In recent years, Iran has put up with sanctions that have cost it well over $100 billion in foreign investment and oil revenue in order to defend a uranium-enriching nuclear program that can only meet 2% of its energy needs. In other words, like the students who won't take a free $1 because the offer seems insulting, Iran has screwed itself out of its chief source of income, oil and gas revenue, in order to pursue an energy project with little expected payoff. Why? Again, fairness. For Iran, it's not fair that the global powers, which together have several thousand nuclear weapons, should be able to decide if it can use nuclear energy. And why, Iran wonders, is it considered a pariah for enriching uranium when India and Pakistan, which clandestinely acquired nuclear weapons, are accepted members of the international community? In a TV interview, former Iranian nuclear negotiator Syed Hossein Mousavian hit the nail on the head. The nuclear issue today for Iranians is not nuclear, he said, it's defending their integrity as an independent identity against the pressure of the rest. You may not trust Iran, but its moves are pretty clear evidence that rejecting perceived unfairness, even at substantial cost, is a powerful motivation. Once you understand what a messy, emotional, and destructive dynamic fairness can be, you can see why fair is a tremendously powerful word that you need to use with care. In fact, of the three ways that people drop this F-bomb, only one is positive. The most common use is a judo-like defensive move that destabilizes the other side. This manipulation usually takes the form of something like, "We just want what's fair." Think back to the last time someone made this implicit accusation of unfairness to you, and I bet you'll have to admit that it immediately triggered feelings of defensiveness and discomfort. These feelings are often subconscious and often lead to an irrational concession. A friend of mine was selling her Boston home in a bust market a few years back. The offer she got was much lower than she wanted, it meant a big loss for her, and out of frustration she dropped this F-bomb on the prospective buyer. "We just want what's fair," she said. Emotionally rattled by the implicit accusation, the guy raised his offer immediately. If you're on the business end of this accusation, you need to realize that the other side might not be trying to pick your pocket, like my friend, they might just be overwhelmed by circumstance. The best response either way is to take a deep breath and restrain your desire to concede. Then say, "Okay, try apologize. Let's stop everything and go back to where I started treating you unfairly and we'll fix it." The second use of the F-bomb is more nefarious. In this one, your counterpart will basically accuse you of being dense or dishonest by saying, "We've given you a fair offer." It's a terrible little jab meant to distract your attention and manipulate you into giving in. Whenever someone tries this on me, I think back to the last NFL lockout. Negotiations were getting down to the wire, and the NFL Players Association, NFLPA, said that before they agreed to a final deal, they wanted the owners to open their books. The owners answer: "We've given the players a fair offer." Notice the horrible genius of this: instead of opening their books or declining to do so, the owners shifted the focus to the NFLPA's supposed lack of understanding of fairness. If you find yourself in this situation, the best reaction is to simply mirror the F that has just been lobbed at you. Fair, you'd respond, opposing to let the words power due to them as it was intended to do to you. Follow that with a label. It seems like you're ready to provide the evidence that supports that, which alludes to opening their books or otherwise handing over information that will either contradict their claim to fairness or give you more data to work with than you had previously. Right away, you declare the attack. The last use of the F word is my favorite because it's positive and constructive. It sets the stage for honest and empathetic negotiation. Here's how I use it early on in a negotiation. I say, "I want you to feel like you are being treated fairly at all times. So please stop me at any time if you feel I'm being unfair, then we'll address it." It's simple and clear and sets me up as an honest dealer. With that statement, I let people know it is okay to use that word with me if they use it honestly. As a negotiator, you should strive for a reputation of being fair. Your reputation precedes you. Let it precede you in a way that paves success. How to discover the emotional drivers behind what the other party values. A few years ago, I stumbled upon the book How to Become a Rainmaker 3. And I like to review it occasionally to refresh my sense of the emotional drivers that fuel decisions. The book does a great job to explain the sales job not as a rational argument but as an emotional framing job. If you can get the other party to reveal their problems, pain, and unmet objectives, if you can get at what people are really buying, then you can sell them a vision of their problem that leaves your proposal as the perfect solution. Look at this from the most basic level. What does a good babysitter sell, really? It's not childcare exactly, but a relaxed evening. A funny salesperson. Cozy rooms for family time. A locksmith. A feeling of security. Know the emotional drivers and you can frame the benefits of any deal in language that will resonate. Bend their reality. Take the same person, change one or two variables, and $100 can be a glorious victory or a vicious insult. Recognizing this phenomenon lets you bend reality from insult to victory. Let me give you an example. I have this coffee mug, red and white with the Swiss flag. No chips, but used. What would you pay for it deep down in your heart of hearts? You're probably going to say something like $3.50. Let's say it's your mug now. You're going to sell it to me. So tell me what it's worth. You're probably going to say something between $5 and $7. In both cases, it was the exact same mug. All I did was move the mug in relation to you, and I totally changed its value. Or imagine that I offer you $20 to run a 3-minute errand and get me a cup of coffee. You're going to think to yourself that $20 for 3 minutes is $400 an hour. You're going to be thrilled. What if then you find out that by getting you to run that errand I made $1 million? You'd go from being ecstatic for making $400 an hour to being angry because you got ripped off. The value of the $20, just like the value of the coffee mug, didn't change. But your perspective of it did. Just by how I position the $20, I can make you happy or disgusted by it. I tell you that not to expose our decision-making as emotional and irrational. We've already seen that. What I am saying is that while our decisions may be largely irrational, that doesn't mean there aren't consistent patterns, principles, and rules behind how we act. And once you know those mental patterns, you start to see ways to influence them. By far the best theory for describing the principles of our irrational decisions is something called prospect theory. Created in 1979 by the psychologists Daniel Kahneman and Emma Tversky, prospect theory describes how people choose between options that involve risk, like in a negotiation. The theory argues that people are drawn to sure things over probabilities, even when the probability is a better choice. That's called the certainty effect. And people will take greater risks to avoid losses than to achieve gains. That's called loss aversion. That's why people who statistically have no need for insurance buy it. Or consider this: a person who's told he has a 95% chance of receiving $10,000 or a 100% chance of getting $9,499 will usually avoid risk and take the 100% certain safe choice, while the same person who's told he has a 95% chance of losing $10,000 or a 100% chance of losing $9,499 will make the opposite choice, risking the bigger 95% option to avoid the loss. The chance for loss incites more risk than the possibility of an equal gain. Over the next few pages, I'll explain a few prospect theory tactics you can use to your advantage. But first, let me leave you with a crucial lesson about loss aversion. In a tough negotiation, it's not enough to show the other party that you can deliver the thing they want. To get real leverage, you have to persuade them that they have something concrete to lose if the deal falls through. 1. Anchor their emotions. To bend your counterpart's reality, you have to start with the basics of empathy. So start out with an accusation audit acknowledging all of their fears. By anchoring their emotions in preparation for a loss, you inflame the other side's loss aversion so that they'll jump at the chance to avoid it. On my first consulting project after leaving the FBI, I received the honor to train the national hostage negotiation team for the United Arab Emirates. Unfortunately, the prestige of the assignment was tempered during the project by problems with the general contractor. I was a subcontractor. The problems became so bad that I was going to have to go back to the contractors I'd signed up, who normally got $2,000 a day, and tell them that for several months, I could only offer $500. I knew exactly what they would do if I just told them straight out. They'd laugh me out of town. So I got each of them on the phone and hit them hard with an accusation audit. I got a lousy proposition for you, I said, and paused until each asked me to go on. By the time we get off the phone, you're going to think I'm a lousy businessman. You're going to think I can't budget or plan. You're going to think Chris Voss is a big talker. His first big project ever out of the FBI, he screws it up completely. He doesn't know how to run an operation. And he might even have lied to me. And then, once I'd anchored their emotions in a minefield of low expectations, I played on their loss aversion. Still, I wanted to bring this opportunity to you before I took it to someone else, I said. Suddenly, their call wasn't about being cut from $2,000 to $500, but how not to lose $500 to some other guy. Every single one of them took the deal. No counteroffers, no complaints. Now, if I hadn't anchored their emotions low, their perception of $500 would have been totally different. If I'd just called and said, I can give you $500 per day, what do you think? They'd have taken it as an insult and slammed down the phone. 2. Let the other guy go first. Most of the time. Now, it's clear that the benefits of anchoring emotions are great when it comes to bending your counterpart's reality. But going fast is not necessarily the best thing when it comes to negotiating price. When the famous film director Billy Wilder went to hire the famous detective novelist Raymond Chandler to write the 1944 classic Double Indemnity, Chandler was new to Hollywood. But he came ready to negotiate. And in his meeting with Wilder and the movie's producer, Chandler made the first salary offer. He bluffly demanded $150 per week and warned Wilder that it might take him 3 weeks to finish the project. Wilder and the producer could barely stop from laughing because they had been planning to pay Chandler $750 per week and they knew that movie scripts took months to write. Lucky for Chandler, Wilder and the producer valued their relationship with Chandler more than a few $100, so they took pity on him and called an agent to represent Chandler in the negotiations. Similarly, I had a student named Jerry who royally screwed up his salary negotiation by going fast. Let me say that this happened before he was my student. In an interview at a New York financial firm, he demanded $110,000, in large part because it represented a 30% raise. It was only after he started that he realized that the firm had started everybody else in his program at $125,000. That's why I suggest you let the other side anchor monetary negotiations. The real issue is that neither side has perfect information going to the table. This often means you don't know enough to open with confidence. That's especially true anytime you don't know the market value of what you are buying or selling, like with Jerry or Chandler. By letting them anchor, you also might get lucky, as I've experienced many negotiations when the other party's first offer was higher than the closing figure I had in mind. If I'd gone fast, they would have agreed, and I would have left with either the winner's curse or buyer's remorse, those gut-wrenching feelings that you've overpaid or undersold. That said, you've got to be careful when you let the other guy anchor. You have to prepare yourself psychically to withstand the first offer. If the other guy's a pro, a shark, he's going to go for an extreme anchor in order to bend your reality. Then, when they come back with a merely absurd offer, it will seem reasonable, just like an expensive $400 iPhone seems reasonable after they mark it down from a crazy $600. The tendency to be anchored by extreme numbers is a psychological quirk known as the anchor and adjustment effect. Researchers have discovered that we tend to make adjustments from our first reference points. For example, most people glimpsing 8 by 7 by 6 times 5 by 4 by 3 times 2 by 1 estimate that it yields a higher result than the same string in reverse order. That's because we focus on the first numbers and extrapolate. That's not to say never open. Rules like that are easy to remember, but like most simplistic approaches, they are not always good advice. If you're dealing with a rookie counterpart, you might be tempted to be the shark and throw out an extreme anchor. Or if you really know the market and you're dealing with an equally informed pro, you might offer a number just to make the negotiation go faster. Here's my personal advice on whether or not you want to be the shark that eats a rookie counterpart. Just remember, your reputation precedes you. I've run into CEOs whose reputation was to always badly beat their counterpart, and pretty soon no one would deal with them. 3. Establish a range while going fast rarely helps. There is one way to seem to make an offer and bend their reality in the process. That is, by alluding to a range. What I mean is this: when confronted with naming your terms or price, counter by recalling a similar deal which establishes your ballpark, albeit the best possible ballpark you wish to be in. Instead of saying, "I'm worth $110,000, Jerry might have said, "At top places like X Corporation, people in this job get between $130,000 and $170,000. That gets your point across without moving the other party into a defensive position. And it gets him thinking at higher levels. Research shows that people who hear extreme anchors unconsciously adjust their expectations in the direction of the opening number. Many even go directly to their price limit. If Jerry had given this range, the firm probably would have offered $130,000 because it looked so cheap next to $170,000. In a recent study, 4 Columbia Business School psychologists found that job applicants who named a range received significantly higher overall salaries than those who offered a number, especially if their range was a bolstering range, in which the low number in the range was what they actually wanted. Understand, if you offer a range, and it's a good idea to do so, expect them to come in at the low end. 4. Pivot to non-monetary terms. People get hung up on how much, but don't deal with numbers in isolation. That leads to bargaining, a series of rigid positions defined by emotional views of fairness and pride. Negotiation is a more intricate and subtle dynamic than that. One of the easiest ways to bend your counterpart's reality to your point of view is by pivoting to non-monetary terms. After you've anchored them high, you can make your offer seem reasonable by offering things that aren't important to you but could be important to them. Or if their offer is low, you could ask for things that matter more to you than them. Since this is sometimes difficult, what we often do is throw out examples to start the brainstorming process. Not long ago, I did some training for the Memphis Bar Association. Normally, for the training they were looking for, I'd charge $25,000 a day. They came in with a much lower offer that I balked at. They then offered to do a cover story about me in their association magazine. For me to be on the cover of a magazine that went out to who knows how many of the country's top lawyers was priceless advertising. Plus my mom is really proud of it. They had to put something on the cover anyway, so it had zero cost to them and I gave them a steep discount on my fee. I constantly use that as an example in my negotiations now when I name a price. I want to stimulate my counterparts brainstorming to see what valuable non-monetary gems they might have that are cheap to them but valuable to me. 5. When you do talk numbers, use odd ones. Every number has a psychological significance that goes beyond its value. And I'm not just talking about how you love 17 because you think it's lucky. What I mean is that, in terms of negotiation, some numbers appear more immovable than others. The biggest thing to remember is that numbers that end in 0 inevitably feel like temporary placeholders, guesstimates that you can easily be negotiated off of. But anything you throw out that sounds less rounded, say $37,263, feels like a figure that you came to as a result of thoughtful calculation. Such numbers feel serious and permanent to your counterpart, so use them to fortify your offers. 6. Surprise with a gift. You can get your counterpart into a mood of generosity by staking an extreme anchor and then, after their inevitable first rejection, offering them a wholly unrelated surprise gift. Unexpected conciliatory gestures like this are hugely effective because they introduce a dynamic called reciprocity. The other party feels the need to answer your generosity in kind. They will suddenly come up on their offer, or they'll look to repay your kindness in the future. People feel obliged to repay debts of kindness. Let's look at it in terms of international politics. In 1977, Egyptian President Anwar Sadat dramatically pushed negotiations on the Egypt-Israel peace treaty forward by making a surprise address to the Israeli Knesset, a generous gesture that did not involve making any actual concessions but did signify a big step toward peace. Back in Haiti, a few hours after the kidnappers had snatched his aunt, I was on the phone with the politician's nephew. There was no way their family could come up with $150,000, he told me, but they could pay between $50,000 and $85,000. But since learning that the ransom was just party money, I was aiming much lower, at $5,000. We were not going to compromise. It was a matter of professional pride. I advised him to start off by anchoring the conversation in the idea that he didn't have the money, but to do so without saying no so as not to hit their pride head-on. How am I supposed to do that? He asked in the next call. The kidnapper made another general threat against the aunt and again demanded the cash. That's when I had the nephew subtly question the kidnapper's fairness. I'm sorry, the nephew responded, but how are we supposed to pay if you're going to hurt her? That brought up the aunt's death, which was the thing the kidnappers most wanted to avoid. They needed to keep her unharmed if they hoped to get any money. They were commodity traders, after all. Notice that to this point the nephew hadn't named a price. This game of attrition finally pushed the kidnappers to name a number first. Without prodding, they dropped to $50,000. Now that the kidnappers' reality had been bent to a smaller number, my colleagues and I told the nephew to stand his ground. How can I come up with that kind of money? We told him to ask. Again, the kidnapper dropped his demand to $25,000. Now that we had him in our sights, we had the nephew make his first offer, an extreme low anchor of $3,000. The line went silent and the nephew began to sweat profusely, but we told him to hold tight. This always happened at the moment the kidnapper's economic reality got totally rearranged. When he spoke again, the kidnapper seemed shell-shocked. But he went on. His next offer was lower, $10,000. Then we had the nephew answer with a strange number that seemed to come from deep calculation of what his aunt's life was worth, $4,751. His new price? $7,500. In response, we had the cousin spontaneously say he'd throw in a new portable CD stereo and repeated the $4,751. The kidnappers, who didn't really want the CD stereo, felt there was no more money to be had, said yes. 6 hours later, the family paid that sum and the aunt came back home safely. How to negotiate a better salary. One of the critical factors in business school rankings is how well their graduates are compensated. So I tell every MBA class I lecture that my first objective is to single-handedly raise the ranking of their school by teaching them how to negotiate a better salary. I break down the process into 3 parts that blend this chapter's dynamics in a way that not only brings you better money, but convinces your boss to fight to get it for you. Be pleasantly persistent on non-salary terms. Pleasant persistence is a kind of emotional anchoring that creates empathy with the boss and builds the right psychological environment for constructive discussion. And the more you talk about non-salary terms, the more likely you are to hear the full range of their options. If they can't meet your non-salary requests, they may even counter with more money, like they did with a French-born American former student of mine. She kept asking, with a big smile, for an extra week of vacation beyond what the company normally gave. She was the French, she said, and that's what French people did. The hiring company was completely handcuffed on the vacation issue, but because she was so darn delightful, and because she introduced a non-monetary variable into the notion of her value, they countered by increasing her salary offer. Salary terms without success terms is Russian roulette. Once you've negotiated a salary, make sure to define success for your position, as well as metrics for your next raise. That's meaningful for you and free for your boss, much like giving me a magazine cover story was for the Bar Association. It gets you a planned raise, and, by defining your success in relation to your boss's supervision, it leads into the next step. Spark their interest in your success and gain and an official mentor. Remember the idea of figuring what the other side is really buying. Well, when you are selling yourself to a manager, sell yourself as more than a body for a job. Sell yourself and your success as a way they can validate their own intelligence and broadcast it to the rest of the company. Make sure they know you'll act as a flesh and blood argument for their importance. Once you've bent their reality to include you as their ambassador, they'll have a stake in your success. Ask, what does it take to be successful here? Please notice that this question is similar to questions that are suggested by many MBA career counseling centers, yet not exactly the same. And it's the exact wording of this question that's critical. Students from my MBA courses who have asked this question in job interviews have actually had interviewers lean forward and say, "No one ever asked us that before." The interviewer then gave a great and detailed answer. The key issue here is, if someone gives you guidance, they will watch to see if you follow their advice. They will have a personal stake in seeing you succeed. You've just recruited your first unofficial mentor. To show how this can be done to near perfection, I can think of no better example than my former MBA student Angel Prodo. While Angel was finishing up his MBA, he went to his boss and began to lay the groundwork for his work post-MBA, which the company was paying. During his last semester, he set a non-specific anchor, a kind of range, by suggesting to his boss that once he graduated and the company was done investing in his MBA, around $31,000 per year, that money should go to him as salary. His boss made no commitment, but Angel was pleasantly persistent about it, which set the idea as an anchor in his boss's mind. Upon graduation, Angel and his boss had their big sit-down. In an assertive and calm manner, Angel broached a non-financial issue to move the focus away from how much. He asked for a new title. Angel's boss readily agreed that a new role was a no-brainer after Angel's new degree. At that point, Angel and his manager defined what his roles and responsibilities would be in his new role, thereby setting success metrics. Then Angel took a breath and paused so that his boss would be the first to throw out a number. At last, he did. Curiously enough, the number showed that Angel's earlier efforts at anchoring had worked. He proposed to add $31,000 to Angel's base salary, almost a 50% raise. But Angel was no rookie negotiator, not after taking my class. So instead of countering and getting stuck in how much, he kept talking, labeling the boss's emotions and empathizing with his situation. At the time, the company was going through difficult negotiations with its investors. And then Angel courteously asked for a moment to step away and print up the agreed-upon job description. This pause created a dynamic of pre-deadline urgency in his boss, which Angel exploited when he returned with the printout. On the bottom, he'd added his desired compensation of $134,500, $143K. In that one little move, Angel weaved together a bunch of the lessons from this chapter. The odd numbers gave them the weight of thoughtful calculation. The numbers were high too, which exploited his boss's natural tendency to go directly to his price limit when faced by an extreme anchor. And they were arranged, which made Angel seem less aggressive and the lower end more reasonable in comparison. From his boss's body language, raised eyebrows, it was clear that he was surprised by the compensation request. But it had the desired effect. After some comments about the description, he countered with $120,000. Angel didn't say no or yes, but kept talking and creating empathy. Then, in the middle of a sentence, seemingly out of the blue, his boss threw out $127,000. With his boss obviously negotiating with himself, Angel kept him going. Finally, his boss said he agreed with the $134,500 and would pay that salary starting in 3 months, contingent on the board of directors' approval. As the icing on the cake, Angel worked in a positive use of the word fair. That's fair, he said, and then sold the raise to his boss as a marriage in which his boss would be the mentor. I'm asking you to not the board for the promotion, and all I need is for you to agree with it, he said. And how did Angel's boss reply to his new ambassador? I'll fight to get you this salary. So follow Angel's lead and make it rain. Key lessons. Compared to the tools discussed in previous chapters, the techniques here seem concrete and easy to use. But many people shy away from them because they seem manipulative. Something that bends your counterpart's reality must be cheating, right? In response, let me just say that these tools are used by all the best negotiators because they simply recognize the human psyche as it is. We are emotional, irrational beasts who are emotional and irrational in predictable, pattern-filled ways. Using that knowledge is only, rational. As you work these tools into your daily life, remember the following powerful lessons. All negotiations are defined by a network of subterranean desires and needs. Don't let yourself be fooled by the surface. Once you know that the Haitian kidnappers just want party money, you will be miles better prepared. Splitting the difference is wearing one black and one brown shoe, so don't compromise. Meeting halfway often leads to bad deals. For both sides. Approaching deadlines entice people to rush the negotiating process and do impulsive things that are against their best interests. The F word, fair, is an emotional term people usually exploit to put the other side on the defensive and gain concessions. When your counterpart drops the F-bomb, you don't get suckered into a concession. Instead, ask them to explain how you're mistreating them. You can bend your counterpart's reality by anchoring his starting point. Before you make an offer, emotionally anchor them by saying how bad it will be. When you get to numbers, set an extreme anchor to make your real offer seem reasonable, or use a range to seem less aggressive. The real value of anything depends on what vantage point you're looking at it from. People will take more risks to avoid a loss than to realize a gain. Make sure your counterpart sees that there is something to lose by inaction. Chapter 7. Create the illusion of control. A month after I'd finished working the case of Jeffrey Schilling in May 2001, I got orders from headquarters to head back to Manila. The same bad guys who'd taken Schilling, a brutal group of radical Islamists named the Abu Sayyaf, had raided the Dos Palmas private diving resort and taken 20 hostages, including 3 Americans, Martin and Gracia Barnum, a missionary couple from Wichita, Kansas, and Guillermo Sabero, a guy who ran a California waterproofing farm. Dos Palmas was a negotiator's nightmare from the start. The day after the kidnappings, the recently elected Philippine President, Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo, set up the most confrontational, non-constructive dynamic possible by publicly declaring all-out war on the Abu Sayyaf. Not exactly empathetic discourse, right? It got a lot worse. The Philippine Army and Marines had a tough war in the midst of the negotiations, pissing off the kidnappers with several botched raids. Because American hostages were involved, the CIA, the FBI, and US military. Intelligence were all called in and we too squabbled among ourselves. Then the kidnappers raped and killed several hostages. 9/11 happened and the Abu Sayyaf was linked to Al-Qaeda. By the time the crisis concluded in an orgy of gunshots in June 2002, those polmas had officially become the biggest failure in my professional life. To call it a train wreck would be generous, if you know what I mean. But failures plant the seeds of future success, and our failure in the Philippines was no exception. If the Dos Palmas calamity showed me anything, it was that we all were still suffering under the notion that negotiation was a wrestling match where the point is to exhaust your opponent into submission, hope for the best, and never back down. As my disappointment with Dos Palmas forced me to reckon with our failed techniques, I took a deep look into the newest negotiating theories, some great and some completely harebrained, and I had a chance encounter with a case in Pittsburgh that completely changed how I looked at the interpersonal dynamics of negotiation conversations. From the ashes of Dos Palmas, then, we learned a lesson that would forever change how the FBI negotiated kidnappings. We learned that negotiation was coaxing, not overcoming, co-opting, or not defeating. Most important, we learned that successful negotiation involved getting your counterpart to do the work for you and suggest your solution himself. It involved giving him the illusion of control while you, in fact, were the one defining the conversation. The tool we developed is something I call the calibrated or open-ended question. What it does is remove aggression from conversations by acknowledging the other side openly, without resistance. In doing so, it lets you introduce ideas and requests without sounding pushy. It allows you to nudge. I'll explain it in depth later on, but for now let me say that it's really as simple as removing the hostility from the statement "you can't leave" and turning it into a question. What do you hope to achieve by going? Don't try to negotiate in a firefight. The moment I arrived in Manila on the Banam Sebero case, I was sent down to the Mindanao region where the Philippine military was lobbing bullets and rockets into a hospital complex where the Abu Sayyaf and the hostages were holed up. This was no place for a negotiator because it's impossible to have a dialogue in the middle of a firefight. Then things got worse. When I woke up the next morning, I learned that during the night the kidnappers had taken their hostages and escaped. That escape was the first sign that this operation was going to be a rolling train wreck and that the Philippine military was less than a trustworthy partner. During debriefings following the episode, it was revealed that during a ceasefire a military guy had collected a suitcase from the thugs in the hospital, and not long after that all the soldiers on the rear perimeter of the hospital had been called away for a meeting. Coincidentally, or not, the bad guys chose that moment to slip away. Things really blew up 2 weeks later, on the Philippines Independence Day, when Abu Sabaya announced that he was going to behead one of the whites unless the government called off its manhunt by midday. We knew this meant one of the Americans and anticipated it would be Guillermo Sabero. We didn't have any direct contact with the kidnappers at the time because our partners in the Philippine military had assigned us an intermediary who always forgot to make sure we were present for his phone calls with the kidnappers and similarly forgot to tape them. All we could do was send text messages offering to schedule a time to speak. What ended up happening was that just before the noon deadline, Sabaya and a member of the Philippine presidential cabinet had a conversation on a radio talk show, and the government conceded to Sabaya's demand to name a Malaysian senator as a negotiator. In exchange, Sabaya agreed not to kill a hostage. But it was too late to fix this atmosphere of confrontation, distrust, and lies. That afternoon, the hostages had Sabaya on the phone yelling, but that was part of the agreement. That was a part of the agreement. Not long after, the Abu Sayyaf beheaded Guillermo Sabero, and for good measure the group took 15 more hostages. With none of the important moving parts anywhere near under our control and the United States largely uninterested in spite of Sabero's murder, I headed back to Washington, D.C. It seemed like there was little we could do. Then 9/11 changed everything. Once a minor terrorist outfit, the Abu Sayyaf was suddenly linked to Al-Qaeda. And then a Philippine TV reporter named Arlene de la Cruz got into the Abu Sayyaf camp and videotaped Sabaya as he taunted the American missionaries Martin and Gracia Barnum, who were so emaciated they looked like concentration camp survivors. The video hit the US news media like thunder. Suddenly, the case became a major US government priority. There is always a team on the other side. The FBI sent me back in. Now I was sent in to make sure a deal got made. It was all very high profile, too. Some of my contacts reported that FBI Director Robert Mueller was personally briefing President George W. Bush every morning on what we were doing. When Director Mueller showed up in the US Embassy in Manila and I was introduced to him, a look of recognition came over his face. That was a very heady moment. But all the support in the world won't work if your counterpart's team is dysfunctional. If your negotiation efforts don't reach past your counterpart and into the team behind him, then you've got a hope-based deal, and hope is not a strategy. One of the things I failed to fully appreciate then was that the kidnappers had changed negotiators themselves. Sabaya had been replaced. My boss Gary Nosner had, in a previous kidnapping, pointed out to me that a change in negotiators by the other side almost always signaled that they meant to take a harder line. What I didn't realize at the time was this meant Sabaya was going to play a role as a deal breaker if he wasn't accounted for. Our new tack was to buy the Benhams back. Although the United States officially doesn't pay ransoms, a donor had been found who would provide $300,000. The new Abu Sayyaf negotiator agreed to a release. The ransom drop was a disaster. The kidnappers decided that they wouldn't release the Benhams, or rather, Sabaya, who was physically in charge of the hostages, refused to release them. He had cut his own side deal, one we didn't know about, and it had fallen through. The new negotiator, now embarrassed and in a foul mood, covered himself by claiming that the payment was short $600. We were baffled. $600. You won't let hostages go because of $600. And we tried to argue that if the money was missing, it must have been the courier who had stolen the money. But we had no dynamic of trust and cooperation to back us up. The $300,000 was gone and we were back to rarely answered text messages. The slow-motion wreck culminated about 2 months later with a botched rescue. A team of Philippine scout rangers walking around in the woods came across the Abu Sayyaf camp, or so they said. Later we heard another government agency had tipped them off. That other government agency, Roji, had not told us about their location because. Why? That's something I will never understand. The scout rangers formed a skirmish line from a tree line above the camp and opened fire, indiscriminately pouring bullets into the area. Gracia and Martin were taking a nap in their hammocks when the fire started raining down. They both fell out of their hammocks and started to roll down the hill towards safety. But as a sheet of bullets from their rescuers fell on them, Gracia felt a searing burn flare through her right thigh. And then she felt Martin go limp. Minutes later, after the last rebels fled, the squad of Philippine soldiers tried to reassure Gracia that her husband was fine, but she shook her head. After a year in captivity, she had no time for fantasies. Gracia knew her husband was dead, and she was right. He'd been hit in the chest 3 times by a friendly fire. In the end, the supposed rescue mission killed 2 of the 3 hostages. There that day, a Philippine nurse named Deborah Yap also died, and the big fish, Sabaya, escaped to live a few more months. From beginning to end, the 13-month mission was a complete failure, a waste of lives and treasure. As I sat in the dark at home a few days later, dispirited and spent, I knew that something had to change. We couldn't let this happen again. If the hostages' deaths were going to mean something, we would have to find a new way to negotiate, communicate, listen, and speak, both with our enemies and with our friends. Not for communication's sake, though. No. We had to do it to win. Avoid a showdown. No 2 ways about it, my return to the United States was a time of reckoning. I questioned, I even doubted, some of what we were doing at the FBI. If what we knew wasn't enough, we had to get better. The real kick in the pants came after my return, when I was reviewing information about the case, a lot of which we hadn't had in the field. Among the piles of information was one fact that totally blew my mind. Martin Burnham had been overheard on a phone call to someone. I wondered what in God's name our hostage was doing talking on the phone without us knowing. And with whom was he talking? There's only one reason a hostage ever gets on a phone. It's to provide proof of life. Someone else had been trying to ransom the Burnhams out. It turned out to be someone working for a crooked Philippine politician who'd been running a parallel negotiation for the Burnhams' release. He wanted to buy the hostages out himself in order to show up Philippine President Arroyo. But it wasn't so much that this guy was going behind our backs that bothered me. As is pretty clear already, there were a whole lot of underhanded things going on. What really ate at me was that this schmuck, who wasn't an FBI-trained hostage negotiator, had pulled off something that I hadn't been able to. He'd gotten to speak to Martin Burnham on the phone. For free. That's when I realized that this crooked Paul's success where we had failed was a kind of metaphor for everything that was wrong with our one-dimensional mindset. Beyond our problems with the Philippine military, the big reason we had no effective influence with the kidnappers and hostages was that we had this very tit-for-tat mentality. Under that mentality, if we called up the bad guys, we were asking for something, and if they gave it to us we had to give them something back. And so, because we were positive that the Burnhams were alive, we'd never bothered to call and ask for proof of life. We were afraid to go into debt. If we made an ask and they granted it, we'd owe. Not making good on a debt risked the accusation of bad faith negotiation, and bad faith in kidnappings gets people killed. And of course we didn't ask the kidnappers to talk directly to the hostage because we knew they'd say no, and we were afraid of being embarrassed. That fear was a major flaw in our negotiating mindset. There is some information that you can only get through direct, extended interactions with your counterpart. We also needed new ways to get things without asking for them. We needed to finesse making an ask with something more sophisticated than closed-ended questions with their yes-no dynamic. That's when I realized that what we had been doing wasn't communication, it was verbal flexing. We wanted them to see things our way, and they wanted us to see it their way. If you let this dynamic loose in the real world, negotiation breaks down and tensions flare. That whole ethos permeated everything the FBI was doing. Everything was a showdown. And it didn't work. Our approach to proof of life questions embodied all these problems. At the time, we proved that our hostages were alive by devising questions that asked for a piece of information only the hostage could know. Computer security style questions are like, what's the name of Martin's first dog, or what's Martin's dad's middle name? This particular type of question had many failings, however. For one thing, it had sort of become a signature of law enforcement in the kidnapping world. When a family starts asking a question of that type, it's a near certainty that the cops are coaching them. And that makes kidnappers very nervous. Even beyond the nerves, you had the problem that answering questions like those required little, if any, effort. The bad guys go and get the fact and give it to you right away because it's so easy. Bang, bang, bang. It happens so fast that you didn't gain any tactical advantage, any usable information, any effort on their part toward a goal that serves you. And all negotiation, done well, should be an information gathering process that vests your counterpart in an outcome that serves you. Worst of all, the bad guys know that they have just given you something, a proof of life, which triggers this whole human reciprocity gene. Whether we like to recognize it or not, a universal rule of human nature, across all cultures, is that when somebody gives you something, they expect something in return. And they won't give anything else until you pay them back. Now, we didn't want to trigger this whole reciprocity thing because we didn't want to give anything. So what happened? All of our conversations became these paralyzed confrontations between two parties who wanted to extract something from each other but didn't want to give. We didn't communicate out of pride and fear. That's why we failed, while numbskulls like this crooked Philippine politician just stumbled in and got what we so desperately needed. That is, communication without reciprocity. I sat back and wondered to myself, how the hell do we do that? Suspend unbelief. While I was racking my brains over how this lazy politician managed to get Martin Barnum on the phone while we never could, the FBI Pittsburgh had a kidnapping case. My partner Chuck brought me the tapes from the case because he thought it was funny. You see, one Pittsburgh drug dealer had kidnapped the girlfriend of another Pittsburgh drug dealer, and for whatever reason the victim drug dealer came to the FBI for help. Coming to the FBI seemed kind of contrary to his best interests, being a drug dealer and all, but he did it because no matter who you are, when you need help you go to the FBI. Right? On the tapes, our hostage negotiators are riding around with this drug dealer while he's negotiating with the other drug dealer. Normally we would have had the guy ask a bulletproof proof of life question, like what was the name of the girlfriend's teddy bear when she was little. But in this situation, this drug dealer hadn't yet been coached on asking a correct question. So in the middle of the conversation with the kidnapper, he just blurts, "Hey, dog, how do I know she's all right?" And the funniest thing happened. The kidnapper actually went silent for 10 seconds. He was completely taken aback. Then he said, in a much less confrontational tone of voice, "Well, I'll put her on the phone." I was floored because this unsophisticated drug dealer just pulled off a phenomenal victory in the negotiation. To get the kidnapper to volunteer to put the victim on the phone is massively huge. That's when I had my holy shit moment and realized that this is the technique I'd been waiting for. Instead of asking some closed-ended question with a single correct answer, he'd asked an open-ended yet calibrated one that forced the other guy to pause and actually think about how to solve the problem. I thought to myself, this is perfect. It's a natural and normal question, not a request for a fact. It's a how question, and how it engages. Because how it asks for help. Best of all, he doesn't owe the kidnapper a damn thing. The guy volunteers to put the girlfriend on the phone, he thinks it's his idea. The guy who just offered to put the girlfriend on the line thinks he's in control. And the secret to gaining the upper hand in a negotiation is giving the other side the illusion of control. The genius of this technique is really well explained by something that the psychologist Kevin Dutton says in his book Split-Second Persuasion. One, he talks about what he calls unbelief, which is active resistance to what the other side is saying, complete rejection. That's where the two parties in a negotiation usually start. If you don't ever get off that dynamic, you end up having showdowns as each side tries to impose its point of view. You get two hard skulls banging against each other, like in Dos Palmas. But if you can get the other side to drop their unbelief, you can slowly work them to your point of view on the back of their energy, just like the drug dealer's question got the kidnapper to volunteer to do what the drug dealer wanted. You don't directly persuade them to see your ideas. Instead, you ride them to your ideas. As the saying goes, the best way to ride a horse is in the direction in which it is going. Our job as persuaders is easier than we think. It's not to get others believing what we say. It's just to stop them unbelieving. Once we achieve that, the game's half won. Unbelief is the friction that keeps persuasion in check, Dutton says. Without it, there'd be no limits. Giving your counterpart the illusion of control by asking calibrated questions, by asking for help, is one of the most powerful tools for suspending unbelief. Not long ago, I read this great article in the New York Times too by a medical student who was faced with a patient who had ripped out his fore, packed his bags, and was making a move to leave because his biopsy results were days late and he was tired of waiting. Just then a senior physician arrived. After calmly offering the patient a glass of water and asking if they could chat for a minute, he said he understood why the patient was pissed off and promised to call the lab to see why the results were delayed. But what he did next is what really suspended the patient's unbelief. He asked a calibrated question, what he felt was so important about leaving. And then when the patient said he had errands to handle, the doctor offered to connect the patient with services that could help him get them done. And boom, the patient volunteered to stay. What's so powerful about the senior doctor's technique is that he took what was a showdown, I'm going to leave versus you can't leave, and asked questions that led the patient to solve his own problem in the way the doctor wanted. It was still a kind of showdown, of course, but the doctor took the confrontation and bravado out of it by giving the patient the illusion of control. As an old Washington Post editor named Robert Estabrook once said, he who has learned to disagree without being disagreeable has discovered the most valuable secret of negotiation. This same technique for suspending unbelief that you use with kidnappers and escaping patients works for anything, even negotiating prices. When you go into a store, instead of telling the sales clerk what you need, you can describe what you're looking for and ask for suggestions. Then, once you've picked out what you want, instead of hitting them with a hard offer, you can just say the price is a bit more than you budgeted and ask for help with one of the greatest of all time calibrated questions, how? Are asking for help and your delivery must convey that. With this negotiating scheme, instead of bullying the clerk, you're asking for their advice and giving them the illusion of control. Asking for help in this manner, after you've already been engaged in a dialogue, is an incredibly powerful negotiating technique for transforming encounters from confrontational showdowns into joint problem-solving sessions. And calibrated questions are the best tool. Calibrate your questions. Calibrate your question.